Track changes and work. Yeah. Don't do our mic.
Good morning, everyone. And thank you all for coming to our public hearing today. We have a lot of bills to cover, and there are a lot of people who signed up to testify. My computer is doing an update. I don't know why all of a sudden, but it doesn't like me, and yes, it's going to be a long update, I think. So I don't have a lot to share. I'm just looking forward to a fruitful and informative public hearing. We have, like I said, a lot of bills, and like to use the time efficiently today. So appreciate everybody's forbearance. We have, yeah. So in any case, I don't have anything else to say. I'm going to turn it over to my co-chair, Rep. Seinberg, who's down dealing with a family matter, but he's fully engaged via Zoom.
Thank you, Senator Needham. I'll make sure I'm not getting any feedback. Okay, good. I won't add much other than to say that we have a lot of people interested in testifying today. And I hope everybody will be very direct in ways to make these bills better. I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Fazio, our ranking members here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Looking forward to our extensive conversation today on a lot of important proposed bills, including efforts to make our state more affordable and improve quality of life for all of our residents. So I very much look forward to our conversation and discussion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. And I'm not sure if I'm seeing Representative Buckby online. That being the case, we're going to call our first witness, Commissioner Dkes from DEP.
Well, good morning, Senator Needleman and members of the committee. Here, I'm Katie Dkes, Commissioner at the Connecticut Department of Energy and Environmental Protection. I'm joined by our Deputy Commissioner for Energy, Joe DiNicola, and a cast of dozens from our team. And I just want to say we are appreciative of the committee's willingness to raise SB 301 at the agency's request. This bill updates Connecticut's product efficiency standards for the first time in 13 years with a goal to avoid energy waste and reduce greenhouse gas emissions and save consumers money. The bill also removes several products from Connecticut's product efficiency standards because they are federally regulated or are generally obsolete. Most of the products that are covered under this proposal have a payback period of under 1 year. And when passed, these updates cumulatively are expected to save utility ratepayers $1.7 billion over the next 25 years in lower electricity usage. That certainly provides benefits, not just for the consumers who utilize these more efficient appliances, but also for all ratepayers in the grid as a whole. With that, I know there's many bills before the committee today. We provided written testimony on several, and I will just pause in my remarks here and take any questions that the committee may have.
Well, thank you so much, Commissioner. Yeah, did we finally get the old computer monitors off? The CRTs?
Sure, and I'll invite Hank Webster.
I'm only kidding.
Oh, okay.
I don't know anybody that has any of them anymore, but I know that was a bone of contention several of the times that we brought this up. But thank you. And I think maybe it would be good, unless the committee members have any other concerns, maybe run through all the testimony
Certainly.
on all the bills.
We'd be happy to do that. So first, with respect to let's see. We provided, I'll speak to the bills where we provided written testimony. I'll say that we did provide supportive testimony on House Bill 5356, which is a bill that would provide additional or extended support for Class 3 resources in the RPS, as we see our manufacturing base expanding in the state, as well as many of our critical institutions like hospitals, looking at ways to provide for affordable, reliable, and energy sources that reduce emissions. Combined heat and power obviously achieves many of those efficiencies. We again provided this support. We do, one thing that we would be interested to talk with the committee about is the possibility that this program, the Class 3 funding, provides support for combined heat and power that's funded through electric rates. There are thermal benefits, obviously, to combined heat and power as well. And so a question about whether there might be other, thermal programs that could provide support for this as well, perhaps on the gas side, since we do support gas efficiency through the conservation and load management program. But overall supportive there. On House Bill 5357, this is now concerning a study of nuclear power generating facilities. And I wanted to say we really appreciated the opportunity to provide our study under Section 35 of SB 7. This is we called it a draft report on select Connecticut energy supply issues, and we issued it in draft a few weeks ago. And we linked to it in our testimony as we're actively receiving comments, and we'll be providing a final version of the study to the committee later this month. The study gave us an opportunity to gather a lot of information and observations around the progress of deploying advanced nuclear reactors and small modular reactors and other advanced reactor designs across the country. We identified a few near-term recommendations that Connecticut could take to advance efforts in this with regard to these technologies, including working with our nuclear vendors, including Dominion as the owner of the Millstone Nuclear Power Station, to seek DOE support to conduct a feasibility analysis through their GAIN program to evaluate opportunities for advanced nuclear deployment in Connecticut. That kind of analysis would give us probably a little bit more accurate picture of what the cost of advanced nuclear deployment would be in our region, to take into account some of the more localized site considerations, labor costs, et cetera. So that is a near-term step. And we're continuing to engage with our federal delegation on ways that we can pull down more federal support, which we know has been critical for other regions that have been advancing nuclear. But we certainly would welcome the opportunity to continue to do policy analysis in this space. 5358 is an act concerning a study of geothermal energy, and we were delighted to see the committee's interest in analysis on community geothermal projects. In fact, we have secured funding from the Department of Energy for a pilot of a community geothermal project in Wallingford at a multifamily property. And so this is a phase 1 funding to do technical and feasibility analysis. And that project is moving forward, and I'm sure will yield a lot of insights that could inform what's anticipated in this bill. But certainly it's a technology that we're really interested in, and would be glad to further engage the committee on that. I think the next bill that we provided testimony on is House Bill 5361. Did I get that right? Yes. That is a bill that we have concerns about some changes there that would, in our view, compromise the siting council's ability to ensure a predictable process for siting solar facilities in the state of Connecticut. And given the committee's, I'm thinking back to our the last hearing that we got to testify in, a lot of focus of this committee on solar deployment through programs like the NRES program. We would respectfully submit that ensuring that there remains a really predictable process for siting solar facilities. And certainly, we wouldn't want to see impediments to solar, unique impediments to solar facilities that, for example, fossil fuel generation, it might make it easier to site solar, or harder to site solar than a fossil fuel generating facility. So we would just perhaps recognize, acknowledging that there are a lot of questions and challenges and concerns that sometimes come up at the siting process, around community acceptance of large solar projects. I will note that the department just launched our 20 by 26 initiative, through which we are anticipate one of our goals of that initiative is a permitting for decarbonization effort to really benchmark best practice from other states and working with our federal partners to help ensure that we can improve our permitting and siting processes as much as possible to support community acceptance of solar deployment. And SB 297 relates to consumer protection for customers of solar power companies. We know that this is as we've seen, a really significant increase in the amount of residential solar projects that are being deployed. We also are concerned that we've also been hearing an uptick in consumer complaints, about some of the marketing practices and so on and so forth. So we think, a task force is a good idea. I think there may be questions about what agency or entity would have the resources to take on that work, but I do think it's an important issue and important for those developers that are following positive practices of consumer engagement to make sure that there's proper oversight. I would say with respect to SB 299, an act concerning data centers, we recognize that advanced artificial intelligence is providing enormous benefit, promise, and there's a lot of questions about it. But from the energy perspective alone, I understand that AI data center, the demand and need for data centers is expanding significantly to keep pace with the needs of AI expansion and constitute approximately 8% of U.S. energy consumption by 2030. And so we think that it's really important to have the right framework to ensure equitable that there's equitable deployment of this kind of demand that doesn't shift any costs or increase costs to other ratepayers and is harmonized with the need to maintain reliability of the grid. So we welcome the opportunity to further engage with the committee as it desires on ways to support the expansion of data centers but in a way that accomplishes those goals. With respect to SB 300, this is an act concerning natural gas capacity and the renewable portfolio standard. Again, I would just say how appreciative we are of the opportunity to produce the study that we prepared on the select energy issues under SB 7. We linked as well to that study here. We have done an extensive analysis around the issue of natural gas infrastructure and reliability, including in our latest IRP, and we touch on it as well in this the study that we completed under SB 7. Also, that study would make changes to the RPS to integrate other nuclear and large-scale hydropower. And we think that, in our view, there are some, the RPS was one of the first policies that the legislature passed, actually as part of the restructuring bill back in 1998, to provide that assurance that an increasing percentage of our energy supply would be met with emission-free and renewable resources. But over time, it's been that foundational policy has been supplemented by other really important policies that are helping us meet that goal. And that includes most recently the adoption in 2022 of the zero carbon electric supply target by 2040. And nuclear and hydropower are certainly resources that, while not eligible under the RPS, are very much part of the strategies that DEEP has been analyzing in our integrated resource plan and procuring when we think about the Millstone and Seabrook contracts that we've entered into with authority from the General Assembly to meet that target. We think that there could be some unintended consequences in terms of consumer costs or destabilization of the RPS if we were to utilize the RPS or adjust the RPS mechanism to accomplish the goal of supporting large-scale hydro and nuclear. We think contracting and the 100% target are policies that are ensuring that those are part of our energy mix. But we would welcome the opportunity to engage with the the committee on possibilities of enhancements or improvements to the RPS that could help lower improve the affordability of that mechanism and just better reflect, the changing conditions now that really we're primarily utilizing our behind the meter tariff programs that PURA implements and the grid scale procurements that Deep oversees to achieve some of the goals that initially I think the RPS was intended to achieve. But I'll just refer to the study for further detail there. And then I think I spoke to for 301 our enthusiasm about the product efficiency standards. But we also, in section 2 of that bill, the agency bill, have proposed a slight change in the eligibility for the 125 million of bond authorization that was provided last year. That this proposed amendment would permit Deep to use up to 20 million of that 125 million as grants, as opposed to limiting it to revolving loans. And this amendment, we think, would enable Deep to adjust some of our programs to be able to support energy efficiency and also address some of the barriers that low-income customers are facing to access energy efficiency, primarily by enabling us to provide grants to address lead and mold and asbestos and other types of pre-weatherization barriers that may be preventing up to 30% of low-income customers from being able to access energy efficiency services. So that kind of work is we think may be challenging to fund through a revolving loan program, but a grant program could be effective in that regard. And so this authorization to do 20 million in grants, I think would help us achieve that goal. That was a lot. And it was fast, and I try not to go on too long, but since you asked.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm always marvel at how much you can fit into a short period of time. That's a real gift. I just have a quick question. You mentioned the data center piece and the total amount of power consumption nationally that we're expecting. When was that study done?
So actually, I think this is I think there's different figures, and I don't have that the source of that particular item right in front of me, but we'd be happy to follow up with the committee on some of those projections. And of course, that's nationwide, but
yeah. And in that context, where are automobiles? I don't mean tractor trailers and stuff. What percentage?
electrification.
Yeah, of
electrification.
electrification of personal transportation.
Let me see if my team, I know the figure that I believe that the ICE in New England has been discussing for the New England grid is 12.5%, but I have to confirm over what time frame.
Okay.
But if
No, I was
someone on
just
my team
wondering.
knows, they should waive, but we'll be happy to follow that up.
Just wondering, because it seems like with the advent of AI, data consumption is going to go up dramatically. And if we ever got to a point where you had driverless cars, or I think that the amount of data that we're going to have to crunch is going to be astounding.
I would just note also that to the specific point of reliability, right? Accommodating this load growth from data centers or from vehicles or building electrification. The specific focus on reliability here, I think, is the right one. And I think that there are differing abilities to be able to integrate some of these loads depending on their consumption profile. So a data center that might need 24/7, 365 power demand there may be different considerations for how to accommodate that, right? As opposed to vehicles where we know that there's a lot of opportunities through managed charging and other types of load shifting technologies and programs, including that PURA has implemented as part of the charging program that they have established, that can help to accommodate those loads perhaps in different ways. So I think those are the kinds of things that the analysis here that the committee contemplates would be able to illuminate.
Thank you. Just seeing if anybody else. Senator Fazio.
Thank you, Commissioner, for your testimony, very broad testimony. I wanted to run through maybe 4 of the bills that you submitted testimony on, and I'll do it in order of the bills on the agenda. I assume for the 5356, which will increase from 4 to 5 or 5 to 6% permanently. The class 3 renewable. I assume the analysis would be a slight increase in electrical rates because of that, compared to current law. Would you agree with that? And maybe it's not gigantic, but the magnitude roughly too.
That's right. Yes, that's the case. Obviously, there are other, benefits that we would factor in terms of those increased costs, but we'd be happy to follow up with the committee to provide, some assessment if that's helpful.
Yes, that would be helpful. That analysis, I think, helps us make the right decision as we consider the bills. I'll skip to well, maybe just touch upon number 2 first, the concerning nuclear facilities. I guess my only thought and comment is we're going to see probably, I'm not intending to throw any cold water. We'll see immense, fluctuations and changes in the development, the technology, the economics in the coming 10, 20 years. And so I think it's a very good idea, the bill as well, but it's probably something we might have to be redoing every 4 years or something like that, as well as these things change, because there's so much in flux.
And which bill? I'm so sorry.
Oh, that's
I was
the
looking
act
down.
concerning study of nuclear generating facilities.
Absolutely. And so I would say, if I'm understanding your comment accurately, we provided this initial report, but that we don't view that as like a one and done. In fact,
Yeah.
it's been illuminating for us. We're very fortunate in our agency both to have our radiation safety team as well, and Jeff Semanchik, who's here today, is I'm going to brag on him because I think we're really lucky to have him in state service here in Connecticut as a leader in the space of and working with our partners in Washington around ways to accommodate the investment in and expand and look at these resources. So we want to continue that analysis. We want to engage with our other Northeast and New England states to compare information and troubleshoot what is the right investment vehicle to attract these types of technologies. We know that it's many years away.
Mhm.
That means that you have to start now.
Yeah.
And we have heard a lot of concerns that in a vertically integrated market, there just may not be a lot of appetite for developers to initiate projects here. And so I think that has to be a conversation we're engaging right now and with our fellow states, as well as watching what's going on in Washington, because there's legislation that's been moving in Congress to look at things that could help support more nuclear development. And it's important to have the needs of deregulated states reflected so that we can get the kind of policy tools and funding from the federal level that I think other states have been able to, as I understand it, have enabled other states to see projects being proposed in their markets.
Yeah, and in that vein, that's exactly why this body passed the slight reforms of the renewable portfolio standard to include any new nuclear in class 1, because we recognize that this would be a great positive both economic and environmental innovation if the advanced nuclear does get there. And we figure that it needs probably a little juice economically, putting it on an equal playing field with all the other zero carbon forms of energy, so that if developers, if the technology finally gets there in 10 or 15 years, that they have that little added benefit on par with some of the other sources of clean energy. So it gives added incentive to actually finally do the development of clean, reliable electricity. But the economics need to get there. Certainly, we can't be putting 20-cent energy on people's backs just because we like it. On the data center bill, I think, like, listen, looking at the reliability problems makes a lot of sense. Maybe it's not in your purview, but obviously when we consume energy, it's it's hopefully to improve people's standard of living and improve economic growth. So looking at benefits, I think, is also important. Maybe it's not something that DEEP can get into. It's not really in DEEP's purview, but I think it's something the body should consider just as much as it is considering the strain on supply. So, I don't imagine you maybe have that much to add to that, but just want to give you the opportunity.
I don't disagree. And I just want to be absolutely clear. We don't see analysis of this to be like a barrier. Actually, we see it as an enhancement to ensure that there is a clear path to be able to attract data center load in our state. These are issues. We see other, parts of the country that are kind of working through these issues. And so embracing them, engaging them proactively, I think ensures that there's a more predictable and, a clear glide path for being able to, this is coming.
Yep.
And so we don't want to be unprepared, and we want to make sure that we're informed about ways to integrate this kind of load in a way that is reliable.
Yep. Data centers, electric vehicles, heat pumps all have many positive attributes, and they're all going to be a major pull on the grid. So, analyzing all the costs and benefits are very important to the future of this state and region. In light of that, on SB 300, I read obviously DEEP's 50-page study on, among other things, natural gas. It's a very well done study, and I think it informs us a lot about some of the energy issues facing the Northeast. That, of course, was part of SB 7. I think what's different about SB 300 in Section 1 is that it asks DEEP to provide an analysis of what steps the state policy could take if we wanted to go down the road of expanding natural gas supply because of all the added demand. The study was a very informational one about the current state of things with respect to natural gas and other energy markets. But this bill contemplates an analysis of what steps the state, whether the regulatory or the legislature, would have to take, and if it deemed necessary to expand natural gas capacity, especially being that we want to reduce gasoline, powered engines. We want to reduce reliance on heating oil. We want to reduce the reliance on oil peaking plants, which obviously emit much more carbon, but also a lot more particulate matter. So that was, I think, what was contemplated in Section 1 of SB 300. That's different than what was in SB 7, but happy to let you comment on that.
That's really helpful. I would say in that regard, then, we'd be happy to follow up. Our integrated resource plan, as we noted in the SB 7 study, is, I think, the next place, the next big project, analytical project we're excited to launch soon. We did do a lot of analysis around natural gas issues in the last IRP, so that might be something to further discuss with the committee. And I will note that the integrated resource plan in the last round and this new one similarly will be looking at pathways always within this framework of how to achieve the 100% zero carbon electric supply target by 2040. So within that context, we were looking at the gas system in the last IRP, and I think we'd be happy to talk further with you about the intention here and the studies that we have coming up.
Yeah, happy to do that and appreciate that comment and addition. The second part obviously is incorporating more existing nuclear and hydro into the RPS under the premise that all forms of clean energy should be on equal footing, at least as much as possible. We have different procurement authorities, and those treat different forms of energy differently, but the RPS hopefully is valuing on an equal basis zero carbon. And so that's the premise. And so it puts everything on a more equal footing as long as it's clean, zero carbon, or very low carbon. And I presume that would also, yes, it would reduce the cost of our public policy charges and therefore our electricity bill. But also what's contemplated in there is for those I believe that the language says, and if it doesn't, it should say that it would give, at least in the case of nuclear, because that would be the bulk of the new credits that would go into the Class 1 system, that it would give DEEP the ability to sell into the market those credits. So it wouldn't go directly to the producer, but it would go directly to the state. And so if rec prices went up too much, if electricity prices went up too much, and DEEP or the state felt necessary to sell more recs into the market to reduce electricity bills, it would give that optionality to the state rather than to to the developer to automatically sell in. So wanted to add that that commentary to it, and I'm happy to let you respond. And then I'll just have one other question and stop monopolizing the
Great.
time.
Well, so appreciate that. I think we share the interest in pursuing ways to optimize the RPS that could help improve the affordability of that mechanism, and also better achieve the state's goals around 100% zero carbon and so on and so forth. We do market, the utilities do market the zero emission credits that are purchased through the Millstone contract, and net some revenue from that back to ratepayers. The purchasers of some of those zero emission credits are in other states that have clean energy standards. But we'd be glad to have further conversation about ways to accomplish the overall objective. There's certainly a lot of different, in the Venn diagram of the RPS and the 100% zero carbon target, of course, the renewable portfolio standard provides support for resources that some of which are not zero emission, but from the past history of the RPS have been deemed by the legislature to be important to support for public policy reasons. And I think that there are some, but there's some interesting insights that we found in doing the SB7 study. For example, the significant quantity of the RPS on this being compliance that's happening, from emitting resources that are located outside the state of Connecticut. So when we think about the goal of affordability, landfill methane gas in northern New England, or, for example, is that a resource that is prioritized by Connecticut to support with ratepayer funding? Is kind of a question that emerges. And are there ways to preserve the intent of the RPS aligned with 100% zero carbon standard to, deliver affordable support for those resources that achieve either economic development and public policy needs that are prioritized by the General Assembly, or are helping to contribute to our 100% zero carbon goal? It's a bit, there's some opportunities and it's a bit complicated, but in the interest of time, I think we'd be happy to talk further with the committee about some of the insights from our study.
Yeah, and I think the RPS is probably like a $40-50 million program writ large. So making sure that we keep it lean and also efficient in order to meeting ends are two important competing goals of the state. Last one that I wanted to ask you about is 301. We saw some testimony against it, concerned that this would raise the cost of home appliances by mandating only, I think it's Energy Star 2.0 appliances be purchased and installed in Connecticut. So we saw testimony from some parties around the state saying that will raise the cost of living, raise the cost of buying a home, which is already very expensive, or renting a home in Connecticut. So would love to hear your commentary on that as well.
Yeah, thank you, Senator, for the question. The data that we have that looks at the products and the savings and everything shows that most of the products under this have a payback period of under 1 year. Many have an immediate payback of 0.0 years. And cumulatively, as the commissioner noted at the outset, this will save ratepayers $1.7 billion by over the next 25 years, as well as save 32 trillion BTUs of natural gas, 39 billion gallons of water, and 2.5 million megawatts of energy. So all of the products are very quick paybacks. I didn't see any data in the opposition testimony. I just saw the claim. But I'd be happy to discuss.
I guess it would be surprising to me that the payback would be so quick across the board, and the other appliances would even still exist in the market. You'd think that they would be priced out of the market if they're so inefficient.
I think what is a function of is, as you see products evolve, then you still have some less efficient equipment out there, and those get integrated into products. So sometimes you see particularly too good to be true deals on, say, the Friday after Thanksgiving. I think what you see sometimes is that those are less energy efficient. So it's I think based on the evolution of products and the data is there that supports that these have quick paybacks. This has been the trend for product efficiency all along. It's not just Energy Star, it's also some water sense standards, which is on the water side. I'll stop there, but there's a lot of data supporting that this is actually going to save money. And so by not updating them, you could argue that it will cost people more money that are trying to save money. So.
All right. Well, it sounds like we have some work to do on
Yeah.
on the cost stuff.
As always.
All right. Well, thank you for your testimony. It was very informative, and thank you for the indulgence, Mr. Chairman. I really pushed the envelope.
Thank you, Senator. I think Representative Mesker's online.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner, thank you for your testimony today. I'm looking for, I guess, some range of thoughts on the policy decisions embodied in the legislation and some guidance from you. We're hearing you commented on the basic artificial intelligence, the demand. We're talking about our goals on, ultimately on EVs, et cetera, the demand on the grid. And I'm wondering on a cost basis, when we look at the demand we anticipate going on the grid, how we prioritize taking demand off the grid. And in terms of our capital investments, as we recommend a structure, and here in energy and technology or the environment will be working on policy. How are we going to view the issues of both solar, geothermal, and heat pumps? And how are we going to make those valuation judgments versus, we're looking at installing charging stations, which I'm trying to figure out how our capital deployment works to manage our demand for electricity while we are trying to get to a zero carbon goal. And do you think we're putting the right valuations on that right now on policy basis?
It's a broad question, and I'll just speak to the aspects that, or maybe some examples that Deep, is involved with. But I would say that the Conservation and Load Management Program is a great example of a program where we are doing regular updates to our cost benefit analysis to take account of all the changing demand needs across the grid, and trying to best target the incentives that we're providing through the Conservation Load Management Program to help avoid costs associated with demand growth as much as possible. So for example, heat pumps, we know that there's a lot of federal funding now available for tax credits for heat pumps, and we've seen a significant uptick in demand just in the last year for those rebates through the Conservation Load Management Program. We're looking hard at how we can ensure that we're pairing heat pump deployment with weatherization measures as well, because that can help right size the electricity draw of the heat pump. Another, that's an example of using an existing program that is, we're trying to implement strategically to minimize some of the reliability or grid impacts of a technology that's essential for decarbonization, and also is going to be a source of a lot of increased electric demand over time. I know that on the geothermal front as well, very capital intensive, but extremely good, extremely cost beneficial. If you can find the projects, get them deployed, and find ways to help customers deploy those systems with low-cost financing and other grants that help overcome the high upfront capital cost. And that's another example of a very efficient technology that, is in the right applications can help substitute or reduce load and help us address some of the electrification demand increases are going to come over time. I also want to commend PURA with the charging program, the EV charging program, that from the beginning, that program has, I believe it's now in its third year. It's been supporting the deployment of chargers that we know are essential to accommodate more EVs on the road, but doing so with incentives around managed charging. So that, I think that that's another example under PURA's leadership of ensuring that we're supporting electrification and increased demand in a way that's anticipating and trying to address and head off any reliability challenges down the road. And I think that kind of foresight and leadership is critical across all of these different electrification programs. But happy to follow up more on the broad and very important topic.
Yeah, I want to make sure that we make the capital investments that at some level limit the growth in demand, so that take demand, if you will, off the grid. The second piece is more of a policy question, and your thoughts as you survey the states around us. It is environmental policy always embodied in the electric bill, knowing that the electric bill ultimately will be relatively regressive? And is there a thought or a concept in terms of looking at moving some of our policy onto the general fund? I'm concerned about what we're doing with rates, ratepayers, and economic demand from industry to make the state attractive for growth as on my role as commerce.
Certainly appreciate that. I think, look, in my view, it's and you've heard this testimony from us on the solar bills last week. I mean, we are very enthusiastic about having more tools and support from the General Assembly to attract investment in energy efficiency and zero emission resources that are necessary to achieve the 100% zero carbon goal, with the projections of increased demand for data computation and vehicles and buildings built in. That's a very tall order. There's a lot to do there, a lot of supply and energy efficiency potential that we need to develop. And we need to make sure that there are clear investment signals and vehicles. I mean, to Senator Fazio's comment about, for advanced nuclear, for example, that for every one of these technologies that we know could provide, could be part of that emission-free energy supply mix to meet our goals. We need to be thoughtful about the incentives that are necessary to attract investment. The simple fact is that we're here every year talking to this body about, ratepayer-backed programs that are under state jurisdiction, because we are reliant on, because the wholesale market the FERC jurisdictional ISO implemented wholesale market that governs our generation does not have any any environmental or decarbonization goals embedded. And so it continually, it is not designed around the investment profile or needs of existing renewable resources, or even retaining the existing nuclear resources that we have, let alone being able to attract investment in the emerging technologies like hydrogen and advanced nuclear and so on and so forth, that we know to meet our goals into the next decade. So continually, we need to work together with the General Assembly to have support for those types of programs that can help do that. Doing that through, and I would submit that it would be odd to have the general fund, be the source of funding those resources when, and, you know, why would we not, and preclude the electric or limit the investments that are funded through the electric system simply to fossil fuel resources, right? Would be and there's more predictability, I think, in being able to have those mature, predictable programs such as the RPS or the contracting or the energy efficiency program when it's funded in that way as part of the electric system. But I would say two things. Number one, as we invest in those programs and support them with ratepayer funds, we need to make sure that we're doing everything possible to get those clean energy resources at the least cost to ratepayers possible. And I think I would refer to our testimony on the solar programs as an example of where we're trying to achieve that balance. And I would also note that, you know, there are programs that we've put in place through the General Assembly's direction to help those customers that are challenged by or disproportionately challenged from the regressive standpoint to better afford their electric bills. And that includes the funding that we provide through the Conservation Load Management Program for energy efficiency and that achieves bill reductions for low-income customers. Senate Bill 301 giving us funding to address weatherization barriers to help low-income customers better access those energy efficiency programs is an example of something you are doing, or we hope you will pass to help address the inequitable access to those energy efficiency services. And I know PURA has also led on new rate designs to address the needs of low-income customers as well. So, you know, I think those are the areas that we think are the right one. I think are the right ones to be focused on. But you ask such broad questions, and I feel terrible that I go on at such length. But any case, hopefully that happy to have further discussion on that topic.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you to the chair. I just have that same concern about the rate setting mechanism, the price of energy, and recognizing it's regressive. I think the linear way to do that is to get control of the cost. And I'm not against all of the goals we're bringing forward, but we're putting them on the ratepayers and then trying to rebate the ratepayers. It sounds a little convoluted to me, but I appreciate that that's the structure we've adopted to date. But I think it's always worth relooking. But thank you. Thank you to the chair.
Thank you, Representative Foster.
Thank you for being with us today, Commissioner Dykes. I have a question. You submitted opposition, I'm sure you knew this was coming, to 5361. And so I'd like to just ask two questions. So the first is I would like to level set some context. In the last 3 years since I've been in the legislature, we've tried to sort of piece away at things that could stave off the loss of prime and important farmland, particularly in areas that have had precipitous losses. Which my community has. So East Windsor alone has lost over 1,000 acres of prime and important farmland in the last 10 years, which is a tremendous amount. So in the last budget cycle, we made a greater than $7 million investment in farmland and open space preservation, and that grant resources allocated by Dkes. And also in the last year, you have sort of endeavored, I guess maybe a year and a half, to do your update for the IRP. And in the IRP update, you have conscientiously solicited feedback on how siting should be considered on prime and important farmland. And so I'd like to ask, if not for 5361 or language like that, what are your expectations of what the next 5 years would look like in a community like mine, where I'd like to sort of draw attention to the fact that there are 3 pending siting projects for more grid scale solar before my community, and presumably more on the way. And so what would you have us do instead?
Right. So we've got to get this right. And we've been, I think, making efforts, you know, over the last iterations of the procurements that we run to try to better incorporate these issues upfront into the RFP process. Lauren Savage is the office director in our energy supply team and can speak to some of the details of how we've tried to better incorporate those values of protecting prime and important farmland into the design of the RFPs. If you want to speak briefly to that, Lauren.
Sure, and thank you for the question. I think as we've gone on with our grid scale procurements, we've been increasing our coordination and collaboration with the Department of Agriculture. And, we have our shared clean energy facility process that we work through with them, and they have an increased role this year to provide feedback and input on projects that are developed on prime farmland. We have our grid scale solar procurement that's ongoing right now, and developers are encouraged to follow guidelines and guidance from the Department of Agriculture if projects are sited on prime farmland, but I think we're open to continuing the conversation.
I appreciate you bringing up DOAG's contributions and collaboration. And I'd like to point out that DOAG's contributions are similar to a municipality's contributions, which have been sort of swiftly and continuously ignored as they've come before the siting council. It's not as if when DOAG says this is prime important farmland, it is geographically proximal to a farm that requires and accesses this land for lease to feed cow currently. It doesn't seem like that permissive language is offering any change in pace or cadence for siting for solar in my neck of the woods. I don't know if you could speak to if it's been effective anywhere else, but in my neck of the woods, it doesn't seem to have changed. It doesn't seem to matter when DOAG voices concern about the loss of prime and important farmland or when a municipality voices that similar concern. So it doesn't seem like permissive language is offering the opportunity for any change. So do you have any comment to that?
I think we would say that the best way to achieve that balance is upfront in the design of these RFPs. We've implemented as opposed to at the end in the siting process. And so I think that sometimes that effort comes down to a balance of like how much of a price premium are we willing to pay for projects to avoid impacts to certain other types of, from a land use perspective. I'll say on the other end of the spectrum, of course, like enhanced adders and benefits for solar canopies is one way, or the work that we've done and that PURA has done to support investment on brownfields and landfills. For example, is ensuring that we're maximizing the use of disturbed properties ahead of impacting prime and important farmlands. But there's a lot of different ways to try to achieve that goal in the design of how these procurements are working. We'd be happy to continue, to talk further with you and with the committee about it. And we work very closely with DOAG on this. We did develop guidance in our steps for solar process that was heavily informed by our collaboration with DOAG. And I think we've made a lot of strides in this area over the last several years. We certainly want to make sure that, there continues to be acceptance of solar development in the state. And so, we'd be happy to have further dialogue.
Is there anything that you have put into those processes and procedures that consider existing concentration within an ag community?
That we have not. I think that issue gets arises more really in the interconnection process as opposed to looking at it from a land use and concentration perspective. But again, we'd be happy to talk further on it.
Okay, I'll just point out, I submitted feedback and testimony throughout the steps process and through the IRP expressing this concern about how there was this incongruity in my neck of the woods with availability and capacity in the grid for interconnection and open and existing farmland that led to a community that like one solar array, some consternation, 2 solar arrays, a little more consternation, 3, 4, 6, 8. And then suddenly the sentiment in the community is very different. And I think we need to get to a place where we can say like enough. And it seems like the siting council would have been a place where that could have been considered. It certainly is something they have the authority to consider if they wanted to, but that hasn't really been the case. And so I am in a position where I don't know that I could wait for the next sort of plan or iteration to come out and hope that it has positive impact. That's certainly not something my constituents would be amenable to, but I appreciate your exchange, and I look forward to seeing what the rest of the testimony is like today.
Great. Well, I appreciate that. And I do appreciate also all the engagement that you've been providing on this issue, which we know is a significant concern for your community. And so I would just say at a high level, we prefer to try to address those challenges at the procurement stage as opposed to in the siting stage. And we'll give some more thought and look forward to more conversation about whether there's additional things that can be accomplished there.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative Piscopo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Commissioner, for your testimony. Appreciate it. I appreciate your words on the first bill, 5356. It makes a lot of sense, and I read your testimony on that. My questions go to Senate Bill 301. Not quite sure how to, if you can help me interpret this. Section 1's a bunch of new new definitions of different utilities and other things that are sold here in this state. And my question goes specifically to 264 to 266 on the commercial oven. Could you help me interpret this bill where it says commercial oven baking food by conduction, convection, radiation, or electromagnetic energy? Does that at all prohibit or inhibit the purchase of a natural gas commercial oven in the future?
No.
Okay, thank you. I'll take that answer. I appreciate that. Thank you.
I can add a little bit more context on. So it's also helpful.
You don't have to.
It's also helpful to not think of this as requiring a purchase of the most efficient of a category. It is really culling the least efficient models out, and it's only when it would be being replaced through its natural life cycle. So if someone has an oven, and these don't go into effect if passed until 2026. So if someone has one that's working fine for the next 50, 100 years, then that's not covered under this. This is really for new installations when you need to replace one. We want to make sure that whoever's purchasing it is not, unknowingly purchasing a highly inefficient model that is going to cost them more over the long run. And with commercial ovens, the payback period is under 5 years under this proposal, and they have a typical lifespan of at least 15 to 20 and could be longer. So.
Thank you for that embellishment. It begs just a quick follow-up. I'm going to start a restaurant. I think gas cooks much better than convection or radiation or conduction. And so I'm willing to pay more to pipe gas into my facility and buy that. Under this new proposal, may I do that?
Yes, this does
Okay,
not
great.
prohibit the purchase of a gas stove.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And then further on in that bill, Commissioner, lines 421 through and the different sections of this bill, it seems that you have bracketed out. It mentions television there, but I think I'm going to get the same answer as I just got on commercial ovens. So I get nervous with these California regulations. So it just seems like you've bracketed out many times throughout this bill your ability to accept, reject, or modify. You have the ability to do that as commissioner of this state. And I'm just wondering why you would choose to bracket out that language, why you would choose to give up that kind of power, if you will.
So just generally, some of the bracketed out, and I'm assuming when you say bracket out being removed, some of it is cleaning up existing standards as well, because this is not just adding in products, it's looking at products that have been either federally preempted or obsolete. And so some of that language, and happy to discuss particulars, as we go on with this bill, but some of it is also just cleaning up regulations and taking out things that no longer require state regulation because of just how it's evolved over the last 13 years since we last updated these standards.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. I'm not sure what kind of restaurant, but I may come and visit you. Chair Steinberg.
Commissioner do a couple quick follow-ups on some of the comments from my colleagues. I want to start with the comments of Representative Messrs with regard to the benefits of having the various environment-related fees and charges appear on the electric bill and be borne by ratepayers as opposed to living with the risks inherent with the vagaries of the budget process. You made mention of the Energy Efficiency Fund. You made mention of the potential for grants for worthy investment projects. Could you just elaborate quickly about the ramifications for failing to have a reliable source to pay for a number of the arrangements that we have, such as with Reggie and the like? What would be the ramifications to all citizens in Connecticut if we did not have a dependable funding source for many of these things, these fees and charges paid for?
Right. So just briefly, I think to the energy efficiency program that you just mentioned, you know, I know that there have been years past prior to achieving some of the fiscal stability and budgeting, you know, when we've seen diversions of the utility funded programs to address budget shortfalls. And so with that, you know, happily in the rearview mirror, but not so long ago, I think that there's some, you know, it's just an important piece of historical context to keep in mind. We also have been, I think that having that predictability of the revenue streams to support these clean energy and renewable energy investments is critical for the renewable energy projects and our contracts that we have with Millstone, with a whole host of solar and wind and so on. Those, we're only able to attract developer investment in those types of projects with the guarantee of, you know, a 20-year contract that is backstopped, you know, a fixed price contract backstopped by ratepayers. So that's just a 20-year time frame for that kind of commitment is what's necessary to achieve cost competitive investment, but it's not aligned with the budgeting cycles for the general fund. Another example for the conservation load management program, we found that there was a lot of benefit for that program in shifting to a 3-year planning process to lower some of the administrative costs of implementing the CNLM program and provide for greater predictability and flexibility for implementing the program. Again, not aligned with the time steps for the general funded program. I think it's just a contrast between, you know, shifting over to it would really like put clean energy resources at a disadvantage to emitting resources in terms of the predictable investment mechanisms that are available to support them. But I do submit that there are instances where the legislature has provided support that is not backed by ratepayers, and our example from Senate Bill 301 is one where we have a bond authorization that we are looking to utilize to provide support for something that we have not funded in rates, and that is for pre-weatherization, addressing, you know, pre-weatherization barriers such as lead, mold, and asbestos and other code violations, knob and tube wiring that are preventing a lot of our most vulnerable citizens from being able to get access to the bill reducing measures of the energy efficiency program. And I think that's a nice example of we're not funding that through electric rates, but because those are not measures that are related to the condition of the building stock that are not, you know, from a cost benefit perspective, might not pencil out as a ratepayer benefit, but it's critical to ensure that those vulnerable customers are getting actual access to the funds and the bill reduction that helps improve the affordability of their ability to afford housing, avoid the need to draw on other state services for relief and so on and so forth. So I think that's a nice example of where I think the legislature has struck a good balance between ratepayer funded and the taxpayer funded revenue streams.
Thank you for that response, and I concur with you, particularly in terms of those long-term investments that these funds assure we can enter into. Not only save money in the long term, they're the only way we're going to achieve some of our long-term goals. Switching gears to 5356, the RPS. Thank you for your comments and support of some of the small tweaks we're going to make, and I'm hopeful that the impact on ratepayers to allow for those small changes will be minimal. I think that we have to recognize so many of the things that we want to accomplish will, in the short term, perhaps have an impact on ratepayers, but failure to take advantage of those opportunities may mean that we're unable to meet our zero carbon goals. And as you made mention, take advantage of this once in a generation opportunity to leverage federal funds in a lot of these cases, such that when we come back to some of these investments, they're not borne exclusively by ratepayers or by taxpayers, perhaps. So this is an opportunity for us, and I'm hoping that with your consultation, many of the things that we are contemplating as a committee this year, which might have ratepayer impact, can be discussed, and then we can come up with our own unique Connecticut package of programs that give us the best return on whatever investments we ask the ratepayers or taxpayers to make. My question is, other than these couple of tweaks, you made mention of the fact that the RPS is a useful tool, but now in some ways is either being superseded or complemented by other types of procurement or contractual tools. Is DEEP going to take a fresh look at the RPS in terms of how, not simply how we define the classes, but the criteria that we use and how they actually help us accomplish our short-term and long-term zero energy goals?
Yes, thank you. And the answer is yes. I think we're appreciative of the opportunity from the SB7 study to begin looking at this. And I think as we signaled in the draft of the study, we would like, it's an issue that we want to further explore in the integrated resources plan. And I think that there are also, some interesting examples of ways to achieve those goals of supporting, preferred resources, zero emission resources, and doing so at lower cost to ratepayers. And I think that, focusing on contracting as a mechanism to provide that certainty of support for the resources that are preferred by the General Assembly to meet these goals, we think is generally speaking a less costly way to accomplish that than through just general increases to or changes to the RPS, which but we'd be glad to further discuss with the General Assembly. The answer is yes, we are expecting to do some more analysis in this area.
Thank you. Switching gears to the Signing Council Bill 5359, I just want to sort of redirect our intent a little bit for your benefit and for those watching. The conversation to date has been related to solar and the rather huge concentration of solar projects in one small part of our state. But we're also very much interested in reevaluating the role of the Signing Council and its capabilities, its mission, its expertise in light of how the world has changed around us and the kind of projects that are being brought forward. Whereas we may be very sensitive to the political slippery slope of having too many people, too many cooks with the soup, we're also concerned that perhaps the challenges to the Signing Council in terms of having to be able to evaluate some of the more complicated projects coming their way technologically. We'll hear testimony today about what's transpired with the United Illuminating in Fairfield with the sort of backbone grid expansion. I was just wondering if you had any comment about the need to sort of update the role and the capabilities of the signing council, given how the world is changing around us.
Thank you. So Deep is privileged to have a seat on the siting council. I think one of the benefits of having energy and environment and natural resources in our merged agency is that we, as we consider the positions that are that Deep is taking when we're voting on siting council members, we are having a lot of internal discussions about how to weigh and balance environmental and impacts and to the extent that these are energy facilities, the needs from an energy supply standpoint. And so, we'd be happy to have further discussion. I'll just say again to the general conversation that we've been having today that we do need to build a substantial amount of new energy resources in order to meet our goals and to be able to reliably integrate data centers and electric vehicles and building electrification. And we know that among many things that are on the to-do list to enable that energy supply transition, having predictable siting and permitting processes is critical. So the more that these issues around how to achieve balances between siting and environmental and energy preferences can be worked out earlier in the procurement process around goals, the more straightforward it can be to have a predictable process for adoption and approval on the siting at the siting stage. And so we'd be glad to have, further just share some of our perspectives as if this is an area that the committee is interested to further explore.
Well, certainly we are, and we will have those conversations. I think, as we say, in a lot of legislation and energy, striking the right balance is very important. We certainly have no intention of undermining the independence or authority of the signing council. If anything, we want to make sure their responsibilities and burdens are things that they can handle, so that they are equipped to look out for our interests. Lastly, if I might, Mr. Chair, one quick question comment with regard to Senate Bill 300, the natural gas capacity bill. Obviously, we recognize we are somewhat energy constrained in the current period due to the slowdown in accession of offshore wind and some other temporary factors in the marketplace. I just wanted to get your insight as to what you would see as the likelihood of seeking to, in any way, increase natural gas capacity, given the environmental issues, the timetables involved, our commitment to other clean energy resources. I just would like you to, if you wouldn't mind, everything is on the table, I agree with that, but the suitability of natural gas as a way to augment our energy supply.
I'll say that the design of the ISO capacity market has incented, development of, more than 50% of our resource mix being natural gas resources. But that market design has not incented power generation owners to invest in the gas delivery system needed to run reliably year round. I think if you look at our past integrated resource plans, we've been very focused on how to address the winter reliability gap that's evolved as a result of that failure of the ISO markets. We are in the midst of our request for proposals for offshore wind. Bids will be due, later this month. And so, we continue to be optimistic about the opportunities to achieve the 100% zero carbon supply target that the legislature enacted. We analyzed lots of different pathways for achieving that in our integrated resources plan. And that really is sort of the guiding framework for us thinking about what the future of gas will be from the electric system. But certainly, we're about to issue our, I think as we work backwards from the different pathways to achieve that target, then we can take into consideration the gas resources that are going to be gas supply resources that are going to be necessary to ensure that the power generation that remains running on natural gas can operate when called on, which is, by the way, what the ratepayers are paying them to do. So, we've been looking at various things. You're probably aware that Massachusetts has recently, their gas utilities have recently signed agreements within the LNG facility in the Boston area that provides for access to LNG deliveries to the gas and electric systems there. So that's something that we were closely monitoring with our other neighboring states. We're also, looking at other opportunities, but I think this is one that we've been analyzing as part of our integrated resource plan, and we'll continue to do so. Just given that we have so much generation in our supply mix currently that is gas dependent as a result of the ISO market design.
Thank you for that. And I agree with you that, at least for the near term, we need to look at all our resources, and also that this is a regional decision to be made. And we thank you for your effective leadership in collaborating with surrounding states as we wrestle with some of these capacity decisions, and your counsel to ISO as it evolves its model to take into account renewable resources in a different way. I, for one, am somewhat skeptical about a significant expansion in natural gas to meet our needs, but we really depend on DEEP to help us understand the pros and cons of placing bets on any of these energy resources. That's it for me. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Cheeseman, I think, had her hand up.
Well spotted, Chairman Needleman. Well, it helped that I grabbed him as he went past. Thank you. It's wonderful to be here. I apologize for not being here from the beginning, but I did have a chance to read your testimony. Quick question. SB 301, the Enforcement Authority. One, are there existing sanctions for retailers who sell products that don't meet our current standards? And two, if there are, is this a change to give the Attorney General the authority to enforce those requirements?
Thank you, Representative, for that question. I would actually like to consult with Kristen Cianflone from our team. I believe that this is just updating our standards, but I want to be precise and make sure that we're not. So I believe this is just updating the status quo, and it provides for the mechanism to refer these to the Attorney General to see if there would be a necessary action.
So someone would report them to DEEP, and then the Attorney General would investigate to see if action was warranted?
Yes, that's the long and short of it.
Okay,
Yeah.
and I gather if it's cold water, it's administered by DCP, and does this bill, you suggest that we look at combining those and putting it all under DEEP?
So we have collaborated with DCP, and one of the suggestions that they raised was bringing this all into one, so that there's not two different.
So if there were
If
a violation, as opposed to being a CUTPA violation through DCP, it would now be enforceable through the Attorney General?
I believe that's how it would be structured, Kristen. So, our lawyer.
All right. I guess that's it. Thank you, Chairman. Oh, you got more for me. Thank you.
Just wanted to clarify that the DCP, the water efficiency standards, they have a similar structure where they refer any violations over to the Attorney General's office as well. And so it would be
As
similar
opposed to doling out sanctions themselves.
correct.
So basically, this would put hot water and cold water appliance under DEEP. And then, as before, any violations would be referred to the Attorney General for him to investigate and deem if action were warranted.
That is correct.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Needleman.
Thank you, Representative, and thank you so much, Commissioner. Up next is Chair Gillette from PURA.
Good afternoon, Mr. Co-Chair. Senator, oh. Right. I'm not going to take it personally, Mr. Ackert. Good afternoon to the honorable committee members. My name is Marissa Gillette. I'm the chair of the Public Utilities Regulatory Authority, also known as PURA. I'm joined today by the managing director of our technical staff, Josh Ryer. We have submitted several pieces of written testimony, informational in nature, for your review. Specifically, we provided informational comments on raised Senate Bill number 297, raised Senate Bill number 298, Senate Bill 299, and then House Bill 5360 and 5361. So again, we have provided informational testimony on each of them, in many cases highlighting areas of work that PURA has undertaken thus far in our docket processes, to provide some situational awareness for areas in which work has already occurred or is ongoing. So with that, I would be pleased to get into any of the details of our written testimony or to answer any questions that the committee might have. And thank you as always for having us.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Always appreciate when you come and appreciate the testimony. And I'm looking to my colleagues to see if they have any questions. Yeah.
Okay. Madam Chair, nice to see you.
Senator Fazio, nice to see you.
Sorry, can you reiterate which items you submitted written testimony on?
Absolutely. The first is the Senate Bill 297 dealing with the consumer protection for solar. Also Senate Bill 298, which dealt with the study of energy storage and solar. 299, which is the data centers. 5360, which is a municipal electric aggregation program, and 5361, an act concerning the siting of renewable energy sources in the state.
Okay. And can you, on the data centers study, could you at a high level reiterate what your testimony was?
Absolutely. It is short and sweet. It consists of one page, simply noting, I think what was reviewed with Commissioner Dkes before me, which is offering that data centers have a somewhat unique footprint, particularly depending on the size of the data center. That footprint being unique because of the intensity of the energy usage. And as you know, or as I hope the committee knows, anytime that there is a request of PURA to do a study or to investigate something further within our bandwidth or resources, we are more than happy to comply. So the testimony simply notes that we agree that there can be some unique characteristics associated with the data center, and we're happy to make ourselves available to the committee now or through a study process.
How about 5360 at a high level municipal electric aggregation program?
Sure. So a couple of years ago, and I should note from the outset, there are different flavors of municipal electric aggregation. There is something called community choice aggregation, and there are many things along that spectrum. In 2021, and I believe it may have originated through a legislative session the year before,
there was a bill which was ultimately not adopted, but had asked PURA or had intended to ask PURA to undertake a study of community choice aggregation. Even though that legislation did not pass, PURA opted to fulfill the legislator's request, and we conducted a study anyway, which I want to note is not a path I'm going to encourage everybody because we don't have unlimited resources.
Yes.
But the community choice aggregation study was completed in 2021. We have linked to it in our testimony. And ultimately in that study, we did not take a firm position, but rather noted some of the considerations, particularly around consumer protection issues that we've experienced in the third-party electric supplier market. Also potential impacts that it could have on standard service procurement. And I think we did make a few recommendations in that study as to things that we would like to see if the committee and the General Assembly ultimately adopted authorizing legislation. So we reiterated some of those public policy objective questions in our testimony and noted that there is a degree of, there's certainly a spectrum of oversight that we could apply if this was passed. And if you're looking for the same level of oversight that we currently exercise over third-party electric suppliers, just cautioning that that would require incremental resources.
Okay, thank you. And finally, in the past, you submitted testimony on a bill to it was similar to SB 300 to incorporate nuclear and hydropower into the state's renewable portfolio standard. In the past, that testimony indicated that it would have an effect of decreasing the cost of electricity bills. I assume, even though you did not submit testimony on that bill or the other RPS bill this year, I assume that you would anticipate the analysis would be the same, that incorporating more types of clean energy into the state's renewable portfolio standard would reduce electricity bills modestly.
For SB 300, I would concur and state that I stand by my testimony provided on that in a previous session. I did, hearing your question earlier, look to pull information that I think you were asking our deep colleagues with respect to HB 5356. And we were able to quickly pull together a ratepayer impact analysis for that one, which we would be happy to collaborate with our deep colleagues on and submitting into the record. That one, because of the expansion, we do estimate would have a ratepayer cost of just under $8 million. But with respect to what you had started out saying with SB 300, that one we would expect to lower cost consistent with the testimony that I previously provided.
Yeah, and it would be almost identical as last year. So we definitely would appreciate the analysis to be submitted in written form for those two bills. I think it would be helpful as we consider them. Thank you, Madam Chair, as always, for your testimony, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Fazio and Representative Foster.
It's always a pleasure to see you, Chair Gillette. Thanks for being here today. I was reviewing your testimony for SB 297. You and I have had a couple of conversations in the last couple of months about when I've been getting sort of this influx of customer complaints about solar hookups, where we have a couple of actors in the space who they install solar, the loan is active, people anticipate to no longer be paying their utility bill in full. And then for whatever reason, between a solar company and the utility company, suddenly they're paying both, like in full their electricity payment and in full the loan for solar, and their solar systems aren't being turned on in a timely manner. I have one constituent, and I don't want to be exaggerating, but I think it's been over a year, and it's just been back and forth between the utility company and his solar company, one saying it's your fault, it's not turned on, there's an issue, one saying it's it's the utility's fault, it's the solar company's fault, back and forth. And it's challenging for me to parse out like what to do to sort of move the needle on it. So I was wondering if you feel like 297 gives you tools that you would need to address this kind of issue, and or if there's other things that we might need to be considering.
Representative Foster, thank you as always for the thoughtful question. What we have done in our written testimony on SB 297 is we want to take the opportunity to inform the committee about actions that were undertaken very recently, as our decision in our annual program review docket on the solar programs that came out at the end of 2023. And some of those customer protection actions that we have stood up for both the residential and non-residential programs have not yet had the opportunity to go into effect. We wanted to give the industry a couple of months lead time to begin complying with those. So the first thing I would say is we wanted to familiarize the committee with what has been done. There are customer disclosure forms. There's new data reporting requirements. And PURA also has what is we are calling as a 4-strike system, which we do within available resources have the ability to conduct spot audits of the developer's compliance with these new customer protection disclosure rules. And once we reach the end of that strike system, it could result in the prohibition of that specific developer from participating in the RRES or NRES program moving forward. So that's what we have done to date. And that is within our existing jurisdiction. And because of that, we wanted to note that we support and would be happy to participate in a task force, especially if it was with our colleagues over at the Department of Consumer Protection, who currently bear the brunt of receiving a lot of the complaints today. With respect to Section 1, we're a little bit more circumspect in our written testimony, particularly because there seems to be an absence of an enforcement hook as it's drafted today. And similar to the responses I was providing to Senator Fazio on the municipal electric aggregation front, just want to caution that if the desire here is that PURA exercise the same level of oversight over licensing and of solar developers, that would certainly require incremental resources, as we expend quite a bit on the third-party supplier market. Finally, what I would say is I do think that there's an opportunity to do more. We talked about it briefly in our comments on the solar bills last week at the end of our comments. I think it was on 5231, could have been on 5232. We noted that there is, of course, work to be done on the interconnection timelines, and would share your frustration with having to be on the receiving end of mitigating or mediating some of the customer complaints where it's confusing who is at fault. So definitely more to be done. Happy to participate in a task force and happy to answer questions about what we have done to date.
Just for the record, is there a way for you to sort of quantify in any way how many calls like this of complaints you get, how much time or resources, like just so we can sort of understand the scale and magnitude of the problem and how many resources you're currently allocating? I would take like hours or number of complaints or like whatever metric you could offer.
Sure. So our customer call center, as I think I've testified in past sessions, has exactly 4 people. So I would say we can attempt to get the both number and hours, because I think that could be representative. I will say that what I mentioned a moment ago, the Department of Consumer Protection has been really on the forefront of having to receive and field these calls to date. So I would encourage reaching out to them for data as well, but we will comply with that request.
I appreciate your time. Thanks for being here today.
Thank you.
Chair Steinberg?
You, Chair Gillette, as we do the run to our chairs today. Thank you for all your testimony, and there are many things I could question, but I'm going to limit my questions to one of these bills in the interest of the 70 people waiting in line to speak. As it relates to the siting council, you heard the earlier conversation that focused on solar and some of the issues we have with siting there. But I'm sure you're also aware of the rather unusual circumstances that relate to the siting council and the United Illuminating project. Given that you have also have responsibilities for much of this kind of oversight, but not in this case, direct responsibility for the UI project. I don't want to put you in an uncomfortable position, but would you care to comment about the need for us to make sure that whomever is responsible for oversight and kicking the tires, if you will, has the requisite expertise to fulfill that obligation?
Representative Steinberg, thank you very much for the question. I am familiar with the matter that you're referencing. As Commissioner, similar to Commissioner Dykes, I also have a seat, one of the 9 seats on the Siting Council. I have a very talented engineer who represents PURA on that council. With respect to this specific matter, I believe we casted the lone dissenting vote, and that we would not have approved the project or the alternatives, and that and I think this exact statement that my designee provided was, we did not feel that there was adequate cost information provided to assess any of the proposals put forward. So I would stand by the remarks made by my designee with respect to that vote, and let our vote and those remarks speak for themselves.
Thank you, but I will press you anyway. Assuming that you're in agreement that the structure of this siting council is adequate for its needs in the changing responsibilities, is this a matter of perhaps an appropriate protocol that would have required the submission of the information that you found was lacking to make an informed decision? Is this a one-off, or are our protocols sufficient to meet the needs going forward?
It's a wonderful question, and I think it's something that bears more thought with respect to reviewing the language of their statutes. I'll say, you know, in conversations that we've had with respect to PURA's jurisdiction in past sessions, I'm a huge proponent of making sure that we are leveraging adequately the statutory authority that is already on the books. So I think it definitely warrants you know, a closer look at their existing jurisdiction. When it comes to PURA's jurisdiction within cases over which we have purview, mostly with respect to the distribution network, we of course feel that it is you know, imperative that we have a complete record on which to make a decision. So I think I would offer that PURA would be happy to, I think the same that you heard from Commissioner Dykes earlier. I think both of our agencies stand ready to assist the committee in looking at the existing statute and whether it is achieving the goals and objectives of the state.
Thank you. I will not press further on an answer and look forward to talking to you further about that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Cheeseman.
Here we go. Thank you very much, Chairman Steinberg. Good to see you today. So quick question about municipal aggregation. You stated that in, I believe, 2021, you conducted a study and looked at that.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm just looking at the Massachusetts program. I believe they have at least 70 or 80 municipalities enrolled in that, including Boston. Obviously, the approach here and the goal here would be to lower electricity prices for consumers in the state, and the possibility that if bulk buying by municipalities or indeed groups of municipalities might accomplish that would be good. One, when you conducted your study, did you talk to your counterparts in Massachusetts as to how, you know, the success, how they were administering that? And two, do you feel that now, were you to look at it again, were we to convert this and give you the resources to explore this, that you would find a difference? That's a real hypothetical. I get that, but I'm relying on your best judgment here.
Yes, ma'am. So the first, the piece is easy. In the course of this study, we not only talked to our colleagues in Massachusetts, but also had representatives. There, at the time, were 9 states who had enabling legislation. I recall specifically a technical meeting where a California representative came and spoke to us. So we did consult with other colleagues and proponents of those structures in other states. I think New Hampshire comes to mind. There was a whole list of them. I would say that one thing that has transpired since the study is, of course, the constraint on the supply system that caused standard service rates to dramatically increase in 2022. So certainly there are dynamics at play that may have made municipal aggregation look more attractive in Massachusetts and those participating cities. If we were to look at it again today, and I'm not sure that I'm ready to call the 2021 study stale yet, because I think and we didn't reach a conclusion in there other than if you want to do it, here's what you need to do. So we haven't taken a position. If we were to look at it today, I would want to compare that alongside of the comprehensive study that we submitted to this committee on February 1st in compliance with SB 7 that looked at 10 modifications or potential modifications to standard service procurement. Because one of the things that happens, and I think is starting to be seen in Massachusetts, is if you're taking municipalities out of the aggregate load that can bid in for default service, you're messing with the economies of scale that are seen for those ratepayers who remain. There is flexibility that can come with municipal aggregation that you may or may not be able to experience in standard service procurements, but I want to be careful to say that municipal aggregation is not one of those elusive silver bullets, and that they need, I'm not suggesting that you thought it was, but I think you need to compare them. You need to compare the impacts of municipal aggregation against standard service and make the judgment call about if that's right for the state.
Well, I think in many ways that the whole electricity market is like the giant Jenga, and
Absolutely.
you're pulling a piece out and it may be fine and you may be able to locate it up at the top, or it may bring the whole thing down. And we obviously, given the delicate position we're in, we have to be careful. On the other hand, as you obviously among everyone sitting here appreciates, what can we do to alleviate the effect the things we do up here have on our ratepayers?
Absolutely, and would be more than happy to brief you separately or the committee separately on the 10 modifications that we looked at for standard service. I think that there was one modification recommended in that study that would definitively require legislative action. So that is definitely something that we'd be open to continue talking about.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman Steinberg.
Thank you, Representative. That one would be that one modification.
That modification would be if the committee or the General Assembly at large would like us to use power purchase agreements instead of using them as financial hedges that show up on the delivery side of the bill. If you would like us to instead use them on the supply side, that does require a legislative fix. And there are pros and cons that come with it. And we elaborated on those in our study. But that is one that we certainly could not do absent legislative action.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So that will be, that recommendation came from you guys and will be in the bill on the procurements, the general placeholder bill that we put in on procurements.
For next Thursday. Is that? Oh,
Yes, not
then
today.
I will be back. Then.
Not today.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. But yeah, no, we added a section in on that.
Okay,
So,
very good.
and thank you for that idea. I think that it doesn't come without risk, but I think that given the market, it's, I think that that level of risk is a good idea. And I think the utilities are behind it also.
As were many stakeholders in that study. It's of course one of those things where the devil's in the details, and would be happy to talk to you about the downsides of this. But I will save those comments for the next session.
No perfect solutions ever. Thank you. Really appreciate your
Thank
coming today. Consumer Council Coleman, and after the Consumer Council is up, we're going to start alternating with the public and the legislators that are here. So we're appreciating everybody's forbearance. These officials that run agencies are critical to our process, so we want to respect their time and get them through this hearing. Thank you. Thank you.
Duly noted, sir. Good to see you, Chair Needleman, Vice Chair Foster, Ranking Member Fazio, and the remaining committee members. I know we've had healthy, robust discussions already on many of the bills. We submitted brief testimony on 8 of the 11, and I'm happy to speed review that or just entertain questions in light of the time crunch. I recognize you're trying to get to the public, understandably. Do you have a preference?
Absolutely.
Maybe just list which items you submitted testimony on, and maybe if
Absolutely.
it's nuanced, favorable or unfavorable.
Sure, I'll try to give the highlights. HB 5356, the first RPS standard. There are 2 RPS bills. We admittedly kind of hedged on both. Gratefully and unfortunately for me, our associate economist who would usually do some quick analysis on RPS proposals is enjoying a new baby, which is wonderful. But I was without his resource, so we hedged a bit, but did just sort of caution generally that, you know, RPS changes are impact ratepayers, which has been discussed at length already today, and we always ensure that there's analysis. And just that we make sure we distinguish between the goals of procuring less expensive energy, you know, clean energy. We talked about the impacts of nuclear and hydro, and whether we can do that in ways outside of the RPS through long-term contracts, et cetera. So would welcome continued discussion on that. We did support the studies that have been proposed. You know, geothermal definitely presents great opportunities for the state. We were excited about the pilot that Commissioner Dykes spoke about. And you always feel that, you know, the more we study things, the better, though I also recognize that my sister agencies, PURA and DEEP, are on the hook for a lot of these. You know, we participate as much as we can, our office as a stakeholder or, you know, an agency, but defer to them in terms of how they fit into both current, you know, on PURA side, current dockets, for example, the energy storage study. You know, some of those issues I think could be looked at in the context of the annual reviews of the renewable, the residential, the RES program and the ESS, the energy storage system program. And then similarly, you know, DEEP has ongoing comprehensive energy strategies, IRPs. So I certainly defer to them in terms of, you know, how folding in this analysis makes most sense, but I certainly support the policies behind all of the proposed studies. Let's see. Okay, HB 5360, the municipal aggregation program. You know, I certainly appreciate and understand this, you know, the committee's desire to explore and expand options for consumers. We've had a tough year with our standard service market. And I have been doing substantial amount of research even over the last few days since I saw the proposal. You know, what I'd say is, I think, you know, as Chair Gillette said, there are choices we can make in terms of looking at the current standard service procurement process, and are there pieces of desirable pieces of municipal aggregation or community choice aggregation, like, for example, you know, a local green option is often one of the drivers of creating a municipal aggregation or CCA. You know, that's something we could look at incorporating into standard service. I think there are, you know, there's pros and cons in terms of, you when you set up a whole new system, you get new ideas and new benefits, but you also get new costs. We do continue to remain concerned about the impact on standard service customers. So I recognize the value it's provided. I have talked to my counterparts in several states, including Massachusetts and New Hampshire, and they have very positive things to say about their programs. So I'd be happy to continue to work with the committee on evaluating it. And I'd just say we need to be careful because we have a third-party supplier market that's gone through a lot of reforms over the last decade. My office and others and this legislature has worked very hard on ensuring there are consumer protections in place, but there have continued to be, marketing and other challenges. So we just want to make sure if we're expanding sort of the roles of brokers and other third-party entities related to power supply, that we make sure there are sufficient consumer protections in place. I feel like I'm going longer than you wanted, so I'm going to keep moving here. An act concerning data
I
centers.
think you just, when you're against it, you just got to say I'm against it. You're being so diplomatic.
299. We support studying. We are concerned about capacity resources on our grid, as we're trying to electrify, and we're facing this data center demand. So we think studying that is really important. And then in terms of SB 300, the natural gas study and the RPS standards, I touched briefly on RPS already with respect to natural gas capacity study. Again, we're open to studies. We have suggested that that PURA open a future of natural gas proceeding to evaluate the local, distribution side needs of that. And then we are engaged in the discussions at ISO New England and have a voting seat on NEPOOL in terms of looking at our winter reliability issues and how natural gas plays a critical role right now in ensuring winter reliability. So certainly support studying, but want to make sure we evaluate in the context of aligning our resource needs with our state policy goals. One of the things we're always concerned about at the Office of Consumer Counsel is the potential for stranded assets, right? So with the framing of, if we're expanding natural gas capacity, and that is something that is counter to the direction the state is going policy-wise for energy investment, then we risk stranded costs for ratepayers. So we want to really ensure that that analysis is folded into any study that occurs. And I think those are all of them.
Well, thank you, Councilor Coleman, for your testimony, and I'll be sure to read the written testimony as well. But the overview was helpful. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Looking over to Representative Cheeseman, see if she has any comment before the bell.
I'm going to take pity on you because the good commissioner explained her views on 5360, and I look forward to working with this committee and all the other interested parties in exploring this down the road.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Representative Steinberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to thank Claire for the testimony today and her open-mindedness as we try to address some of these thorny issues as we go forward. But I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you
Really
very much.
appreciate the time and the patience. We are going to start alternating with the public at this point, and then work our way back and forth to legislators that are waiting and other town officials. Next up is David Parker from David Scott Parker Associates. You're muted.
Sorry about that. I'm David Parker. Thank you for letting me speak. I'm an architect based in Southport, Connecticut, a community whose National Register listed historic district will be bisected by an approximate 40-foot wide clear-cut swath corridor to accommodate a new 135-foot high transmission line described as Siting Council Docket 516. For the last 6 months, I and innumerable neighbors and property owners in Fairfield and Bridgeport, which collectively have over 762 state, local, and national register listed properties within 2,000 feet of this line, have been racing to understand its implications and impacts and respond to Connecticut Siting Council, given the onerous restrictions and regulations current laws place on affected private citizens while giving broad license to monopolistic utilities. In the case of Docket 516, the applicant, United Illuminating, submitted their preferred overhead transmission line with cost breakdown, but refused to provide detailed cost analyses of less invasive and less harmful underground options, which they blithely dismissed as costing 4 times their desired overhead proposal. In order to evaluate this, we, as private citizens and at great expense, were obliged to find independent electrical undergrounding experts. Responding to our experts, the Siting Council ultimately agreed the UI's undergrounding estimate was significantly inflated. However, this finding should not have required private citizens to devote endless days and dollars to evaluate while UI refused to provide relevant data. It should also be observed that, unlike a less invasive underground solution, UI's preferred overhead option would concomitantly reward UI and its shareholders with easements as a sovereign land corridor, all at ratepayer expense. A quick Google search reveals that UI is a subsidiary of a completely foreign-owned for-profit corporation whose largest shareholder is the Sovereign Wealth Fund of Qatar. Bill HB 5359, as currently written, makes a few meaningful recommendations to improve the Siting Council, such as allowing the council to employ independent consultants with expertise in electric transmission infrastructure and preventing more than one commissioner from having past or present ties to utilities. While this is an initial step toward the improvements necessary for the Siting Council to consider and rule on important cases, there are many more reforms I feel are needed. 1, sending certified letters to all abutters and adjacent properties with clear communication of the project, explicitly stating whether the project is subject to taking of easements with receipt confirmations required from any property owner. 2, submitting detailed financials, including the life cycle of the infrastructure, maintenance, and frequency of outages for both the proposed project and 2 alternatives that must be included in the application by the utility. 3, presenting all adjacent components of the project in one application, which did not happen.
I'm going to ask you to quickly summarize. You're at your 3-minute mark.
Okay, which did not happen in the case of UI's Docket 516, which they deceptively cut up. 4, explicit needs assessment and barring project from being classified as a rebuild, and therefore sidestepping FERC if capacity or capacity is increasing. And 5, forbidding the taking of land or permanent easements in an environmental justice community unless no alternatives exist. Your support for this legislation is crucial, and we thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for your testimony today, sir. I'm looking to my colleagues to see if they have any questions for you. Seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony today, sir. And with that, we are going to move to Senator Austin. Not seeing Senator Austin. Representative Leeper.
Fine.
Um,
Thank you to the wonderful members of the Environment and Technology Committee. I'm Jennifer Leeper representing Fairfield. I submitted my testimony in full in writing, and I know you have many more people before you. So I am going to cede my time to my constituent, Steve Ozick, and I will also allow Senator Wong if he wants to take a moment.
Thank you to the committee and thank you to the leadership. And I know it's highly unusual, we're respecting time. We both wanted to accommodate our constituents in having their voice heard on this issue. As it relates to the Siting Council, I know the Siting Council has a very important task to do. And there's a degree of independence and autonomy to allow you to do that kind of work as part of the Siting Council's unique challenge. But nevertheless, and I want to thank the committee for raising this bill, because what this bill is looking at is the composition and the expertise within the Siting Council to be able to provide a greater opportunity for transparency, accountability, and also a better decision-making process. So I wanted to share the experience of my two constituents that I share with Representative Leeper, and they can offer their experience why this bill is important and urgently needed to have a better, transparent, and accountable system of check and balances. Thank you.
Sorry, my name is Steve Ozick and I reside in Fairfield. I became aware of the importance of the Siting Council and the role it plays when our local utility company, United Illuminating, began a project characterized as a rebuild. The lack of clarity and transparency in what United Illuminating was proposing led us to file as interveners, thus our front row seat to the proceedings of the Siting Council. It became very clear that the process was designed to be limiting in the concerns of those mostly directly impacted. It gave disproportionate voice to the utility. Thus, the process appears to a layperson to be very heavy-handed, unfair, and lacking in transparency. Often, in fact, it felt as though the Siting Council itself were comprised of industry insiders, some of whom had direct or indirect ties to the utility companies themselves, and they were simply there to observe and do little to challenge the utility itself. Affected interveners, often individual citizens, business owners, churches, libraries, even municipalities, attempted to defend their properties from rights and confront the negative impacts of the proposed project at the hands of the well-funded, very well-informed utility company itself. The Siting Council played virtually no role in building the confidence in the public, nor did it prevent the withholding of critical information, contractual agreements with other Connecticut agencies, and it allowed a state-granted monopoly to stonewall and obscure facts, thus undermining the public trust. We propose the following reforms. One, that the Siting Council members be free from conflict, that they recuse themselves if they are conflicted. Two, that the Siting Council should be constituted of people who have no ties, past or present, or familial ties to the Connecticut utilities that are being impacted. Three, that the Siting Council should have access to vetted experts whom are free from the conflict of interest. 4, that legal resources should be made available to individuals and non-for-profits which are directly impacted as to be able to allow the Siting Council process to be followed with confidence. 5, that the Siting Council process for the hearings and follow-on hearings be made clear with time allotted equally to each intervener, a fair and equitable and predictable way. 6, that the Siting Council be able to extend the completion of the ruling time for circumstances that are unforeseen, such as death of a council member, the need for additional expert witnesses, and the need for more hearings. 7, that the Siting Council be able to suggest or compel the utility and the interveners to negotiate in good faith with each other. And 8, that abutters automatically be granted intervener status. The inability to intervene in a predictable way is a burden, both financially and from a time perspective. And individuals shouldn't, especially ones that are abutting, shouldn't be given that additional burden of having to figure that out. From a layperson perspective, The siting council process appears to be fundamentally unfair, weighted toward the utility providers. The constitution of a council itself appears to be riddled with conflict and consists of former utility insiders. We hope this will change. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony today. You know, I have spoken to your representative a little bit about this. I think she should join the Energy and Technology Committee. Representative Leeper, you have spent a little bit of time discussing with me some of the cost estimate implications, and I was wondering if you wouldn't mind sharing either with your constituent or through your own work what you believe was the case with the cost estimates as they've been presented.
So I want to recognize, I think Megan also has a few things to say, but I will also happily take an opportunity to shine a spotlight on this particular issue, because what we experienced in this case is that the siting council is doing this really delicate dance, as you know, of both looking out for ratepayers, but also ensuring we have the electric grid that we need as a state, especially as we transition to an electric future. And the way it's structured is the utility determines what is the most cost-effective approach. They apply for that. They don't have to provide any financials on what the actual cost of that is and how they got there, or any financials for the alternatives they've already ruled out. So there's really no analysis happening on behalf of the ratepayers. And so I think requiring more detailed financial analysis as a part of the application for the proposal they've put forward and the alternatives they've rolled out would be an essential step in reforming the siting council to build better trust for the community that this really is looking out for ratepayers. So I appreciate that question, Representative.
Thank you. I'm going to turn to Senator Fazio.
Well, first, I just want to give Ms. McCloat the opportunity to read her testimony while she's up there.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you, members of the committee. Special thanks to our two representatives, Senator Wong and State Rep Leeper. We're really grateful for the opportunity to be here. My name is Megan McCloat. I am also a resident of Fairfield, and I am going to speak really at a high level as to this issue. We heard a lot of technical things about the energy crisis in this room for the past 2 hours, and I kind of want to take it back a step and just really recognize and shine a light on the impact this is having in our town, in our surrounding area, and how this is a major red flag for the rest of the state to look forward to. As so many have already spoken about, the composition, the structure, and the purview of the Connecticut Siting Council is really what we're here to discuss with this legislation, and why we need to support this 5359 House bill. Because the reality is it's the quasi-legal entity that the public is entrusted to have the jurisdiction over all of our utility choices. Yet we're experiencing firsthand as members of the public that we don't feel like we're being represented. We don't feel like we have a voice. And in fact, we don't feel it's an equitable option for justice to be delivered on this issue. The reality is that we have experienced firsthand in the town of Fairfield and right next door in the city of Bridgeport, how we have an incredible limitation as the public, ratepayer, taxpayer in the state. When you are forced to go through a siting council proceeding, as we have been had to do in Fairfield, we are incredibly limited when we have intervener status. We don't get the same amount of ability to speak up, and we're really limited by what that title means and our ability to defend our case. We don't have the ability to get facts, as Rep Leeper, really articulated. There is no requirement for the financial disclosures as to things that have already been arbitrarily vetted out. They're not required to disclose that to the public. They're not required to present a new case as to what other alternatives are available and what cost change that would have to the ratepayer. And as a member of the public, how does this protect our ability to have consumer rights? How do we have the ability to advocate for our ability to continue to pay for our astronomical utility rates? We're in a state where affordability is a major issue, and we talk about it all the time. But I think anybody in this room would be really hard pressed to say when they pay their utility bill every month, they say that was really affordable. We recognize that there's a huge cost issue here, but what is our ability to advocate for ourselves when forced to be in a situation with the siting council? This bill proposes that the opportunity to have an independent authority and a consultant that can actually bring the rights of the taxpayers to the record. They can say, we've looked at this and we actually disagree with the financial analysis, or we've looked at this opportunity and we don't understand why this alternative for these astronomical towers have been proposed and why we can't do something different like bury the lines. The reality is that it's very clear on the Siting Council mission and the website that they try to have minimal damage. They try to have minimal proliferation of all of the woods around us and keep things aesthetically pleasing and not have historical impact. But Section 2 of the mission says specifically that it's to provide standards that are sufficient to assure the welfare and protection of the people of Connecticut. We're here to tell you from the town of Fairfield, we don't feel like we're being protected, and we don't feel that it's a sufficient guarantee of our welfare, of our ability to continue a sustainable upgrade to our grid that is so desperately in need of upgrade, but we don't feel protected by the Siting Council procedures. The reality is it's had incredible impact on property rights of abutters, of people in the town of Fairfield, in the city of Bridgeport. It has consequential damages that face us and loom down the tunnel of what it's going to do to further development in areas where we've got housing crises and we've got already inequities. But the reality is it's a really penny wise and dollar foolish approach. And we have felt that we've had no voice in our ability to advocate for that. It's a classic example, folks, of the David and Goliath story. We are out-resourced, we are outspoken, we are out-lobbied every way we turn. And the reality is the utilities work for the taxpayer. We are the consumers. We are the people that need to be protected in this situation. So I think upholding the structure of the Siting Council and really holding them accountable to be able to deliver on that guarantee to protect the welfare of the people of Connecticut is really what this bill is intending to do. So please, as we consider all of the ways we need to upgrade the grid, we've got a lot of things proposed in front of you, folks, that really talk about the need to ensure our energy sustainability. Please consider that we need to have a council that is able to do that ethically without a conflict of interest and with the proper procedures in place that allow the people of Connecticut to be part of that process, because it's them they're delivering the energy to. Thank you so much.
And thank you for your testimony, both of you. And so I assume you both believe with reforms to the composition, the regulations around the Siting Council, that you would be able to achieve better community input, better environmental consideration. Just quickly, both of you.
Undoubtedly. The process and the way the Siting Council is currently constituted, it seems that all of the weight is on the side of the utility, and that there is not a proper amount of weight that is put that gives voice to the impact of the people, and those people are the ones who pay the rate. So there is a natural tension in that action. So yes, it should be reformed. And in some cases, there should be more power granted to it. But with that, there should also be a complete lack of conflict. So the Siting Council, there needs to be confidence from the people that the Siting Council is not conflicted by the actual utility. So if there is a perception that the utility has infiltrated the Siting Council and that it is in fact a biased organization, then you undermine the public trust. And that creates a huge problem.
Thank you. And
yeah, I think Steve said it great, that it's really a reality of the fact that people are just told, we already did that research, you can trust us. And we don't have the ability to say, show us the answers. Show us that the people who did this research weren't just people that were paid by the utility. Show us that an independent consultant who has the ability to look at the environmental impacts, the historical impacts on the architecture, the impact on the taxpayer and what our property values are, not even if you're a direct abutter, but what it does to create non-conforming lots and zoning issues. What does that mean? Let us have the ability to have somebody else at that table that says, we're looking out for the people and not just the utility.
thank you all for your testimony. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair, or Mr. Chair, either.
Thank you all for your passionate testimony. I have personally received phone calls about the issue that's going on in Fairfield County. Even though I don't live down there, I'm sympathetic. Complicated issue, and the Siting Council is something that a number of committees are actually looking at right now. It was a bit of a surprise to me that it's a very, very small group, and the members of the Siting Council are actually per diem. They're not really paid to work. no one wants to increase the budget, but it is big. And, as the first selectman, I do get letters routinely from the siting council about cell phone tower additions and stuff like that. Most of them tend to be more minor, but some of them tend to be major. And like everything else that we do, there's collateral impact. We're all trying to save cost, minimize cost impact to taxpayers, but some issues rise to the level of significant impact to residents of the state. And so I'm sympathetic. I don't know what the answer is. We're fighting the battle of trying to manage cost and impact all the time here. So I thank the good representative and my good friend Senator Wong for bringing people here, and I'm going to call on Representative Meskers, followed by my esteemed co-chair after that.
Thank you, Senator Needleman. I want to thank you for your testimony today. I only want to correct one aspect in that I think we need to understand that the utility companies have their fiduciary responsibility to their shareholders. And so it's not to the ratepayers. So I think it's not what I would call an open and brutal conflict, but their fiduciary responsibility is not necessarily in the interest of ratepayers at all times. They can't be. And therefore, the siting council needs the power to make that assessment. One, about undergrounding. And over a 30-year period, is undergrounding cheaper than overheading? And where the capital is best deployed, because, capital expenditures are recovered in the rate base. So more capital expenditures are in the interest of the shareholders, but not interested in the interest of the ratepayers. So I think we need to make sure that, so I agree 100% with the intent of the testimony, but we need to understand in our system, we are, the shareholders are expected to be rewarded by the utilities for a maximum level of profitability, which means they're going to look at the most advantageous way to deploy their assets. We as ratepayers want to make sure we're getting value for our dollars. Is a healthy balance between accommodating shareholder wishes and taking care of ratepayers. And I think the siting council adjustments that we're suggesting are going to bring the ratepayers to the table and give them the hearing they're looking for. So I salute you for the testimony. I think we just have to understand that there's a natural conflict, and that the resolution is to get the right people to the table, the right assessments on on what we're being represented as reasonable costs, and what we're being represented on the way to do business. And I agree, we need to worry about potential conflicts of interest. I'm willing to have a healthy conflict and argument going forward, but as I like to say, and sometimes I get a not friendly look, the shareholders need to be a little uncomfortable from time to time, and not just the ratepayers. And I'm hoping that the siting council helps us get there. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Was that a question for one of the people testifying?
No, it was an observation supporting their statements. I understand their concerns. I want to let them know they were heard by the committee, that their concerns are real. And, I wanted to lay it out to the committee what my concerns are about it. So sorry about that.
No, thank you. I just want to make sure that we don't end up in a debate here. It's an inappropriate process. It's all got to be done through the chair. And if there was a question, I think either the good senator or representative would respond. But
I would ask the senator how he felt about that statement. Does he think that I've covered the issue in the appropriate way?
Thank you, Representative Metzger. And I completely agree with you. I think one of the frustrations for many of the consumers related to our utilities is that they are beholden to Wall Street rather than Main Street. And that is the conflict, because they are a virtual monopoly and people don't have a choice. And if you've been to any energy meetings, as I have been many years as a vice chair, there are a lot of influence makers in the building. And this is an opportunity for constituents that are participating today to have a voice. And their voice is important because they went through an experience in which transparency, accountability, and an opportunity to have experts extract real facts were not given as an opportunity. And in listening to PURA Chairwoman Gillette, she had a representative on the Siting Council, and she articulated the meticulous and the fiduciary responsibility that she had as a member of the Siting Council to get all the facts, to understand the positions, the positions and the presentation of information are validated as fact. And in this exact case, they didn't get it. And the interveners did not have an opportunity. And unfortunately, it seemed that the Siting Council was not all that interested in getting all the facts to make the best decision necessary. So I think this bill, as proposed by this committee, is important because the expertise and the focus and the fiduciary responsibility to get to the facts in making the best decision. Like I prefaced earlier, the focus of siting is very difficult, and they need that degree of autonomy and an ability to make that infrastructure siting decision. But nevertheless, every impacted shareholder has a right to get all of the information and facts. And the frustration with the two constituents we have here and a broader constituency, because it not only can happen in Bridgeport, Fairfield, and Southport, it could happen in Westport, Norwalk, Darien, Greenwich, as far north as the beautiful town of Essex. But the reality ultimately is this can happen to any community. And the change in this compositions offered by this bill gives a fresh start for a new perspective. And I will defer. Thank you, Representative Mesker, for the opportunity. But if allowed by the chairs, to be able to allow the people whose lives are going to be impacted by the Siting Council decision to have a voice. Steve?
I completely agree with the comments by Senator Wong. There's zero doubt that the number one issue facing us all with regards to the Siting Council is confidence. And anything that we can do to increase the public confidence in the process and to increase access to the, for average people without means, people without large amounts of money and very expensive lawyers, to be able to engage in a process that protects their property. And, for us, this first and foremost is a property rights issue. The utility company characterized something as a rebuild. A rebuild sounds like it's staying inside of the existing right of way. They did not disclose to anybody along the way that, in fact, they were taking new easements from individual property owners, municipalities, churches, institutions, and only through essentially individual citizen actions did we uncover that. And that just shouldn't be the way that it is. That erodes the public trust. And that's the heart of the problem. This is about the public trusting that the Siting Council is going to do their job and find a good way. We all agree we need power. Power is completely necessary and nobody wants to obstruct that. It's the way in which the power is cited. So there are clear mandates from FERC. They sidestep FERC requirements by recharacterizing it as a rebuild, when in fact, they're taking a new right of way. That's not a rebuild. And that by itself is the original sin. When you do and say things like that, and then the Siting Council doesn't hold them accountable to the very language that is in the very first line, it is absolutely offensive. And then to have a community come together and spend hundreds of thousands of dollars of private donations to hire attorneys to discover it is what's offensive. And it really needs to be changed. And we hope that we compel you to change it.
If it pleases the chair, I believe I should have directed part of the question to the author of the bill, to Representative Leeper. So I'd love to hear her thoughts on my comments.
I want to recognize the generosity of the chair. Thank you very much. 2 minutes, you got it. Thank you, Meskers. Also, happy birthday. You touched on exactly what I was saying about the responsibility of the siting council to raise the transparency around the expenditure and the burden coming to the ratepayers. So that's not only beneficial to the shareholders. That rub needs to be more public, and there needs to be the opportunity for more debate and discussion around exactly that challenge. I also want to just raise one more thing that my constituent just referenced, which is we really need to raise the standard when the taking of private property is a part of the application. There needs to be a higher threshold that the siting council analyzes and evaluates in their needs assessment. And we need to be ensuring that the alternatives are more robustly analyzed and ruled out, because taking of private property is a fundamental constitutional right. And this is a very slippery slope. Currently, the siting council also allows for our utilities to chunk adjacent components of a very long project so that they only have a small bit of it before the siting council per docket. And you can't reference the other dockets in your docket. So when you might actually have 40 miles being taken in this one docket, it's just shy of 20. And so you can't look at it in the same perspective. And I don't think that's quite right. So that was a part of my written testimony as well that I hope you all will consider, and some reforms to the siting council to better represent the interests of constituents and ratepayers. Thank you, Representative.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm just looking to see Representative Steinberg, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to start by congratulating Representative Meskers on his birthday. I can't think of a better way to spend one's birthday than with full day energy and technology here. Next, I want to commend our representatives from Fairfield, particularly Representative Leeper, who has truly taken the bull by the horns in trying to address really an extreme circumstance for the signing council and help direct our focus with this particular legislation. I also want to thank Mr. Ozick and Ms. McLeod, if I pronounced that correctly. Certainly, this reminds me of some of the things we talked about last year with SB 7 with regard to accountability. For way too long, our utilities have been able to say, as I think one of them said, trust me, and we're looking out for your interests. And I think that clearly the signing council, much like PURA, needs to look into ways in which we are assured that the information that is being presented is comprehensive and not biased in one particular direction. Clearly, in this instance, there seemed to be evidence, as Mr. Ozick has pointed out, that something other than that has occurred. But let me play devil's advocate for a moment, because we talked about once again, we're talking about balance between, accountability and independence. And it's critically important that the signing council remains an independent force. And we are sensitive to the fact that if we bend over in the other direction and give every local person a role to play, you don't have to call it NIMBYism to see that that could erode the effectiveness of the signing council if everything is only considered in the context of the local municipal circumstance. So to Mr. Ozick's comments about access to vetted experts, are we contemplating changing the composition of the signing council? You've heard both Deep and PURA mention that they have qualified people representing them on the council, or are we talking about sort of using a lifeline to third parties that might be able to enhance the expertise of the signing council?
Well, I think that's a great distinction. The role a vetted expert would play is that the signing council would have access to somebody who might be, extraordinarily deep in, let's say, underground transmission versus overhead transmission or submarine transmission. In this process, it's become abundantly clear that there's a huge difference between all three of those. There's also a very big difference in reading and working in the right of way that might exist in a train line versus a right of way that might exist in a state road or a right of way that might exist somewhere else. So those are experts that the siting council currently doesn't seem to have access to. Those experts would be able to come in and very quickly and astutely offer real advice. They would be able to offer challenges to UI assertions or a utility assertion of what the actual cost is. They could use cost estimation models that are provided by other projects. They could use cost estimation project or guidelines that are created by other states. And an expert who's been vetted, who's not directly tied to the utility, would act as an independent source, increasing the trust. And that's really what we're after. We're after a process where people walk away feeling that the siting council has a trusted group and that it increases our belief that the process is fair and equitable, regardless of the outcome.
Thank you for that. And as we deliberate as a committee as how best to assure the capabilities of the signing council, I think it is important for us to contemplate that we don't necessarily have to make the signing council significantly larger or unbalanced in some ways, as much as assure that it has the resources to access the resources it needs, which may vary depending upon what's before it, so that it can render a decision on behalf of all ratepayers and citizens, rather than be left to its own devices, in some cases, without the capability to kick the tires sufficiently. I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not seeing anybody else who has any questions or comments. Of course, my computer went blank. I want to thank all of you for coming today. I don't see Senator Austin here, so we're going to go to Marie Urbanetti. Is Marie here?
Yes, Urbanetti, very good. Thank you so much for allowing me to testify today.
Want to follow that up with Carol Hall, unless Senator Austin is available after this. So thank you, Marie.
Great. Thank you so much. And thank you to the leadership and members of the Energy and Technology Committee for the opportunity to testify today on HB 5359 and HB 5361. I'm testifying today to advocate for policies that prioritize the preservation of vital natural resources and wildlife for future generations, now threatened by aggressive green energy solar strategies. And because Connecticut Siting Council's petition 1609 to install a 0.999 megawatt AC solar photovoltaic electric generating facility, also known as a solar farm, at 250 Carter Street has opened my eyes to the current lack of local consideration allowed by current state law. I'm starting to wonder if these kind of solar farms that require the deforestation of natural habitat in rural residential areas is the best way to implement green energy policy. It's well documented that deforestation accounts for up to a 20% increase in greenhouse gases globally. And in our rush to implement solar power, industrial scale electric generating projects that require clear cutting forested land will contribute to this global issue. In addition, our state stands to lose quite a bit of natural greenery, degrading the foundation of its beauty, character, and lush wildlife habitats. The facility proposed by petition 1609 is only to be in use for 20 years after we clear cut almost 8 acres of land, potentially more, because it's in the middle of an urban forest. And I ask, is this responsible management of our state, conservatorship of our planet, and a truly sustainable solution? And I believe, no, it is not. Deforestation gives rise to other environmental concerns, including but not limited to storm runoff, contamination of wetlands and watercourses. They can threaten the existence of protected species, the eastern box turtle in this case, and other wildlife when their natural habitat is destroyed. To address my concerns, I recommend the following regarding HB 5359. Require the addition of non-governmental environmental organizations, CCM, the Connecticut Conference of Municipalities, and also non-governmental homeowner rights organizations to have a seat. I feel that the insights of the Siting Council need to be balanced with our need for energy, but also through the eyes of impacted
I'm sorry,
taxpayers
Marie, but
and
your
homeowners.
3 minutes are up. Please summarize the rest of your testimony.
Yep, and regarding H3561, we would just like provisions to guarantee strong local representation in the decision-making processes. And in my written testimony, I have suggested specific language. And in conclusion, I reject the notion that industrial solar development should take precedence over the preservation of our rural, residential, and farm communities. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Does anybody have any questions? Seeing none, really appreciate the time you've spent waiting, Marie. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Up next is Carol Hall, followed by, Senator Austin has made it. Thank you. Senator Austin, we're gonna let you go next.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm here today to talk about the Siting Council and actually requesting more transparency in the Siting Council. Over the last year, I've been working with a constituent in the rural part of the state who had no objection to work being done on his property, but the Siting Council was not enforcing the rules that were governing how the work was done on his property. And it was impossible to reach anybody in the Siting Council. It was all of the Siting Council information was filtered by the executive director. So you could never have a real conversation, nor could you figure out if the Siting Council was receiving the information that you were sending them. And part of the Siting Council shows that you can have the Siting Council come out and view what is going on your property. And that did not happen at all. There was no consideration for the constituent. And the number of things that were done that were wrong was the stone walls were buried under mounds of dirt, that those were delineating the borders of that particular residence. The number of invasives that were brought into his property, taking over portions of his property without any concern for the spreading of invasives. Inland, the wetlands were moved, and they did not pay attention to the fact that there was already an ability to get onto the property through an old mill road, rather than put up inappropriate, inaccessible access that was not good for either the site or the environment. And so I really think that the bigger part of the problem here is the fact that you can't get in touch with the Siting Council. There is no way to talk to the Siting Council, and there is no action that they take that pays attention to any of the current rules and regulations that are relative to any of the components of increasing access to somebody else's property. So that's exactly what I would like to say today, sir.
Thank you, Senator. I'm not sure who it was that mentioned it to me, but maybe it was you, that the siting council members do not have email addresses. Is that correct?
They do not. They have a generalized mailbox, so there is no way to send them information directly, which makes it seem as if they're not getting the information.
Mhm.
And that is, there's no way to send them a letter, formal letter. There's no way to send them an individual email. So you never are really sure if they're accessing and able to access the information that you're trying to get to them.
Thank you, Senator. And I know you and I spoke. I never actually did get a chance to take that ride with that constituent in his Jeep or whatever vehicle it was.
It's an
It's
ATV.
ATV.
It was an ATV going straight down because the roads that they had put in were not appropriate. And the fact that they were covering up stone walls, which are often the borders of property, is something that you're not supposed to do at all. That is against any regulation. And you're not supposed to bring invasives into somebody else's property and not clean those invasives up. And you're not supposed to change where the wetlands are. And the delineation of wetlands was completely changed. So these are all things that should not have happened, and someone should have had the capacity to come out and see what was going on.
Well, one would think that some of this activity should fall under some of the local guidelines for wetlands review and stuff like that, as opposed to just being able to do, well, look, we want to make it workable for the utilities to get the work done. And I think, as my co-chair mentioned, we're walking that fine line between NIMBYism and also being responsive to the interests and needs of the public, whose property in many cases they're working on or over or through. And I know this was an issue, and I do believe that this session may be the one where we begin to look at how the siting council is configured and their responsiveness. It's actually not a simple matter. As you know, nothing is ever simple, but there have been more than one issue around where their decision-making has sort of run awry of the public interest in those areas. So I really appreciate you're always the best advocate I've ever met for the constituents that you represent, right down to taking that ATV ride that I was not brave enough to take.
I did not break my ankle on the ATV
Yeah.
ride.
I thought that he drove over you with the
No.
ATV, but
I did not do that. I broke my ankle taking the garbage out at my own house.
well, that's what they say about slipping in the bathtub.
Yeah.
So thank you so much for your patience today. And
And I do want to let you know that this person was not opposed to the work. He was not saying, don't do work on my property. What he was saying was, do the work correctly.
correct.
And that is different than saying, don't do anything. So I wanted to, the constituent had a very clear case of what was going on. He was able to articulate it. He paid attention to it. He researched all of the activities. He went back and said, the utilities are supposed to pay attention to invasives. They're not supposed to move borders of properties. They're not supposed to move wetlands. And because it's utility work, the local Inland Wetlands Commission had nothing to do with it and would not be able to weigh in on it. So that's part of the problem. So.
Thank you, Senator. I appreciate it. Just give my co-chair an opportunity to say a few words.
Well, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. I want to wish Senator Austin quick healing. It goes to show there is no safe way to bring out the garbage. We do have trash issues here in the state, but I hope this is not contributory. I really do appreciate your testimony, Senator Austin. There are more and more examples that I think reflect as much the changing role of the signing council as contrasted when it was originally constituted. Its role is critically important, but we have to make sure that we are striking the right balance. And it sounds like from your testimony that there are, as my co-chair pointed out, there are more and more examples whereby at the very least we might second guess the outcome, which is always going to happen, but that it gives us reason to pause and to look with fresh eyes on the Siting Council's role to assure that they are equipped to look out for our interests. And we will take your testimony very seriously. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Senator Austin.
Thank you very much for getting me out of turn. Appreciate it. Have a nice day.
Thank you. We'll give you time to move slowly, So we're going to go to Alice Horgan, followed by Carol Hall after that. Is Alice here? Thank you, Alice.
They would also like to come up as a camera.
Who's that?
With two representatives.
So who else do we have here?
Thank-
Okay, who are you with?
Thank you,
I do
Mr. Chair.
know, but I
My
don't
name
know.
is Alice Horgan. I'm with Sonova Energy Corporation. I'm joined here with Kyle from Posigen and Sean from Earthlink, and I believe Chelsea Farrell from Trinity is also on. Sonova is a leading adaptive energy service company. We're here to provide testimony on Senate Bill 297. We are very supportive of consumer protection goals. However, we are opposed to this draft, the draft as written. We do echo some of the concerns for Section 1 that we can all sort of speak to in turn, and then support some of the comments made by PURA, by OCC, and DEEP on the importance of the task force. So our concerns regarding Section 1 include some of the language around legal agents, the knocking hours, some of the disproportionate responses from DCP, and some suggestions for the task force that we can speak to. So be happy to talk about the legal agent language that we see. So in Section 1.2B1, models a well-established statutory understanding of a principal agent theory. So Sonova, for example, we work with a dealer business model. We work with local small business solar installers to do sales and installations. And if this bill passes as written, Sonova channel partners would become legal agents of Sonova, meaning that they'd be fully responsible for all of their actions, which is sort of widely outside of the channel agreement that we do. We're very supportive of training for sales associates that work with our channel partners. We provide a code of conduct for our dealers that they need to sign, and provide training on business integrity, ethical standards, sales and marketing practices, operational compliance, and how to report violations if they're found. And so we believe that there's a way that we can work to amend some of this language to get at the spirit of the bill, which is to provide training for those that are representing the sales practices that they're doing, but that doesn't change the sort of existing practice. Turn to Kyle.
Thank you, everyone. I'll just touch briefly on one of our other concerns, which is Section 1D. And before I say that, I do also just want to highlight that there are many parts of this bill, I'd say probably most of this bill, that we do support. In my written testimony, we provide a list of all those items that we are supportive of, in addition to the task force. Section 1D on the violations of this bill is concerning to us because it mandates that any violation of this section, regardless of the severity of the violation, would be the punishment would be the voiding and unenforceability of the solar contract. And that is really taking a pretty harsh approach of going to one of the maximum punishments for any violation. And so our position would be that under the current Connecticut Unfair Trade Practices Act, there's already latitude for DCP and the Attorney General to take the appropriate measures and the punishments, the remedies, and make that commensurate with the level of violation, the history, the facts and circumstances of the situation. And so by requiring the harshest punishment, in some ways, you're binding DCPs and the Attorney General's hands on these matters. And we think that that's probably not the best approach and could lead to some quite frankly, absurd outcomes. Like, for example, in this bill, it would require English and Spanish materials be available, which we 100% support. But the problem there is, let's say a company didn't have Spanish materials available. All of their English customers that didn't have that available as well, those contracts would be void because they violated that part of the provision. Certainly, any customers who should have received Spanish, like there's remedies that should be there. There should be potentially fines, other punishments that DCP could levy, but just voiding all of the contracts in that circumstance would be unnecessary and overly harsh. And then one of the other pieces I just want to note that there is a section that requires an annual filing of salespersons at PURA. We believe that that should be the Department of Consumer Protection. DCP already regulates the home improvement salesman. So providing that to PURA doesn't quite make sense given they don't have the oversight authority over those folks. That really is DCP. I assume that is just due to this coming from the third party energy supplier framework and not necessarily maybe was intended. So with that, I'll pass it to Sean.
Thank you very much, Kyle. At Earthlight, we also are in support of measures of this bill. For one, we wholeheartedly support the need for a task force mentioned in lines 56 to 98 to examine and make recommendations concerning future policy and regulation. With that said, we believe that the proposed composition of this task force can be enhanced to create meaningful policy regulation. As the bill rightfully recognizes in its composition of the task force representing homeowners, homeowners are not a monolith. Therefore, representation is called for different groups of homeowners, senior citizens, homeowners living in underserved communities. Well, solar is no different. Solar is not a homogeneous group. Solar providers, some providers only provide third-party ownership options, while others will provide purchase options. Some installers will go out to homeowners offering holistic solar and storage solutions ready to go, while other providers will make as their offering storage or solar only options. At present, the current composition of this bill would only allow the governor to appoint a single member from an association that represents retailers of the solar industry. The solar industry is used as a convenient koine, but in reality, our respective focuses and sales processes are fundamentally unique. To reduce our representation to a single representative would be a disservice to this legislation in its current form. As solar energy providers, we are now tasked to bolster underserved participation in the RES program per the 2023 rules. Our methods and strategies for making inroads with these homeowner groups will differ, even while our goals to provide these solutions are grounded in a shared appreciation for fair business practice. In order to enact successful policies that will increase consumer protections and bring greater equity to the residential solar space in Connecticut, this task force would benefit from this plurality of perspectives from within the installer community. And therefore, I ask the committee to recognize these divergent viewpoints and increase the membership in the task force from 1 to at least 3 solar providers. With that said, I thank you very much for your time.
I think you guys.
I was wondering if Chelsea was going to speak to the knocking provisions.
I was. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair and esteemed members of the committee. My name is Chelsea Farrell, and I serve as the Policy and Legislative Affairs Associate here at Trinity Solar. Trinity is fully supportive of the legislative initiatives aimed at enhancing consumer protection from unfair trade practices within our industry. We've also submitted written testimony, but I did want to add some color to just 1 or 2 more segments of the bill here today. I first want to focus on section 1, line 24, which stipulates all rates, fees, variable charges, terms and conditions for the system provided that must be explained during the sales and solicitation. And specifically, I just wanted to hone in on the word solicitation here. While we wholeheartedly agree with the objective of explaining all relevant information at the time of sale, we have at Trinity a team of field marketers that are responsible just for canvassing or identifying potentially qualifying homes and homeowners that can benefit from this program. Our field marketers are responsible just for scheduling a later consultation, and then another Trinity sales representative will return to the home at a more convenient time for the homeowner. I'm just concerned with this language in this section, coupled with the provisions that Kyle mentioned regarding violations outlined in line 47, as it may present challenges. I just wanted to be clear that the compliance of all rates, fees, terms, and conditions may not be able to be complied with fully and satisfactorily at the time of a field marketer just setting up that follow-up appointment. Additionally, I just wanted to note regarding line 29 and the start and stop times for door-to-door sales, we would encourage the consideration of a provision defining a time frame of 9 a.m. to dusk instead. Language such as this would allow for later times in the summer months and ensure that solicitation does not occur after dark. This provision would allow for the already enforced regulations by municipal or local ordinances to remain as primary, and then provides a structure for provides a structure that could be in place for those ordinances or those municipalities that do not. We would be happy to work with the committee to amend provisions to align with consumer protections while acknowledging the practical and operational realities of the industry. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is that all of you guys? Because I have to say, I appreciate everybody coming up at once, but when we do this, we lose track of the 3-minute rule. And the aggregate number of people seems to be running over the 3-minute per person, plan that we have. I do want to say that I appreciate the willingness of the folks here in the industry to do what they can to make recommendations, because it's a tacit understanding that there is an issue out there. And personal experience with residents in my town that have come to me after we ran our own solarized campaign. Company went out of business a couple of years later. Some of them were quite unhappy. I have another town that I represent where the 2 solar providers in that town both went out of business. So I think that the direct sales approach, the door-to-door approach, which, I had somebody come to my house and they were unrelentingly attempting to be persuasive, and I was docile to the point of not letting them know that I was the chair of the Energy Committee in the state, and let them go on and on and on just to see how hard a sell it was. And I think if you have a good product, you don't need that hard a sell. And one of the other things that concerns me is the separation between the installer and the salesperson, the percentage of commission, the monetizing of the income stream, which basically takes the company out of the process if they do it through a power purchase agreement. There's a lot of issues here that I think one of our committees will have to figure out how to regulate. And I think that we're not going to come up with a bill this year beyond forming a task force, but it's an industry that clearly needs to be regulated. And I appreciate you guys understanding that. So thank you. I don't think I have any other questions. I don't think anyone else has their hand raised. So thank you all. Appreciate it. And if we have groups coming up again, I would just ask you each to identify yourself, because we have a list that we're going by and we're spending a lot of time trying to figure out where you are on the list so we can cross your name out so we don't call on you later. So thank you so much. I think now we have Carol Hall. Thank you, Representative Hall.
Good afternoon, everyone. Co-Chair Needleman, Vice Chair Foster, and members of the Energy and Technology Committee. I'm happy to be here today to testify on HB 5361. First, I'd just like to start by thanking Representative Foster for working together collaboratively with me on this bill. We actually share a district of East Windsor. We split the district down the middle. So this is very near and dear to both of our hearts. And I know our first selectman will be testifying shortly as well on this bill. What I'd like to say is over the years, I've submitted many bills that have addressed siting council issues. And in our area of the state, it hits home probably more so than anywhere else in the state. And if I could just give you some numbers. So between East Windsor, Enfield, and Ellington, we host 30% of the solar grid in the entire state of Connecticut. When you think about the vast amount of space that this consumes, it's really quite mind-boggling. It consumes so much of our farmland. I can tell you one project in Enfield in particular, we literally took down an entire forest to put this solar array in. So I think there's a really fine balancing act here. And the part of the bill that I'm here to testify on in particular is lines 87 through 103. So I think when a region or multiple towns have really done what I would consider their fair share in supporting clean energy in the state, I think there has to be some local control that takes over and has a heavy weight in what actually transpires with the approvals of these projects. They're being put up in residential neighborhoods, in people's backyards. They're battling enormous sound issues with these projects. So I think it's really important that we have to look to our local planning and zoning and inland wetlands at some point. I know you heard other testimony today that it seems like our local regulations are totally overlooked. Here's a perfect example. As a state, we require a plan of conservation and development to be submitted every 10 years. And I can speak to our local plan of conservation and development. And those plans actually speak to where these projects should be placed in the town. Unfortunately, the Siting Council doesn't take into consideration any of our plan of conservation and developments when these projects come into our local areas. It's really, I think it's important at this point because as you see these projects spread throughout the state, it's like we talk about in this building all the time, fair housing, right? Each area should do their share in affordable housing. We put up 10% for across the state to share in fair housing. I think with projects such as solar projects, I think it really should be a fair share. It should be each town doing their fair share to support our green energy efforts. So I want to thank Jamie for all her work on the bill. I know we talked about some language changes in section 87 to 103, and really just a clarification. The 5-mile radius that we talk about in this section is not projects constructed in those 5-mile radiuses, but every town that 5-mile radius encompasses. So from the center of these enormous projects outward, whatever that 5-mile radius touches, it will incorporate the entire town. So I'm happy to support more local control. And again, thank you for Representative Foster's efforts on this bill.
Thank you, Representative. Not seeing anybody with their hand up.
Yeah.
Oh,
Senator,
yeah.
if I could.
We
Mr.
do
Chair?
have somebody with their hand
Okay.
up. Thank
So
you.
I'm sorry I came in late for your testimony, but what you said at the very end just caught my attention about local control. I thought that was the whole idea of the Siting Council, is to minimize local control and to have a more of a unbiased view on things. And again, if I missed everything that you said that contradicts what I just said, then I apologize.
So So thank you, Representative, for the question. I was referencing actually the section of the bill in lines 87 through 103, which actually gives more control back to the local official. It's right on line 93. So the executive officer of the municipality.
I shouldn't have jumped in without
That's
hearing your
okay.
whole testimony. I apologize.
No
We'll
worries.
save
no
it for later,
worries.
but thank you.
Yep, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you.
Appreciate
I
the
appreciate
time.
it. Thank you.
Up next is Ian McDonald, excuse me, followed by Senator Summers.
Good afternoon, honorable members of the Energy and Technology Committee. Thanks for the opportunity to testify today. First, I'd like to register my support for geothermal energy, particularly in places which are hospitable to district heating. That said, given that Massachusetts and Eversource already have projects underway, we ought to consider moving a little more quickly towards implementation rather than only studying the issue. Secondly, I would like to express my strong opposition to SB 300, the bill on natural gas capacity. Along with threatening the state's climate goals, one has to only have the most cursory understanding of the reports released by the IPCC and the IEA to understand the urgent need to reduce methane emissions to protect the climate. And I have references to these studies and other claims in my written testimony. Also, failure to affect the energy transition in earnest makes it more likely that Connecticut residents, particularly those in EJ communities and distressed municipalities with high concentrations of these facilities, will be unnecessarily burdened with the documented health consequences and costs associated with burning fossil fuels. This is somewhat personal, as my 9-year-old son who has asthma will attend the vast majority of his schooling in the same village, Dayville, as the 840 megawatt Lake Road generating plant in Killingly. New pipelines which incentivize keeping gas infrastructure online for longer than necessary has real consequences for people in Connecticut. Often the calls for more gas infrastructure is presented as a dire need for the region. The recent ISO New England EPRI operational impacts on extreme weather study on energy adequacy, however, found that our regional energy supply was in fact manageable both through 2027 and 2032. Before the release of this report, there was a lot of noise made about the supply crisis, which was simply not borne out by the evidence. The second FERC Winter Gas Electric Forum this fall made this all very plain. Yes, we certainly need to make sure we are strong and proactive with our wind procurements, despite some of the challenges on that front. Yes, we ought to move closer to our neighbors on solar deployment. We need to make sure we are funding energy efficiency, demand response, more storage. That said, even without overwhelming success on all fronts, we still do not have a critical need to expand Connecticut's gas supply. While I often seem to hear a lot of consternation about potential impacts around renewables on ratepayers, I think we need to note some of the substantial costs associated with our dependency on gas. We had massive price shocks from overseas conflicts like Ukraine, hundreds of millions of dollars spent on programs like the ISO New England's inventoried energy program, hundreds of millions of dollars spent on RMR contracts like Mystic Generating Station, proposed pipeline expansions like Project Maples, which could cost upwards of $1 billion or so, the high cost of maintenance in decades.
Sorry, but your 3 minutes are up. Please summarize the rest of your testimony.
Along with these costs, the climate, the health consequences, and I'll just say that, FERC and ISO New England and others are not coming to the rescue here in terms of dealing with the climate crisis. You guys are some of the only actors who really can be proactive here, and we rely on you, and we hope you will not take a step backwards by looking to expand new gas pipelines, which we really don't need here in Connecticut. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Ian. Just keeps, does anybody have their hand up? No, I don't see anybody having any questions. I gather Senator Summers is not here. So we want to go to Jason Balsworth from East Windsor along with Andrea Mascaro. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Senators. Nice to see you. Distinguished members of the Energy and Technology Committee, I appreciate the opportunity to be here today. I'm joined by Mrs. Andrea Mascaro, who is not a constituent of mine, but she's a resident from a neighboring town, and we share an issue that is of regional importance to us, not just parochial. I've got some comments. I'm going to give her an opportunity to add whatever she'd like, and then I'd be more than happy to answer your questions. I appreciate the opportunity to offer testimony on House Bill 5361, an act concerning siting of renewable energy sources in the state, as well as offering a couple of suggestions to make the bill better. My comments today will be limited to Section 2 of the bill. I appreciate the efforts of the committee in general and Representative Foster in particular for trying to address the siting of grid-scale solar projects, which in North Central and Eastern Connecticut is an issue of high public interest and concern. Passage of this bill with some modifications will help address those concerns that my constituents and others have. Section 2 of the bill requires that the Siting Council shall consider any testimony offered by a municipal chief elected official on a grid-scale solar application to be located within that CEO's municipality. This inclusion would be a significant step towards ensuring that municipal concerns are heard, but I think that there needs to be some clarity added to the terms "shall consider." If the Siting Council is not bound by the testimony of the local chief elected official, then the council could simply discard that testimony and make their decisions, having heard our concerns and not taken any heed of them. Earlier in the underlying statute, the council is required to consider, among other things, the cumulative impact of telecommunications towers on a potential host community. HB 5361 should be amended to require that same cumulative impact consideration when citing grid-scale solar photovoltaic projects. Regarding both the issues of written testimony of a municipal CEO and the council's consideration of cumulative impact on a community, East Windsor's recent experience with the Siting Council has been frustrating. When asked to be admitted as a party in a reopened application, the town was denied by the council, with the only reason stated being that the petition was to be reopened based on changes to conditions limited to the redefinition of boundaries of the projects in question. They were changing the configuration of the projects. Speaking on behalf of my community, it is very difficult to understand how changing the boundaries of an approved project does not merit municipal concern. In this case, the council not only did not consider the concerns of the municipality or its CEO, but they also did not even provide an opportunity for those concerns to be entered into the record. That's concerning. The bill also seeks to restore local control when citing grid-scale solar projects. This is of paramount importance to small towns in North Central and Eastern Connecticut. Large tracts of clear flat land are very attractive and highly desirable for grid-scale solar projects. Too often, that has translated into farmland. Under current law, the Siting Council is not bound to consider the impact that these projects have on the character of a community. This point is more than standard. It's more than the standard "not in my backyard" argument. The state requires towns to submit plans of conservation and development to the Office of Policy and Management at least once every 10 years. However, the state, through the Siting Council, takes no mind of the contents of those plans. As officials at the local level of government strive to put forward these comprehensive plans, officials at the state level should weigh those local plans when performing their jurisdictional functions. Otherwise, what's the point of even doing it? Furthermore, when the state cites the grid-scale projects, like local control does not apply, not only for the development and construction of those projects, but for the life of the project in operation. This is that particular area of concern where we share an issue. In our case, a project was cited with the inverter of a particular solar project located 124 feet from the front door of an abutting residence. 124 feet. This has created persistent, audible, and disruptive buzzing sounds that emits any time the sun is shining. The local hazard has been an ongoing problem for several years with no resolution despite every effort of town officials. There needs to be accountability concerning the operation of these projects, and currently, in practice, there has been none. The language included in HB 5361 will help address that shortcoming. I would ask that subsection L be amended in two ways. First, for several years, Senator Austin and others have sought to close a loophole that's being used by these grid scale solar projects to avert their obligation to pay local property taxes. Language from lines 21 through 24 of SB 5119 from last session should be incorporated into this bill to address that problem. And it is a problem that municipalities are being taken advantage of by that loophole, and I hope the committee will consider closing it. I would also ask that the new subsection also be amended to include language that identifies that any town within a 5-mile radius of any other town which hosts at least 50 or more megawatts of sited solar projects have local control apply. The section is intended to limit any one region in the state from shouldering a disproportionate share of the state's renewable energy generation. A small handful of communities should not be asked to carry the weight of the statewide renewable energy targets that have been established, just as a small handful of communities successfully pushed back on the notion of siting trash energy projects in the early 2000s. In that case, it was urban centers that were asked to do more than their share, and now it is being pushed on a few small municipalities that are being asked to do the same. In conclusion, I thank the committee for their consideration of this bill, and I urge its passage. I would ask that there be clarity written into the bill regarding what obligations fall to the siting council when they shall consider the testimony of the municipal CEO. I believe municipalities should have a stronger role in determining where and if to site grid scale solar projects. The committee should consider the point raised by Senator Austin concerning municipal taxation. And finally, I'd ask the committee to clarify language concerning the 5-mile radius provision in that bill. I'm going to ask Ms. Mascaro if she has any comments that she'd like to add, and then I'd be happy to answer any questions anybody had.
I do not have any comments. I have submitted my testimony, and if you have any questions, I would be more than happy to answer them.
Thank you. Representative Gresco has comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A comment is correct, and I just want to point out that a bill that the Environment Committee did last year addressing the siting council, even to have a representation on it, a non-voting representation on it was vetoed. So I would anticipate that and encourage you to contact the administration when it comes to these types of ideas, so that you don't fall into that same predicament going forward. That's it.
Thank you, Representative. I watched that bill last year as it worked its way through the process, and I was disappointed to see that it was vetoed. I also think that your committee has a bill up in the next week or so, which will tackle some of these similar issues, and I look forward to offering testimony there as well.
Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate both of you being here today. Both of you live within 1.5 miles of me. And so we know that this is a really challenging issue in our community. Representative Hall and I have been putting our brains together on this for a while and trying to figure out the best way to address what is certainly often people want to portray as a NIMBYism issue, but is certainly much more complicated than that in our neck of the woods. I know you both have been here for the day, and so I'd like to ask both of you, perhaps most particularly the first selectman, if you have any thoughts about the Commissioner of DEEP who testified earlier today about how we can meet our renewable energy goals and how a bill like this might negatively impact our ability to meet those renewable energy goals. Do you have any comments on her commentary at that this morning?
Yeah, so there are ways to accomplish the state's renewable energy targets, and there are ways to accomplish the state's intended target of preserving a fixed number of acres of prime and important farmland soil. But there needs to be a balance. There, you could look to municipal structures, you could look to state structures, you could look to commercial structures, you could look to parking lots, you could look to highway rights of way. All areas where we could develop utilizing all of the tools in the toolbox instead of just focusing the development of these projects on residential areas or agricultural areas and depleting that resource forever. We could very easily, just as we use mixed use for certain developments in downtown areas, you have a combination of commercial and residential. There's no reason why you couldn't incentivize, not necessarily mandate, but incentivize the inclusion of some sort of solar generation capacity in new construction, or in areas where there's going to be redevelopment, or in areas where there's already impervious surface. The town of Coventry, as an example, has solar canopies that were installed at their police department, and I understand at their town hall as well. That's a great idea, and that is land that is already being used for a public purpose that could then be, you could overlay that same land with an additional public purpose and work towards meeting those renewable energy targets instead of leveraging renewable energy goals against farmland preservation goals. Because right now there's only one of those that's going to win, and it's not farmland preservation. That's very concerning for me.
I'm going to ask a question. You have previous experience at DOAC, so I'm going to ask one more question. So what is the problem in our neck of the woods? There are farmers who need farmland to feed cows, for example. And like, obviously it's not those farmers selling the land for the development of solar. What do you understand as the pressure that is existing in our community right now as people want to continue to farm and don't own all the land that's being sold to develop? Like, what's the pressure that's currently existing there right now in that space? And what is the public outcry like?
Okay. Okay, so Representative, you're referencing my past experience as the Chief of Staff of the Department of Agriculture and the Malloy administration. And this was an emergent issue during that time. It has since really kind of exponentially increased. You're right to say that just using dairy production, it takes 3 acres of land to support 1 dairy cow. And in your district, as you know, the largest dairy farm in Connecticut is Oak Ridge Dairy. And they are starving out for land to be able to sustain the herd that they have. At the time I started at the Department of Agriculture in 2013, there were more than 125 dairy farms in Connecticut. At the time that I left in 2019, there were less than 100. And there is a sustainability issue there in terms of having the resources in land-wise to be able to support that as an industry, and that is a livelihood. We are hearing, I hear loud and clear from my constituents that East Windsor has done enough in terms of having to host these power plants without any real recompense for it. We don't, and when I relay to them, as you all can appreciate, when I relay to them that I hear you, but there's nothing that I can do about it, that sounds an awful lot like City Hall saying, I'm not interested in your concerns. When the reality is, I hear you and there's nothing I can do about it. Although that's not quite true. Nothing I can do about it is also kind of an excuse. We are doing whatever we are able to do, but our tools are limited. So when there are applications that come in, or I get notification from the Siting Council, one of the first things that I do is I relay the application over to the special counsel that we use for energy matters and ask him to file in our intention to become party status in front of the Siting Council. That gives us some ability to call witnesses and pose interrogatories, but ultimately the council doesn't have to consider that. And inevitably, we lose in front of the Siting Council. So what we do then is we have to spend more municipal dollars to appeal the decision in front of Superior Court to try and extract some sort of concessions that really should have been included in the initial in the initial approval that's offered by the Siting Council. But they are not listening. They have demonstrated that they are not listening to the concerns of municipalities. And most recently, they've demonstrated they don't even want to pretend that they're listening by allowing us to become a party to a reopened application. You can understand my frustration. I know in particular, you can appreciate my frustration, but we are trying to do what we can to be representative of our constituents and help find a way where we can balance the need for solar in the community. It's not to say that solar per se is bad. It's to say that too much grid scale solar in any one or any handful of communities is bad, just like they did 20 years ago with the environmental justice movement. A balance will bring better results, and it will make everybody more supportive of the overall targets than where we are now, which is contention.
My last question, and I apologize, thank you for the indulgence, Mr. Chair, is for Andrea. You know, in our community, there has been a really significant increase in attention paid to this. And I'll just level set the background. In Ellington, there's been 3 sites, solar arrays before the Siting Council in the last year. All of them but one have been approved. And as this process has gone through, the negotiations and advocacy with the Siting Council has been sort of a mixed sense of being heard or not heard. And one of the solar arrays that exists in East Windsor is on the same road as one array that was sited right up the street. And there's another one coming in that neighborhood. What are the neighbors who see the East Windsor solar array on Middle Road thinking is coming to their neck of the woods? What is that array like, and what are people worried about?
They're worried that a large array, larger than the one that is on Middle Road, will be installed in our residential neighborhood. They're worried about the noise complaints that East Windsor is experiencing. They're worried about the natural resources that are being taken from the town, as well as the aesthetics in our farming community. You know, it's really something we're watching East Windsor, and we see all the communities around us and how they're being affected. And we just don't want to bring that into our community and the rest of the communities around us, like Enfield and Manchester.
I appreciate you testifying. I just want to share that the folks who live bordering this one noisy array, the Siting Council has not been particularly helpful in creating accountability in the years of noise complaints on this one array. And although we occasionally get interactions with the solar company trying to make improvements for the noise quality, the folks who live in those communities, who I see some every single day, every weekday, when I see them, they say, just so you know, still can't hear out of this ear, you know, listening to high pitched buzzing every single day from sunup to sundown. And there's been no answer for them. And that is not the way every solar array is. But that one solar array has created a really bad name for the industry in our neck of the woods. And there's still no answer for what we can do as the next ones are getting cited. And so I'd like to just ask, where's the decibel reading on the noise complaint of that solar array, Jason?
So our police department has officers who are trained and certified in using decibel readers. I asked one of them to go out to the site specific, and decibel reading came back at 59.2 decibels.
Which you seem very frustrated reporting that number. Is there a reason why?
There's a reason I remember that number. The threshold is 60. So what they've done is they've gotten this right to the line without really addressing the concerns that the residents have expressed for years. And there's nothing more that can be done. And I'm going to come back to my point about this not being a NIMBY issue. Local control doesn't apply, even after the project is operational, which means I can't have my planning and zoning department go out and enforce zoning regulations, or if we had a noise regulation to enforce that. They have flat out represented that local control doesn't apply. I've gotten creative about that. And I sent my building official out, who administers the state building code, to say, okay, if local zoning doesn't apply, at least the building code does. So let's see if we can get some concessions that way. And that hasn't worked. Our options are limited. And there is an issue that is, I can tell you, I don't think I have ever received, I don't think I'm speaking hyperbolically, I don't think I've ever received correspondence from the Siting Council other than acknowledgement of submission of interrogatories or one-way communication from them notifying me of a petition. When I submit concerns or complaints to them, I don't believe I've ever gotten a response from them. I've gotten response from the other parties who've been involved in that complaint, but I don't think I've ever gotten a response from the Siting Council.
And I'd like to just specify that a sound wall eventually was put in place after 2.5 years of complaints, and we are within fractions of the noise ordinance after the sound wall.
That's right.
And so for 2.5 years with no remediation, they were over the decibel limit. And now with the sound wall that took years to put in place, they are still right on that line.
Without accountability.
I really appreciate you both being here to testify today. It's my hope that this is something we can get through both chambers and on the governor's desk for a signature. And I thank you for your help and advocacy.
Thank you, guys. My computer keeps going off. Representative Mashinsky.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I am sympathetic because at one time we looked like we might get a data center in Wallingford and people were all rattled about the noise. And then it went to Groton, I think. So I'm sympathetic to what you're saying, but to just give you the blanket approval or disapproval to me is not a good idea. It will really curb the ability of the state to come up with clean energy solutions. If any first selectman can say, no, I see the project's failing. So is there any way we could write this so that specific requirements are in here for the impact on the municipality without saying the CEO gets approval or disapproval? Is there a way we can do this by setting conditions that they must meet? The blanket disapproval makes me uncomfortable. I don't like this section for that reason.
So thank you, Representative. I appreciate the question, and I understand the point. I think if you look to lines 87 to 103, I think that is specifically what that is designed to do, is at least have a trigger provision so that local control reverts after a certain point in time or a certain aggregation in any one area. And again, I'm going to associate myself with Representative Hall's comments. I thought she did a nice job of drawing a connection between affordable housing requirements and the siting of these solar projects. There ought to be a balance across the state instead of a laser beam focused on north central and eastern Connecticut as it is now. And that is just what is happening. So if there were at a point in time where local control could reapply, I would be more than happy with that, because pick the number, I'm over it. So that would be a solution for my problem more parochially, but I was trying to make sure that there was a voice for municipalities in the decision-making, a meaningful voice. The bill Representative Gresco referenced from last year had a non-voting member appointed to the siting council for applications within their own community. Well, a non-voting member doesn't do you any good.
That bill didn't make it anyway.
The bill did make it. It was vetoed. It passed.
That's what I meant. It was vetoed.
Yeah.
So even that version didn't fly. But anyway, I would like to help you if it was specific things that you were trying to win. I'm very uncomfortable giving you a blanket override. I think it's going to shut down the whole transition to clean energy.
You could look to plans of conservation and development, which are approved by the entire municipality and filed with the state. You could look to allowing them or having some sort of a carve out for particular zoning, which is currently, I get them in A1 and R1 zones, agricultural and residential. You could look to focusing them more along like in an M1 zone, which there's a litany of opportunities that you have to take your point into consideration. This bill is a good starting point. If this isn't ultimately what passes, I understand how the process works, but I would be more than happy to talk with anybody about trying to find a solution that allows my community and communities like mine to have more role in deciding our own fate, and what the character of our landscape is going to look like.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Foster, I think you have some comments.
I just wanted to share with Representative Mashinsky that the language that's in this bill, as it's been drafted, really judiciously picks a threshold to trigger the opportunity for local input, which is not guaranteed. And so that there would be rejection. So there could potentially be a municipality that gets to this inordinate threshold, right? 100 megawatts is on a single site. It's what is in this proposal right now. There is one example that exceeds that in the state of Connecticut. There is one example that exceeds that in New England, and there is one example that exceeds that in the total northeastern Connecticut region, and it is here. So that threshold is very minimal of what's being chosen. There are not lots of examples that exceed that 100 megawatt in a single site. So this is a very narrow carve out. It's chosen with deference to the concern that the Siting Council has always had.
Thank you guys so much.
You don't want us to go back and forth on this, do you, Mr. Chairman?
Do I not want you
You do
to,
not want-
Representative?
So I
You're a
will wait- I will
representative. You
wait
can
for
do
the-
whatever you want as long as you
Oh.
do it through me, unless
Yeah,
you
through-
want to question the witness or the person testifying.
Okay, I'll save it for the debate. Thank you.
We clearly have an issue. I don't know how we resolve it, but thank you for being persistent in this, and we are trying. We
Thank you,
understand.
Senator. I appreciate that. I recognize that the committee is working on it, and if there's anything I can do to be helpful, I'm more than happy to do so.
You know, I'm a first selectman, and this is always a battle.
I actually debated using that title because I was taught you always use the highest title someone was given, and I'm prone to first selectman, so.
I appreciate that. Or not, I don't. Mark Mitchell from Connecticut Equity and Environmental, something followed by Martha Klein.
Good afternoon, Senator Needleman and members of the committee. I'm Dr. Mark Mitchell, an emeritus professor of climate change, energy, and environmental health equity at George Mason University. And I also co-chair the Connecticut Equity and Environmental Justice Advisory Council, although I'm not speaking on their behalf today. I'm speaking in support of SB 301, in support of amending HB 5359, and opposing HB 5356 and SB 300. With regard to SB 301 and Act concerning energy efficiency standards and grants for retrofitting, I strongly support this bill and the need for grants. In environmental justice communities, there are often barriers to participation in state programs that seldom exist in other communities due to a number of factors. Specifically, there are barriers to participate in the energy efficiency programs, in addition to those that are listed in the bill, that need to be removed before residents can access the program. I propose that the bill be expanded to provide funding to remove other barriers besides those that are listed in the bill. For example, I live here in Hartford in a condominium, and I tried to convert to heat pumps, but was unable to due to the structure of our condos. I live in one of 58 condos that were built with the utility closet on the outside wall. And so they're built to rely on the heat from the water heat tanks and inefficient natural gas furnaces. So I can't have heat pumps. I can't have tankless water heaters. I can't even have a high efficiency natural gas because of the way that it was structured. And it'll cost more than $1 million to remove those barriers from our condominium complex, to replace the siding and insert weatherization panels due to the space limitations. With respect to HB 5359, the Connecticut Siting Council has a long history of siting environmentally hazardous facilities in overburdened environmental justice communities, although they've been better in the last dozen years or so. It's important that the siting council take extra measures when working with projects in environmental justice communities, because these communities are also frequently overburdened with environmental hazards, and they often don't have the resources to engage with the siting council on an equal basis with wealthier communities. Under the EJ law, they are required to provide a plan for community notification and an option for community information sessions. But this is apparently not enough because there are still issues with the siting council engaging in environmental justice communities and the communities being notified.
I apologize, Mr. Mitchell, but your time is up. Thank you.
Okay. So in conclusion, I would suggest that they engage with CJAC in order to notify the community, in order to find out some of the environmental justice issues, and that they have environmental justice consultants when they are working in projects in environmental justice communities. So thank you for your time.
So thank you, Dr. Mitchell, and I'm sorry that I only had one part of the line for the name of the organization in here.
Okay, no problem.
Went on. I do appreciate the concern, and having grown up in a city where we had a lot of concentrated, whether it was power plants or a dump or whatever, in a very confined area, it impacts the residents disproportionately. I think that the fact that over the course of my lifetime, I hope that we become more sensitive to that with regard to urban life in general, because it is complicated when you put density of population and try to deliver the services and deliver the energy and move the garbage and all the other stuff that's involved here. So I think we need people.
My point is, a lot of these are that they're unexpected, and it's hard to predict many of these barriers. And so that's what we need to sort of look at them and be aware of the barriers.
Well, I think part of the issue that we're trying to deal with is the transparency and the input to the siting council to make sure that they take all of these factors into consideration. And I think that there's an overhaul necessary. I just don't have an answer as to what it looks like yet. Clearly, the governor did not like the last answer that we came up with. So, but thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
I don't see anybody else who had anything. Martha Klein, followed by Ken Nelson.
Hello. My name is Martha Klein, K-L-E-I-N. I live in Norfolk, Connecticut. I'm opposing SB 300, which is not a neutral bill. It's actually a, quote, examination of ways to expand natural gas capacity, end quote. This bill should not be raised for a vote and should not be voted out of committee. In fact, it's counterproductive, wrong-headed, and a slap in the face to all the young people of Connecticut. Natural gas is methane. I'll be submitting written comments with attached documentation to the committee, proving that methane is the most dangerous greenhouse gas in the atmosphere, proving that Connecticut residents overwhelmingly want action on climate, proving that electricity demand in New England is flat, and more methane is not needed, but it is costly and makes our grid less reliable. And fourth, proving that increased energy efficiencies in buildings and by adding solar, battery storage, and eventually offshore wind will provide ample affordable power to our region. But I don't want to talk about that at this moment. I want to talk about why democracy in America is dying. You might ask yourselves, as I have often asked myself, why millions of Americans are enraged at the Democratic Party and why they want to elect a demagogic wannabe dictator. I think people feel enraged by the duplicity and the hypocrisy of the Democratic Party. Republicans never claimed that they were going to solve the climate crisis, but Democratic leaders claimed that they would take needed action to give young people reason to hope to have a livable future. You betrayed youth, and you betrayed all of us. Here in Connecticut, Democratic politicians whose constituents expect action on climate are giving us the opposite. You're proposing more climate-destroying methane while limiting access to things like in, community solar, which by the way, should only be well sited on disturbed lands and parking lots and highway overpasses, etc. Why would you do what lobbyists command when that is the opposite of what the people who voted for you want? I think it's because of power. The lobbyists' committee positions and chairmanships are to a great extent controlled by lobbyists. Their E&T in particular has a reputation for having a very cozy relationship with utilities, and there's a revolving door between the CGA and utility companies. Your disregard for the climate crisis, for the will of the people, and for the future of youth is contributing to disaffection and rage at the Democratic Party. So back to the facts. I'd like to ask you to learn why your Massachusetts and New York colleagues in their state legislatures are doing the opposite of what you're trying to do. They're planning how to reduce the use of fossil gas, even while you try to expand it. Virtually every bit of testimony about SB 300 is in opposition, with the exception.
I apologize, Ms. Klein, but your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Klein. I see my esteemed co-chair has his hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony and for your passion. I would beg to differ with you with regard to our intent here in the Connecticut legislature. If you look at the balance of legislation, both in the energy and particularly in the environment committees, virtually everything that we're talking about is to focus on zero carbon in our environment. However, we always entertain a number of bills that offer different viewpoints. And I think that's also instructive to young people, for them to recognize the political process, but also the governmental process, where it's very important that we hear from all parties and that they have realistic expectations about what government can do at any given point in time. Progress takes time, and I'm disappointed sometimes with young people's lack of perspective on how things get done in government and expect everything to happen overnight. And I think that's unrealistic, and sometimes with age comes a little bit more experience. So I hope that you will take that into account when you excoriate us. Our intentions are good and our progress is unmistakable. My only question for you is on a totally different subject. Would you mind sharing the name of the individual who is engaged with the scratching post? Because I am curious.
I didn't understand your question, Mr. Steinberg. I couldn't hear you.
Your icon has an individual engaged with a scratching post.
Oh.
I was simply asking his or her name.
That is Gilbert, and I appreciate your comment, and I don't think you remember when you and I had an almost identical conversation 10 years ago. You were on Environment Committee then, and you said to me, we took a gamble on natural gas. Hope we don't regret that gamble. We're not impatient, and I'm not young. We've waited way, way too long, and it's the doubling down on methane that I'm speaking in opposition to. Thank you.
And thank you, and I would just direct you to, on balance, the legislation we have passed in the past 10 years and are on our plate this year. And say hi to Gilbert for me. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Fazio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As the youngest member of the Senate and the author of said bill, I just wanted to mention that I think younger Connecticut residents care a lot about the environment, as does this one. And if you look over the course of the past 20 years, Connecticut, New England rather writ large, has actually reduced its greenhouse gas emissions by more than half. And the reason it's done so is because it's transitioned from the dependence on coal and oil to generate power to natural gas. Natural gas has more than or less than half the emissions of coal and oil. And as we want to transition towards more electric vehicles from gas-powered vehicles, or less heating oil to more natural gas or heat pumps, and away from oil peaking plants, which not only emit more carbon, but also more particulate matter into the air. There has to be a practical way of actually doing so. And this is part of the equation. We need to have an all of the above cleaner energy pro-environment, pro-reliability, pro-affordability energy strategy in this state. So we can ensure that we limit the costs, especially for our working class and low-income residents, especially for seniors who aren't a fixed income. We need reliability. So as we put more on the grid, we also ensure we can keep the lights on. That's especially important for more sickly or older residents, especially in the winter when we'll see peak demand happen. We can't have rolling blackouts. And we have to ensure that we reduce our emissions and protect clean air as well. I think we can do all these things at once, but we can't just focus on all or nothing. It would be very nice if the country of China, which has 250 gigawatts of coal fired plants scheduled to come online in coming years, didn't do just that. But we in Connecticut, I think we in the United States can make our grid more clean, more affordable, more reliable, without discounting any three of those goals and variables. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. I guess, Ms. Klein, if you have one last comment.
Just quite simply, I'd like to correct one thing that Mr. DeFazio said, which is that in fact, burning methane due to the fugitive emissions is actually worse for the climate than coal, but it certainly isn't worse as far as particulates. It is worse for the climate, and all the recent research shows that. My documentation will include many studies on that.
Thank you. Okay. Okay. It's too sensitive. Okay, up next is Ken Nelson, followed by Teresa Eichel.
Thank you, Co-Chair Needleman and rest of the members and leaders of the committee. My name is Ken Nelson. I am the president of Blue Delta Energy here in New Haven. We actually are here to testify on behalf of and in support of HB 5356. I guess this dovetails nicely with the previous discussion about natural gas, because combined heat and power really represents the most efficient use of natural gas, in recognizing that it recovers both electrical energy as well as the thermal energy. Our company actually represents many of the hospitals, universities, and industrial and commercial CHP projects located throughout the state. In fact, I think our portfolio of all the different clients represents maybe somewhere between 20 and 25% of the credits that are generated for the program. And I'm not going to rehash the filed comments that we already submitted in writing, but I do want to be brief, but bring up a couple of important points. One, when we look at this, the fact that we're moving back from 5 to 4%, it's important to recognize that our clients may or may not be able to sell their credits. The fact is the program will be oversupplied if we revert to that 4% target. And in effect, there will be some projects that will have zero revenues associated with those credits. And the fact is we'll be competing actually with the Connecticut Energy Efficiency Fund, which receives somewhere we calculate between $4 and $5 million a year from the sale of credits associated with the Class 3 program. So what we're going to be left with is the private sector competing with the CEF in terms of trying to recover any funding from the sale of those credits. Secondly, people somehow think that some of our projects are ongoing. We have a hospital client right now that's looking at a major rebuild and is trying to figure out how they're going to pay for it. And one of the areas, that we would hope they would have access to is funding through the Class 3 program. But given this reversion to the 4%, unfortunately, they cannot really, ascribe any value to the Class 3 program. And then the one other point I really want to stress is that throughout the RPS, this is the one class where all the revenue stays within the state. So, it's an investment in Connecticut, the Class 3 program, even more so than Class 1 and Class 2, where the funding can go to projects throughout New England. Class 3 is focused on Connecticut itself. Now, when Commissioner Dykes brought up the concept of possibly including thermal energy, we would love to explore that further, possibly. But for this session, it's, I think, critical for our clients that they have the ability to recognize and to count on that revenue from the sale of Class 3 credits.
I
Thank-
apologize, Mr. Nelson, but your time is complete. Thank you.
I'm wrapping up right now. Thank you, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you so much. I don't see anybody with their hand raised. Really appreciate the testimony. Teresa Eichel, followed by David Jarvis.
Right, thank you. Thank you so much, Representative Steinberg, Senator Needleman, and members of the Energy and Technology Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I live in Preston, and I'm here on behalf of the Interreligious Eco-Justice Network, a faith-based environmental organization. We work with religious communities on environmental issues such as climate change, air and water pollution, toxic chemicals, and biodiversity. So we've been working extensively with houses of worship on energy efficiency. Connecticut has some of the oldest houses of worship in the country, so becoming energy efficient garners a lot of interest. Additionally, as the impacts of climate change and pollution become more and more clear, people have really turned to their scriptures and their sacred texts to understand what their faith has to say about our environmental choices. And people come to the conclusion that polluting the earth, wasting resources, harming wildlife, and burdening communities that are poor or sick is just against their faith tradition. And every faith tradition has a pretty extensive creation story that really celebrates the earth and the diversity of life on it. So when people of faith and the religious and lay leaders are making decisions about the future of their house of worship, they take this into account. And this is not new, by the way. Religious communities generally don't invest their endowments in tobacco, guns, or alcohol. So living their beliefs and basically putting their money where their mouth is important. So religious communities and people of faith are very interested and supportive of energy efficiency and clean renewable energy. We strongly support SB 301, an act concerning energy efficiency standards and grants for retrofitting projects. This is incredibly important in providing access to energy efficiency measures for environmental justice communities and distressed municipalities. We also support HB 5358. We support network geothermal. This is the most consistent way to provide heating and cooling to multiple buildings. I would respectfully ask for a change. I don't think that we need a study. I think they've been done and programs are in place in other states. I would love to see the bill change to require utilities to create a pilot program for this initiative. On a related note, we ask you oppose SB 300, an act concerning natural gas capacity and the renewable portfolio standard. Expanding fracked gas is the exact wrong direction for Connecticut. As I've said before, religious communities that I work with are not interested in investing their resources in fossil fuel infrastructure. Case in point, Round Hill Community Church in Greenwich has done energy efficiency work, installed solar, and now they are actually investigating geothermal and electric vehicle chargers. That is the direction that a lot of houses of worship want to go in. So I hope that the legislature will support the, continuing to invest in energy efficiency and clean renewable energy. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Does anybody have any questions? Really appreciate your time, Teresa. David Jarvis, followed by Alex Rodriguez.
Hello, Co-Chair Needleman, Co-Chair Steinberg, Ranking Member Fazio, and Ranking Member Buckby, and members of the committee. My name is David Jarvis. I'm a council representative with the North Atlantic States Regional Council of Carpenters, which represents 3,000 union carpenters in Connecticut and more than 30,000 union carpenters throughout the 6 states of New England and New York. As carpenters, we are builders of infrastructure of our future, the schools for our children and our teachers, the roads and the bridges that transport our people and our products, and the green energy offshore wind and Millstone power plant that power our homes and businesses. We hope to build the data centers, the digital infrastructure of Connecticut's future. That is why I am testifying to oppose against Bill 299, an act concerning data centers. Carpenters work on 2 of the largest construction projects in Eastern Connecticut, Electric Boat and New London Pier, recently ended in Southeastern Connecticut. As a result, we have seen an increase in members and apprentices who were laid off. While other major projects are in the pipeline for Southeastern Connecticut, There are no other private investments planned of this magnitude that will provide the number of construction job opportunities that the data center projects will provide. The $1.6 billion private development project will create approximately 3 million man-hours of union construction work, approximately 190 operational jobs, and 300 additional jobs every 3 years for a 12-month period for server updating, reconfiguring halls, changes to racks and fiber electrical and temperature controls. Over the contract period, more than 10,000 direct, indirect, induced jobs will be created. These construction jobs will not only benefit carpenters union members, but the construction workers from many other trades as well. In addition to the large number of jobs, the data center will reduce electricity costs to taxpayers with payments to the PBC FMCC of over $1 billion, contributing approximately 30% of the state's current power purchasing agreement. This long-term financial benefit to the state of Connecticut would not be available as a benefit to ratepayers, since a substantial percentage of Connecticut's energy production is sold out of state without these charges. Rising interest rates have slowed down other private sectors of the real estate economy in Connecticut, from warehouses to office construction. As a result, total construction employment in Connecticut has stalled around 60,000 workers. Because of this continued growth of cloud computing and explosion of AI, data center construction remains one segment of private sector real estate that will continue to grow for the foreseeable future. Nadeem Majid, the co-head of global real estate for Blackstone, one of the largest real estate investors in the world, said that data centers are the fastest growing asset class for their real estate portfolio.
I'm
Currently,
sorry, but
data
your 3
centers-
minutes are up. Please summarize the rest of your testimony.
In short, we believe that these data centers are an important part of Connecticut's future and are a necessity to moving Connecticut forward. And these jobs should not be stifled, and Bill 299 should not move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, David. I'm not seeing anybody with their hands raised. Appreciate the testimony. Next up is Alex Rodriguez from Save the Sound, followed by Elliot Osgood.
Thank you, Senator Needleman, and thank you, Representative Steinberg, honorable ranking members and honorable vice chairs, honorable members of the committee. I want to thank you for the opportunity to deliver testimony in support of HB 5359, and that concerning the composition and expertise of the Connecticut Siting Council. Save the Sound is largely in agreement with the intent of this bill. Transmission infrastructure plays a key role in facilitating the transition to a low carbon economy by supporting the integration of renewable energy, enhancing grid resilience under the threat of climate change, supporting economy-wide electrification efforts, and enabling the development of large-scale renewable energy projects. Ensuring that the council has the technical expertise to address these challenges is mission critical in the fight against climate change. I implore the committee to entertain language that would strengthen HB 5359 by requiring 3 members of the Siting Council to be members of environmental justice communities. This is a requirement that exists in Executive Order 21-3, which established the Equity and Environmental Justice Advisory Council. I encourage you all to entertain that suggestion, and I thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Alex. I'm not seeing anybody that has their hand raised. Really appreciate your testimony. Elliot Osgood, followed by Elizabeth Merritt. Elliot Osgood. Nope. Going once, twice, three times. Nope. Elizabeth Merritt, followed by Kim Libera.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Good afternoon. My name is Elizabeth Merritt, and I am Deputy General Counsel at the National Trust for Historic Preservation. This testimony is being offered in support of HB 5359, an act concerning the composition and expertise of the Connecticut Siting Council. The National Trust for Historic Preservation is a congressionally chartered nonprofit organization, and a part of our congressional mission is to facilitate public participation in historic preservation. But the National Trust recently participated as a party in the proceeding before the Connecticut Siting Council regarding the transmission line from Fairfield to Congress Railroad. And our impression as a result of that experience was that the Siting Council could do a better job facilitating public participation, and it would be useful to see improvements in its procedures that would help to facilitate public participation. The National Trust does support efforts to improve the resiliency, efficiency, and sustainability of energy throughout the United States. But in considering the siting of energy projects and specifically transmission lines, it's essential that the process includes the consideration of historic and cultural resources valued by the communities that will be impacted by the transmission line projects. The current process poses substantial impediments to community involvement, and we would support amendments that foster a less formal process for obtaining and considering the impact on communities and their historic and cultural resources. The formality of the process means that communities that don't have ready and affordable access to legal counsel or other expertise have less of a chance of having their voices heard. And you've also heard earlier testimony that there are problems with the inadequate public notice to community members and residents and property owners of proposed projects. Specifically, we would also recommend that transmission lines not be approved unless there's no prudent and feasible alternative to the use of a historic or cultural resource, a standard that's already in place for federally funded and other transportation projects. Thank you to the committee for raising this bill and the opportunity to provide testimony, and we would be happy to submit our written comments as well.
Thank you, Ms. Merritt. I appreciate your testimony. Next, we are calling on Kim Libera.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Okay. My name is Kim Libera, and I have a master's in earth science, of which my minor is geology. And I just want to shed some light on the geothermal bill. And urge just a little bit of caution. We do know our grid is woefully deficient, and you have to let the free market work. Just be aware that geothermal does involve drilling and possibly fracking, and we have some noise problems and possible disturbance to seismic faults. In addition, beware that it may tap into some toxic elements such as arsenic, mercury, lead, and compounds such as hydrogen sulfide. My biggest concern would be for radon. Radon is associated more so with geothermal energy installations, more so than any of the other energy sources there. And this is per a study of the Institute, National Health Institute in the United States. Also be aware that, I don't want to lose any more farmland or meadows or forests there. And I do think there's got to be some balance, because I see a tendency that, as per the East Windsor representative, we're just going to keep taking away farmland and forests, thinking that we're going to cure a problem. When you take away forests and meadows and things like that, you are removing carbon sinks. Okay? Don't get so obsessed with what the IPCC says. They're a political body. I also want to touch a little bit on the solar debate coming up today, and I will give you a good suggestion for that. As I said, I don't want to see open space and farms go down the drain to these eyesores. You are overlooking large parking lots to put up solar panels on stilts. My alma mater, Rutgers University, did this 25 years ago. They used all the acreage of the athletic parking lots to put up the panels, and this way you could still park underneath them. And they were able to get a 16% contribution of solar to one of the individual campuses there. And that's basically what I have to say today.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Seeing no questions from the committee members, thank you for your time. Next, I'd like to invite Nick Menapace, who's remote. I do not see him online. I'm going to wait one moment. Not seeing Nick. Next on the agenda is Corey Spalding.
Good afternoon. My name is Corey Spalding, and I am the constituent that Senator Needleman and Senator Osteen spoke about earlier. I live in Lebanon, Connecticut. I want to talk to you about House Bill 5359, which is to add a member to the council with transmission experience. The council now presently has the authority to hire whatever expertise that they need to evaluate a petition. The problem is that the council just refuses to properly evaluate a petition that is before them. Presently, the law requires the council to have 9 members, and of those 9 members, 2 are supposed to be with ecological experience. In 2023, the council consisted of 6 members with no one with any ecological experience. My point I am trying to make here is that the law mandates now certain qualifications for members, and that's not being followed. So I fail to understand how adding another requirement in this bill is going to change things, since the previous mandates are not even being complied with. And I'd like to state that it's going to take a whole lot more than this bill to straighten out the present mess with the Siting Council. I've heard today the words that the Siting Council has been compromised by the utility and is non-responsive to the public. I can assure you, having been an intervener in 2023 in petition 1566, that the Siting Council and its legislative mandate has been severely compromised. I believe that I have the proof that the council is compromised. In August 17th of 2023, Senator Osteen and Representative Eckert sent a letter on my behalf to the Siting Council, and I'd like to read some quotes from that letter. A particular concern is the unexpected denial of a public hearing concerning this new work based upon false information provided by Attorney Bachman, who is the executive director. Another quote, the Siting Council should conduct an on-site visit to witness the severe unauthorized actions that have transpired on this property before granting permission for any further work. The unauthorized work has resulted in environmental damage to the site. Unwarranted 90-degree gravel roads have been constructed on site. These roads have disrupted stormwater patterns, led to ponding and formation of wetlands. These are merely a few instances of the unnecessary damage to this infraction. And the last quote I would like to do is evidence of violations against Eversource regulations, instances that run counter to state statutes and false and or misleading statements and representative by council staff. My point in making here is that after receiving this letter, the Siting Council took absolutely no action from two reputable representatives that
I apologize, but your 3 minutes are up. Please summarize the rest of your testimony.
Okay, I will summarize it by saying, what type of reputable council would refuse to investigate when somebody says that the executive director has provided them with false information? My last point I would like to make is that Senator Needleman, after your comment, I went and got the UTV. It is sitting in the driveway, parked right now, and I'd like to I'd like to make a challenge to the whole committee to come to my house in Lebanon, Connecticut, and let me show you firsthand visually what they have done to my property, because it still exists presently right now, and I would very much like to have you all come and see it.
Thank you, Mr. Spalding. And I apologize for your negative experience that you've had so far. As a representative of a community with similar impact, I can understand your frustration. I'm hearing it regularly. And I'd like to invite you to send pictures to the committee, and we'd be happy to circulate them if not everyone can come out for the ride. Next, I'd like to call on Irene Scribilo.
Hi, Scribilo. That's close enough. Hi, my name's Irene Scribilo. I'm here to testify against SB 300, an act concerning natural gas. I also oppose Section 2 of the bill that would add nuclear power to the renewable portfolio standard. I live in southern New Milford, not far from the Brookfield border and Wisconsin Middle School, where a natural gas compressor station on High Meadow is located. The station is due to be expanded. My family and I live 1.5 miles from the station. I live down the road from Wisconsin Road. I'm 100% against this. I'm one of the neighbors that will be impacted. Those aren't my words. That's Stephen Harding, Senate Republican leader and ranking member of the Environment Committee. He said this in a Danbury News Times article. I understand and I share his concern. Methane, a primary component of natural gas, excuse me, is a potent greenhouse emission. Saying natural gas is clean is a lie. Many people will testify and have testified how the resulting pollution can result in lung function, making it hard to breathe, and aggravate diseases like asthma, emphysema, chronic bronchitis. Damage occurs in the lungs and can result in heart attack, stroke, and premature death. The plant in Brookfield will in all likelihood not be expanded, but if not in Brookfield, then where? What if a neighborhood doesn't happen to have a party leader living nearby to speak out? Section 2 of the bill adds nuclear power into the renewable portfolio standard. The result would be more subsidies for Millstone, which many, I'm not going to single anyone out, but many of you have already voted for in the past, resulting in less funding available for renewable solar and wind. Nuclear power can be considered clean from an emission standpoint, but what about the nuclear waste? Where is that going to go? Unless you have a breeder reactor on site, there's nothing remotely renewable about nuclear power. There are no breeder reactors in the United States for safety reasons. Climate change is real. We need more renewable, clean energy to ensure a future for this planet. And since I think I might have 2 more seconds, I just wanted to address the solar arrays and the trees. A lot of Connecticut is old forest, is old farmland, and the trees that have moved in there are opportunistic invasives. You have slippery elm, you have tree of heaven, you have Norway maple. They don't belong here. If areas are cleared of these invasives, that will only benefit the native plants and the native wildlife. So I just wanted to throw that out there. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Irene, for your testimony.
Sure, thank you.
I appreciate you being here. Seeing no comments from committee members or questions, I'd now like to call on Thompson Mays. That's the Chief Legal Officer for the National Trust for Historic something. All right, not here. I'd like to now call on John Erlinghauser from AARP. Thanks for joining us.
Representative Foster, Vice Chair of the committee, and Representative D'Amico, Mashinsky, Episcopo, and certainly Ranking Member Fazio. I appreciate the opportunity to testify on a couple of bills today on behalf of AARP's nearly 600,000 members. As was said, I'm John Erlinghauser. I'm the Senior Advocacy Director for AARP in Connecticut. Come before this committee quite often, although this is my first time this year. And I'm here to testify in favor of Senate Bill 297, which is the act concerning consumer protections for customers of solar power companies, and in opposition to House Bill 5360, an act establishing municipal aggregation program. And let me address the solar bill that we support first. We submitted written testimony in detail on both of those bills. I just do want to comment on a couple of things that were said. Particularly around the solar bill. And I'm glad that the solar companies are willing to come to the table. And they've said in the past they've been willing to. And although we've tried to get legislation passed for multiple years and haven't gotten anywhere. And I can just tell you, having volunteers that go out around the state and give presentations about how to navigate the third-party electric supplier market, we get more questions, comments, and concerns raised about solar solicitations at those presentations than we do about the electric supply market, and particularly since we put all the bumpers around the electric supply market to make it so that it actually is functioning about as good as it can function. But one thing that I'm taken aback by is the notion that, their solar companies that represented here today are pushing back on the notion that their third-party agents that they hire and go around saying, I'm from brand X Solar, shouldn't be held accountable for the actions that their salespeople are doing when they go to a door. I mean, I've witnessed firsthand some of the things that are said, and much like Senator Needleman, I get a solar solicitation at least once a week. I live in Derby in a quarter-acre lot, flat neighborhood, so it's very knockable, and I let them run, and the things that I hear, I just know are factually not accurate, and I know that's not 9 times out of 10 the actions of the solar company, but it's an agent that they hire. And, they're coming forward saying they represent that company. So I think, the solar company should be held to that account. Additionally, about dawn to dusk, older people many times are not, when the sun goes down doesn't necessarily mean when it's the end of their day. And they're many times the ones that are falling prey to some of these dishonorable third-party agents of solar sales, solar companies. And so I actually think, that's something that is actually good in the bill. I'm glad to hear that Senator Needleman said there's going to be a task force. I know much of the other sections are not going to be addressed, but we're happy and we'd be happy to participate in that. I know there is a slot represented for those that represent the interest of older residents. As it my testimony as it relates to 5.3.
I apologize, but your 3 minutes are
Okay,
up.
I didn't
Please
get
summarize
I
the
didn't
rest
get
of your
to
testimony.
municipal aggregation, but I did write a detailed testimony, but I appreciate the time to be here today.
Thank you so much for joining us today. I believe that Senator Fazio might have some questions that'll
Sure.
help you
Happy
answer
to.
those.
Mr. Erlinghauser, always happy to see you and always appreciate your and AARP's advocacy on behalf of our residents, especially our seniors. I'd invite you to expand on your testimony with regard to the second topic.
All the people after me are not going to appreciate that, but I certainly do. So with regards to 5360, Senator, so this is something that's come up for years and years. We're not opposed to municipal aggregation. We're opposed to the notion of having to opt out so that the municipality enters into agreement and then individuals then have to opt out of it. And, I could just tell you from the years of working on the third-party electrical supplier issues, no amount of notice that we can give somebody is going to potentially get them to do or know that it's time for them to do or take an action step like opting out if in fact it's not right for them. we mainly oppose it for that reason. And then the second reason is that, and it has been said by both the Consumer Council and the Commissioner, the destabilization of the standard service. There's a risk premium built into the standard service when it gets procured because we have to allow for people going on and off the standard service. If you take large swaths of population off the standard service, you're now decreasing the scale of all of those customers that are left. And frankly, I question whether or not you can guarantee that everybody in a municipality, say, let's our large as New Haven, are going to be on a lower rate the entire term of the contract that the town enters into with the aggregator or the supplier, because standard service is constantly changing. And again, in my testimony, caution that I know we're looking to deal with things because, you know, we're in a time right now where standard service is higher than normal. But you know, I don't think we should take a knee-jerk reaction and just go full-fledged into something based on 1-2 years worth of standard service. You know, we've done that in the past. We've gotten ourselves into a lot of trouble when we do that. So I think we should really look at things very carefully. And, you know, one of the gentlemen who testified in favor of it in writing, you know, and I've had discussions with him over the years about community choice aggregation, municipal solar. There are so many models of it because they've had to change it in every single state. I mean, you know, the people are for community choice aggregation, oppose this bill because it's the Massachusetts model, which they say isn't successful for what they're trying to get at. Many times it's a green option. So, I mean, I could go on about this. Anybody who knows me knows anything dealing with third-party electric supply is gets me going. So I appreciate it.
Thank you for your testimony. I mean, some of my constituents have had very positive experiences with energized CT and third parties. We just need to build in the right protections. And, you know, I think there's the hope that, you know, having different ways of buying and aggregating will reduce costs. I think that's a reasonable hope, and theoretically designing, you know, aggregation or buying in the right way can go down those lines. At the same time, there's no solving the cost crisis unless we examine very large questions of supply and demand in the state. So we should not, you know, there could be reforms that improve things that reduce costs, but without an eye on those general supply and demand questions, we're not actually in the long run going to be reducing cost.
I appreciate those comments, and I will just say I was supportive of Senate Bill 7 last year. I appreciated the study of procurement and you know, encourage action to be taken on the study of procurement. I don't know if the bill next week is the answer or not, but that remains to be seen. We have to take a look at that more carefully. But again, I go back to, you know, it's often said you can't put the genie in the bottle on deregulation. There is one component of deregulation and with which you can put the genie back in the bottle. If we did away with the third-party market, because it was said, you know, this is meant to increase scale, we could do away the Rube Goldberg system of having to navigate that market and create one large scale for all residential customers in the state, which, you know, is still not a huge, you know, there's still all the commercial industrial load that, you know, is not involved. And you could purchase them through a new procurement system and lower the cost for everybody and not create this system of inequities from town to town, potentially with this system, or with a hybrid system of standard service and municipal aggregation and then third-party suppliers. So, you know, that's the way I look at it. But if we're going to keep in the third-party market, we've done a good job putting guardrails around it. I, for the first time in 20 years, switched because I understand, you know, the system having worked on it for so long.
You in their advertising.
Well, you know, I listen, I call it as I see it. I never found it to be worthwhile. I feel
has done third-party supply.
I did it. I never thought I would, but I feel comfortable with the work that this committee did. And you know, I got a better rate and I'm watching it. And, you know, the time's called for it. But again, I don't think we should take a knee-jerk reaction as a result of the increase in standard service in the short term and potentially throw the whole market out of whack because of it. So, but I do appreciate your comments and thoughts, Senator Fazio.
Thank you for your testimony, and thank you last year for your support for SB 7.
Yes,
thank you, Madam Vice Chair.
I'm going to call next on Representative Cheeseman and then Representative Meskers online.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Vice Chair. And
I think people are just happy I'm not talking about the siting council.
Or did you want to?
No, no.
No, I want to thank you, John. As ever, your comments were thoughtful and appreciated. And again, we share a common motivation to address the high costs that our residents face, particularly retirees on a fixed income for whom the cost of living in Connecticut can sometimes seem totally out of whack. And I appreciate you keeping an open mind on this as we look for ways to address those energy costs. But to your point, and Senator Fazio's, we have to look at this, examining really the underlying causes and see if the tools in our toolbox will allow us to address them, or, we might need to look in other areas. And I'd be very interested in, if you have this information. Obviously, ARP is in the other states. When those states were looking at the municipal aggregation program, what was their read on that and how it played out?
That's a good question. So just not in every other ARP state, they're not necessarily, excuse me, that was a word salad. They may not necessarily be engaged in utilities to the extent that we are here in Connecticut. And the reason, we got so engaged in it 20 years ago was because, even before deregulation, we had the high cost, one of the highest utility rates across the board in the country. Deregulation created a whole nother set of problems, which was intended to solve that problem. And yet we didn't solve that problem. So, we engage differently in different states. What I can tell you is in Maine, and I don't know if we have municipal aggregation in the state of Maine, but I do know when it comes to the third party market, they've called for the elimination of it, our state office. So we do have policy on these issues, but not every state engages. But I would be certainly be willing. Well, in California, it's often gotten misinterpreted that we supported this when we didn't. I don't know that we engaged one way or another in terms of the issue, but what we did do, and much like I do with third party electric supply market, we educate people how to navigate the market. When we do our community program, we don't commentate on it one way or another in that setting. And, California then promoted the notion that this was happening, to do as much as we can to educate members about what they had to do as to whether or not they wanted to be in the aggregated supply market or not. So
it was sort of after the fact. Now,
Yeah.
now that it's a given, we're going to tell you what you need to do to
Exactly.
address this.
And we do that. And that's something I've heard from this committee many years is, we have an obligation as an organization to educate people about what their choices were, which, by the way, was the reason we came up with that Understanding Your Electric Choices program. And we've done more and more of those presentations every year, and we're going to continue to. So, one way or another, we'll engage on this.
Yeah.
So
Thank you.
appreciate
And I was interested in Council Coleman's testimony that she felt the New York notification method was among the most robust. And I gather from you that that's one of your real concerns. So, we'll talk about this going forward, and I know you'll be here to weigh in when we do things that you think are crazy. So thank you. Thank you very much, Madam
Never
Vice
crazy. I
Chair.
know you're all trying to, we always appreciate the fact that we know you're trying to do what you think is in best interest of ratepayers, and this is a complicated subject. And, I just, my number one rule in this stuff is, always just be aware of unintended consequences, because every time we've made a major change in anything we related to utilities, it's always had some sort of a pushback on the other end. So I do appreciate it, though.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Cheeseman. I will say that every great innovation started with a little sense of insanity. So, I'd like to next call on Representative Meskers.
Thank you, John, for your testimony. As always, you bring a voice of reason to the table. Your advocacy doesn't escape, I think, any of us. In your comments about third-party suppliers that you made, I would like us to consider, given the Energize CT website, if there isn't a mechanism through our Consumer Council to advise customers on their cyclical billing about cheaper alternatives for the rollover cycles, so we can avoid what you kind of are suggesting is that now the third parties are below the standard rate, but that game quickly switches from time to time. And I want to make sure that we keep our residents who've now switched to third parties aware when the opportunity or the advantage to come back to standard exists. People tend to book these things. We've had that conversation, they stay. So I want you to think whether what vehicle to keep the consumer in their billing cycle notification of alternatives at lower rates. I don't know whether you guys have contemplated that or thought of a way to do that.
You know, yes, we've contemplated it. Have I thought of a way to solve it? Not necessarily, but what I will just say is people, have to be aware that frequently, virtually never is a third-party electric supply contract coterminous with the standard service offer, which is, January to June, July to December. And you often get into a contract that could be, 4, 5, 6 months, a year, 3 years. And that's where the danger comes in, just as you pointed out, because, you just don't know what the standard service rate will be, at least until 45 days before it's supposed to go into effect. So, you have to be very cautionary with this. And, all of those things are reasons why I have so much concern about taking large swaths of customers and just switching their supply. Because this is an argument I could remember with the previous mayor of Bridgeport years ago when they were trying to pursue legislation like this, which was prove to me how you can guarantee that everybody in your town will always be at a rates lower than standard service, and that they'll be saving money in the long run over the entirety of the arrangement the town gets with the supplier, the aggregator, or whomever the arrangement is made with. So, I'm still for cutting out all the middleman and all the money that's being made there and bringing everybody down on one rate and doing away with the risk premium and making life a lot simpler for everybody. So we didn't have to do so much education. We wouldn't have to spend so much money at Consumer Counsel's office, at the PURA, policing all of this. So anyhow.
I appreciate that. So basically you didn't like my answer or suggestion, but I take your learned response. I appreciate it. Thank you.
It's not to say I didn't like it, but we've got a long way to go.
I hear you. Thank you much.
Seeing no other comments, John, thank you so much for your testimony and your time today. Next, we're going to call on Charles Rothenberg from Save the Sound. Again, seeing no movement. Next, I'd like to call on Stephen Schiffman. The cadence of this committee meeting has significantly shifted. Next, I'd like to call on Jackie Richardson.
Hi. Can you hear me?
You may proceed.
Hi. Thank you to the chairman and the members of the Energy and Technology Committee for offering me an opportunity to provide firsthand testimony of a critical need for this proposed bill. I entered into the online testimony pictures of my mother's 40-year-old residence, which is an historic house in Southport. She's 95 years old, will be 96 in March. In this fall and early winter, we vigorously had to defend the proposed easements and deforestation of her property by UI in docket number 516 before the Siting Council. And it was quite an arduous exercise that I have really never had the likes of experiencing in my life. My personal experience with the process taught me that many things, but paramount was how essential it is that the Siting Council have access to independent outside expertise in specialty areas of electric transmission infrastructure or transmission lines. Nowhere was that more evident than when the issue of burying all the lines was brought up on numerous occasions. And the exact scenario is likely to repeat itself as we as communities address future utility upgrades while trying to keep our neighborhoods environmentally intact. Unfortunately, the current Siting Council did not exhibit such expertise, nor can I assume did it have access to such expertise. Such representation is grossly needed on these councils so that the decisions made by that body give equal and adequate consideration to the local residents and ratepayers for the decisions that severely impact them when it comes to behemoth utility companies proposing electrical infrastructure and transmission line alterations, changes, and supposed upgrades. Ratepayers and residents are all ill-prepared to pay this cost. to confront such companies on their own, and yet they deserve to have a fair and equitable representation. The truth is, we, the taxpayers, are sometimes being charged threefold by our personal defense, by local town defense, and by rate increases, sadly, without being afforded a judicial body that has access to the required expertise. With an eye to the future, my further recommendation is to require one expert be appointed to the Siting Council in the area of undergrounding. Speaking for the communities at large, it's absolutely critical to fast track undergrounding for the future to save our precious species, to protect our children and the fragile environment, and to preserve our historical communities. It's an honor and privilege to be afforded this opportunity to speak, and thank you for all your wonderful work. And I've really appreciated hearing everyone's testimony today. Thank you.
Jackie, we appreciated you hanging on with us today too. Thank you for coming. Next, I'd like to call, seeing no comments from the committee, I'd like to call on Kevin Hennessy from Mainspring Energy.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, Ranking Member Fazio, members of the committee. My name is Kevin Hennessy, and I am Senior Policy Director for Mainspring Energy. Very nice to be back. I know many of you from a prior role, and I'm here to talk about not large scale, but something a little bit smaller scale. And I've had some conversations that I want to give you a little bit of background on the company first. So partly why I'm with this company, really it's two reasons. One, the people are terrific, and I hope you get to meet them. Our founder, our CEO, is from Massachusetts, so recruiting her to New England hopefully won't be too hard. They're terrific, but the technology may be even better than they are. It is the ultimate flexible way to produce power. So it's a linear generator. In my mind, I like to think of it as take the best attributes of a fuel cell, a battery, and a combustion turbine and put them into one generator resource. So similar to a fuel cell, it does not have combustion, so its emissions profile is very low. And it can run on any type of gaseous fuel without any change to equipment. It can switch fuels on the fly, so there's no retrofits needed. There's no stranded risk, no stranded asset risk for switching fuels in the future. So it's got great utility in that space. Like a combustion turbine, it can actually ramp up and ramp down to follow load. So it can be dispatched in seconds, and it can start and stop as many times as needed in a day. So it's great for firming renewables, and it's great for pairing with renewables, and it partners very well with batteries as well. And then similar to a battery, it's an inverter-based resource. It's got that very fast dispatch that batteries have. So talking seconds, almost instantaneous. And we can store our fuel, or our storage mechanism would be fuel stored on site. And you can use a green fuel, like a clean energy, a green ammonia or green hydrogen. So you could then have duration up to however much fuel you want to store. So it could be days or weeks or seasons. So it's a fascinating technology. That brings me to why I'm here. In Connecticut, there's a threshold to participate in the programs and the procurements that are done both behind the meter and in front of the meter. And our technology operates in both spaces. And that threshold is you have to be designated as a renewable resource. We are not in statute as a renewable resource. So even if we are clean and zero carbon, we were prohibited from participating in the zero carbon procurement that is pending. So I think they've received their bids, but it's pending results from DEEP. Similarly, we cannot participate in the NRES program. So the language in House Bill 5356 would adopt the Inflation Reduction Act language, which the federal government adopted the last couple of years. Was a large energy infrastructure investment that was made, and that treats fuel cells and linear generators the same, and they both receive the investment tax credit. So to solve the problem for Connecticut, rather than redefining everything, just the suggestion was to use the definition that classifies us the same as a fuel cell. That would allow us to compete. There's no carve out, so we're not guaranteed anything. There would be no impact to ratepayers beyond the current impact right now from these programs, save for there could be a positive impact. You know, if we were able to participate and win, whether it was for a behind the meter customer at the C&I side. If they chose us as their resource that they wanted to bid into the NRES program, that could be beneficial to them. If we were selected in a larger procurement, obviously that would mean that we had benefits to the greater grid. So it's really a parity issue, trying to give us the opportunity to bring a new technology into the field, into Connecticut. We are currently operating all across the country, and here in the Northeast, we have projects in operation in New Jersey, and we have projects under construction in Massachusetts, New Hampshire, and New York. So I'd love to add Connecticut to that list. And House Bill 5356 would give us a path to participate in some of the programs that you all have created over the last few years. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. It's always good to see you. Can you take like a 2-minute synopsis of the technology? I think that it would be helpful for the committee members.
Yeah. All right. So when I joined Mainspring, I got a phone call from a friend who is an engineer, and he's retired, and he's now teaching at the Coast Guard Academy. And he was calling me about my former job in Southeast Connecticut. And when I told him I was no longer there, but happy to put him in touch with the right people, he asked where I went. And I told him I'm with this company called Mainspring Energy. And we were on the phone, and I'd say he almost fell out of his chair if I could have seen him, because he said, my seniors are doing their dissertation on linear generators. And so that's our technology. So a linear generator, I'm not an engineer, I'm a lawyer. So a linear generator is only 2 moving parts. And if you think about traditional electricity, it's spinning mass. A linear generator does not spin. We have 2 moving parts. So the analogy he gave me, which I think is a nice one, it's almost as if your heart, flutters back and forth. So we call them oscillators. And our oscillators have on them, they have magnets that pass through coils. So that is how we generate electricity. We have a fuel chamber in the center of this, what we call our core. So the oscillators are moving toward the center, and there's a low temperature reaction that occurs in that center. So you introduce oxygen and a gaseous fuel. And really our secret sauce is power electronics is able to read that reaction 5,000 times per second. And so it can control that. So before there's combustion, that reaction stops. The oscillators are sent back, and they're caught essentially by air springs that just send it right back. So it's that continuous fluttering motion. And so the power electronics allows us to stop and start it as frequently as we want. We can change fuels on the fly, and there's no oil, there's no water. The oscillators pass through air bearings. So it's essentially like an air hockey table. They're gliding through rings. So there's really no friction. If you opened up one of our units, we've been operating for probably about 4 years in the field now. And if you opened up one of our units, it would look the exact same today as it did when it was installed. The maintenance is really low. Really, we just have to replace some seals. There's some seals in that chamber, that reaction chamber, that prevent the oxygen or the fuel from escaping. So you have to replace those, every month or 2. But that's an hour or 2, operation cycle. So it's very friendly from an operating standpoint, very friendly from reliability. So the way we look at it is we can solve resiliency problems, reliability problems. We can transition to clean fuel and solve carbon problems. And we can also provide, affordability, because our operations are pretty compelling.
So relative to fuel cells, which are pretty expensive as a barrier for entry, where do you guys fall? And what is like the efficiency rating on this? How much, I'm assuming that you can eventually, you can transition away from natural gas.
Yeah,
you can go to green hydrogen.
We can do that today. So we can operate on any fuel today, and we don't have to change out components. Our efficiency rating is approximately 45%. Is where I would put it. Depends on the fuel, the density of the molecules, but it fluctuates in that, plus or minus a few points. But that's where we land from an efficiency standpoint.
So where does that compare with natural gas? Like natural gas?
Well, a fuel cell probably operates a little bit at a higher efficiency. We're more efficient than a combustion turbine or a reciprocating engine or any type of traditional, kind of engine. So our emissions profile is very similar to a fuel cell. It would be nothing if we're running on a clean fuel. Our air pollutants are essentially de minimis. So because we do not have combustion, there's no NOx, which is, that's what produces ozone and some of the air pollutants at the local level. Volatile organic compounds are de minimis, carbon monoxide, all those are de minimis, and our carbon dioxide would be zero on a clean fuel. We would take if we were on a carbon-based fuel, we'd have those attributes. It's a unique resource because its flexibility is, we've got projects that are large scale front of the meter, replacing peaker plants. We're non-wires alternative. We're doing storage. And we're doing C&I, behind the plant. So we've got customers both in California and the Northeast that are choosing us because we beat grid power. They're picking us exclusively on cost. We have customers at the larger scale that are picking us because they like the flexibility and they like the emissions profile vis-a-vis existing peaker plants. So part of what we're trying to do is introduce the technology to get out in front of legislative bodies, regulatory bodies, and utilities and the independent power producers and deploy and get our assets out in the field.
So how did New York and Massachusetts, did you say New York or New Jersey, or New York and Massachusetts?
We have projects operating in New Jersey. We have projects under development in Massachusetts, New Hampshire, and New York.
And how did they approve these? Under what tariff? Under, obviously it's not a zero carbon.
The installations in the Northeast states are all commercial and industrial on site behind the meter. So it's distributed generation. So we're working directly with customers. One thing.
And no subsidies at that point?
Just the investment tax credit is what, we qualify for the federal investment tax credit, which is 30%. So
when you amortize the capital, what is your all-in cost per kilowatt hour per megawatt?
Well, so the way we disclose that is we are cheaper than a fuel cell, a little bit more expensive than a combustion turbine, what those costs would typically be. It mostly depends on how you're utilizing this, and it depends too. So we don't have a set price per unit. It really depends on the variables of how you're going to use it, how you're going to deploy it, at what scale you're going to use it at. So it fluctuates based on the inputs. But generally speaking, we're cheaper than fuel cells, a little bit a premium to a traditional combustion turbine. We think, our low O&M, when you factor that in, beats the combustion turbine plus our emissions profile does too. So. So it's worth that premium.
I'm just trying to figure out where we would put it.
Well, we're replacing peaker units at large scale.
Where we would put it in a range of definitions so that there was some.
Well, our suggestion is the federal government did it in the Inflation Reduction Act. So they use fuel cells and linear generators together.
Okay.
And so that's just a kind of a clean, straightforward.
So wherever we have fuel cells, we should add this.
I think that's a natural fit for it. That's would allow us to participate in the programs that Connecticut has using that definition. Yeah.
Okay. Senator Fazio.
Thank you. And, Senator Needleman's questioning was elucidating. And first of all, because it's potentially a substitute for a peaker plant, do you have the ability to bid into the ISO New England capacity market, and do you, and what's that look like?
Yes, is the short answer. We don't, because we don't have projects at scale in New England, but we are building those at scale in other areas of the country, and the answer is yes. We do have, I have a colleague who is involved with all the ISOs across the country. So PJM, ISO New England, New York ISO, that's another stakeholder that we're getting in front of to introduce the technology. And I will say, utilities, grid operators, as well as the independent system operators they love the flexibility of this technology from a resource reliability standpoint.
So in your other assets around the country, have you bid into the capacity markets of other operators?
Not yet.
Not yet, but the plan is to do so.
Mm-hmm.
And you anticipate you'd be able to compete?
Yes. Yes, because our large scale project we won through a competitive RFP.
It's very interesting. And the economic profile compared to battery, what's that look like? You mentioned compared to fuel cells and combustion?
So much more affordable than batteries, especially as you're looking at duration, if you want to utilize storage in a clean fuel. And so if you think about it, fuels have always been our storage component, whether it was coal pile or natural gas or nuclear power, it's all fuel based. That's been kind of the storage. There hasn't been, that wasn't valued in the market. So that's all being addressed now. Batteries are terrific and we pair with them very nicely because we're both inverter based technologies, but we, you know, from a cost per kilowatt hour basis, our incremental cost, our marginal cost to add storage is essentially just the cost of a tank.
Yeah.
So very low single digits, whereas other battery manufacturers are trying to drive down their cost from, you know, hundreds of, you know, tens or hundreds of dollars per kilowatt hour down. So I think we're pretty well positioned to be a long duration energy storage solution. And I will give credit and kudos to Chair Gillette at PURA. They did expand the energy storage solutions program this year. So they do an annual review of it. And it was originally for the first 2 years of that program, it was limited to just battery storage solutions. And they've expanded it for all energy storage solutions. So that was at the end of last year. And specifically, they talked about one of the examples they used was hydrogen storage qualifies. So that's a program that we can potentially participate in today. I'd love to do the you know, the ones that require renewable resources, so the NRES and the procurements.
And final question, what's the range or the sizes, nameplate capacity of your assets?
Great question. So we're 1/4 of a megawatt is one installation. It looks like a battery. It's a trailer, 20 feet long, 9 feet tall, 9 feet wide. We can get probably about 25 megawatts on 1 acre of land. So our energy density is pretty good. So when we do the larger scale installations at the front of the meter, our you know, when you're grappling with land use issues, we're pretty good. And what we're doing too on that is we're utilizing a lot of existing infrastructure. So if we replace peakers, you already have the industrial site. And from day one, we would reduce emissions, both the carbon emissions, but also the local air pollution. So 25 megawatts per acre, 1/4 of a megawatt is each unit, and you can have as many as you want. You know, you can stack them out.
Very interesting. Thank you for your testimony. Kind of exciting stuff.
Very, thank you. Representative Eckert, I'm sorry.
Man, I gave you the high sign, but you were talking to, anyways. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kevin, good to see you. So these are interconnected units. So these trailers just connect together?
They wouldn't, they'd stand alone. So visualize a battery installation. So they're inverter based. So we would tie them into an inverter. So we would tie in about, I think 12 units would tie into one inverter. We're typically at about 3 megawatt per inverter. So 12 of our units would tie into one. You could do a 1.5. So it'd be either 6 or 12 of our units would tie into one. They would be, we typically design them if you're doing multiple units in a herringbone. So they kind of look like the V herringbone would be the visual that you would have for the installation. We are currently looking at, they're essentially shipping containers, so they can stack physically. That's not a problem. So we're doing some R&D on the potential to stack them, which would obviously increase our density. So you double, our energy density.
Yeah, we have conversations on solar being, in properties, and now we're looking at trailers on the properties that are solar. So,
yeah, I mean, they would be, like a battery storage is what the visual I would compare them to. I don't know if you've seen any of those, but that'd be very similar.
Yeah.
They're nondescript behind the meter. They're about the size of a parking space. So our early customers were some of the grocery stores and the cold storage food providers, the ones that run the warehouses. They just kind of have it behind the site running on its power, and that's pretty nondescript.
And made where?
They're made in the low-cost area of Menlo Park, California, right now. And our so we have it's our headquarters, and we have an R&D facility. So we have small scale ability to produce generators there. We do have a contract with a manufacturing partner, and they manufacture those in Monterrey, Mexico, so just south of the border and from Texas. And I will say there is a lot of, beyond the IRA and the Inflation Reduction Act, there is a lot of funding for domestic manufacturing. So, you know, between that large scale projects for us in 24 and hopefully domestic manufacturing and other things, I feel like we've got some good momentum. So
Right.
I'll keep you posted.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to check out the technology. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you, Chairman Steinberg. Thank you for coming today, Kevin. What's your largest installation so far?
So the largest that we've got installed is behind the meter, you know, a handful of units. So that's what's operating. The project that I was alluding to, that is the peaker replacement, that's going to be 50 megawatts.
Okay. And, you know, we've heard a lot of conversation about data centers, and is your technology applicable to that backup power that they need?
Yes.
Is it scalable to that level?
Very much so. Yep. So we are very focused on the data center industry, have a vertical where we engage with them quite frequently. And yes, we are a good resource for them on multiple, you know, we can be a backup power source for them, but we also have discussions ongoing right now where getting access to power in a timely fashion right now across the country is a challenge from an equipment standpoint. So there are data centers that are looking to utilize us as prime power until the utility that services them catches up and can build out their infrastructure to serve them. So their load demand is too much for the utility. The utility needs to increase their investment, and typically that takes 3 years plus. And so we've got applications where we call it speed to power. So we can get a customer power at large scale in about 9 to 12 months.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Steinberg.
So I think you called me Steinberg and I called you Senator. So we're even.
Did you both get a promotion?
I don't know. I don't know what that means. It really just means we're delirious at this point. So thank you so much, Kevin. I don't think there's anyone else.
Thank you.
Always good to see you.
Likewise.
And Lori Brown from the Connecticut League of Conservation Voters. And behind Lori will be Elisa Charmut from Rivers Alliance of Connecticut.
Yes, good afternoon, Senator Needleman, Representative Steinberg, members of the Energy and Technology Committee. I'm Lori Brown. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut League of Conservation Voters. And on behalf of the League, thank you for the opportunity to testify today in person. It's for the first time in person this year on 2 bills on your committee agenda. And I've submitted written testimony on these bills and others. But the 2 bills are the Senate Bill 299 regarding the data centers that you've been hearing a lot about today. And also Senate Bill 300 regarding the expansion of natural gas and changes to the renewable portfolio standards. So first, I want to say that SB 299, obviously, as you know, requires PURA to evaluate the impact of large data centers on grid reliability. But as you've also heard, data centers are one of the most energy intensive building types, consuming 10 to 50 times the energy per floor space of typical commercial buildings. And so we're asking that the environmental and climate impacts be part of any study that you do to assess the impacts of data centers on the regional electric grid. So you may remember that in 2021, legislation was passed as an emergency certification to incentivize the construction of new data centers in Connecticut. And so that happened without a public hearing or any requirements to meet the standards that would mitigate energy use, emissions, and water consumption. So there's really no longer that pressure to provide these incentives. So we believe any study of data centers should really consider the options related to environmental and clean air concerns, like such as prohibiting diesel or fossil fuel backup power, requiring the most energy efficient servers, requiring the construction of data centers meet a net zero all electric standard, requiring that data centers conserve water using the latest technologies, and other items. So we hope that the Energy Committee will ensure that any data centers coming into Connecticut would align with our state's climate goals. Then regarding SB 300, we echo the really abundant testimony and strong opposition to this proposal, which seeks to increase our reliance on fossil fuel energy. And we're currently not on track to meet our greenhouse gas reduction targets. We need to reduce our polluting emissions, not increase them. And the study that's called for in this bill is based on the presumption that we need more gas. This is incompatible with what we need to meet our clean energy and climate goals. And as I said last week at the hearing on solar, the sooner that we invest in clean renewable energy, the sooner we will stabilize our energy costs, make the grid more reliable, and eliminate air pollution that's sickening our health and destroying our planet. So it's essential to transition away from dirty fossil fuels and invest in clean energy. If I have any time at all left, I just wanted to say that there's one more bill I wanted to mention, SB 298, and that we're just very much in support of the effort to combine solar and storage and really increase the value of our energy. So very much in support of that bill.
Thank you, Lori. Representative Ackert.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Lori, good to see you, and thank you. You know, and when you talk about not the best government is when we do those e-cert bills, right? Because what we were discussing was the opportunity to, generate jobs and income from the state of Connecticut, and to steal something away from New Jersey in a manner. That's what kind of the concept was. Let's incentivize them and bring them to, from New Jersey to here. But the opportunity to talk about what their potential load would be on our infrastructure. We were discussing this in this bill, this issue, and the issue of our warehouses that grow cannabis. One of the highest energy costs in any facility is a grow facility when we grow them inside, and that conversation hasn't come up. But they similar there. They grow that product, and they say we grow a green product, but we're not a green company. And they're not. They're one of the highest energy costs. So these discussions should happen along that way too. And then how do we minimize those? If there's going to be one, how do we actually implement, good infrastructure in that building that would help reduce their overall load on the grid? But thank you for your comments on that.
Yes, thank you. And in particular, most people don't think about the water consumption. That's huge. And as we face increasing droughts and different problems with water, we definitely need to make sure that we're using the most efficient technologies, the circular water coolers, things like that. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, on the line, Representative Steinberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Lori, for coming here to testify today. Just following through on your conversation with regard to servers. Obviously, Connecticut would like to be able to compete with surrounding states in attracting servers and the business they represent, and it's a critical part of our future. But I want to sort of further discuss other things we could do to make the presence of servers more palatable here in Connecticut, such as taking advantage of their routes for solar. I understand these servers sometimes generate heat. Maybe they could do combined heat and power. And perhaps they could even co-locate storage so that they are not a burden on the grid should we get ourselves into a tight supply situation. Would you be more supportive of servers if we required them to be more self-sufficient from an energy standpoint?
Well, I think no matter what we do, we've got to hold them to the minimum standards of what any other business would be required to do in terms of its impact on climate, impact on pollution. Yes, I think that's the whole reason we wanted to make sure that they do the study that really looks at all the different opportunities to, conserve electricity, to conserve heat, water. There's just so many things. I just rattled off a few, but I think a real study to incorporate and to look specifically at some of those things if they're viable for Connecticut. But there may even be new technologies. The big fear that we had was the use of diesel generators with no limit on emissions to be used as backup whenever they felt like it. And of course, with cost of electricity, it's quite possible that they would immediately switch to diesel whenever they could. And so that was a fear. Plus, the other thing is siting of these facilities could easily end up in the middle of an environmental justice community where they would be already overburdened with, pollution that's that we have to address. So I think just there's so many things to look at that didn't get thought through or talked about, that we could really make these, you know, I mean, everybody knows that we're going to be relying more and more on more energy for, you know, AI and everything else you've been talking about. And so we want to do it in the right way.
We do too, Lori. Thank you for that. We are having a hearing now, and it sounds like the study has a lot of ground to cover. So thank you for your testimony today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Laurie, for everything. Just so you know, my understanding about this particular data center that is being discussed is it wouldn't be backed up with diesel generators. And I agree that diesel generators as a backup is one thing, but diesel generators for peak shaving is another thing. That's where you could have a real problem. So
Agreed.
yes, and our addiction to data is not going to get less over time. I think I missed somebody in my announcement. I don't think anybody else has any questions. Thank you, Lori.
Thank you.
Wes Haynes, I apologize. Merritt Parkway Conservancy, followed by Eric Verkler, because I think we heard from Sean Reel. We did, yes. Okay. So Wes Haynes, not here. Okay, Wes, one more time. Nope. Eric Verkler, Earthlight, followed by Kendall Keelan.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Now we can.
Great. Senator Needleman, Representative Steinberg, members of the committee, thank you for your time this afternoon. I try to not repeat anything that anyone else has already said because you've already been here a long time. So I try to focus on the things that I feel have a different perspective. Earthlight supports House Bill 5361 and encourages consideration of altering the bill to further the state's goals of expanding renewables with lowest cost outcomes. Earthlight supports removing rooftop and canopy solar projects from the Connecticut Siting Council purview. The Siting Council testimony on 5361 suggests that we refer to any solar product over 1 megawatt as a solar farm or utility scale solar, whether it's on a roof or on the ground. And I don't subscribe to that thinking, as many of these rooftop products are behind the meter and designed to serve load at that site. Currently, the Siting Council has a list of studies that they require for all solar projects, which I believe are completely unnecessary for rooftop solar and increased project costs. Local planning and zoning should be more than capable of reviewing and approving rooftop and canopy projects, and this helps achieve lowest cost outcomes for the state and reduces project timelines. Any large rooftop solar project still has to have its interconnection reviewed and approved by the utility. I'm in favor of limiting the Siting Council's review to projects that impact land use and the neighboring public, which I don't believe would include rooftop solar. Earthlight also believes that language should be added to the bill to clarify that for solar and storage projects, the KW of the storage should not be considered when calculating system size as it relates to determining if the project falls under Siting Council jurisdiction. The current interpretation, as outlined by the Siting Council, is that solar projects beneath the 1 megawatt threshold would be required to go before the Siting Council if an energy storage project were included, resulting in a combined size of over a megawatt. There's been an increasing demand in solar and storage projects combined at 1 meter due to the lowering cost of batteries, combined with the Green Banks incentive program and the need to store on-site generation, which lessens the burden on the utility grid. We all know that the utility grid is becoming more and more taxed by both large-scale solar and standalone battery systems. So continuing to require these projects to go before the Siting Council will increase project costs, decrease project financial viability, and deter projects from coming to fruition. Earthlight supports restrictions on the amount of solar that a community is forced to accommodate without their consent. Earthlight is headquartered in Ellington, long known to be a farming community. Large-scale front-of-the-meter solar installed without the town's consent has had a negative impact on farmers and the community in multiple ways, a lot of which has been testified by others. So I'll skip over some of the reasons that people have already talked about. But one area that it's impacted some of the local farmers and businesses is that they cannot do rooftop solar. They've got load on site, they want to do solar, and the grid has already been taxed to the max, and so they cannot do additional solar. So that's been an unintended consequence of some of these large utility scale solar projects. I feel that a certain amount of megawatts should be set aside in each community for behind the meter projects. Solar generation and battery storage located at the precise location where the energy is needed benefits everyone. If a local grid is too full to accommodate this due to large-scale solar operating as an energy plant, then we've taken a step backwards, in my opinion. We must do everything that we can to encourage on-site solar and storage to help ease our energy issues. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Representative Foster, do you have a question?
I appreciate the opportunity to ask you questions. Eric, thank you for joining us again today. So I would love for you to explain why you believe that systems that are non-ground mounted should be outside of the purview a little bit more of the Siting Council. If you could expand on that.
Sure. The Siting Council has a list of studies that they require for solar projects that are under their jurisdiction. And this is all solar projects. They're all lumped together, regardless of whether it's ground or whether it's roof or whether it's canopy. So some of these studies would be inland wetland delineation, vernal pool observation, national diversity database determination requests, which for those that don't understand that mouthful, that would be are there spotted salamanders, are there endangered bugs or different type of species of plants or whatever on that site. Cultural resources, so are there historical aspects of the site, along with property and topographic surveys. And while these studies may be very valuable in helping the Siting Council determine a site's viability for ground-mounted solar, I don't see how studies of this nature are all useful for a roof-mounted project. So it's going on an existing building. So whether or not inlands, rare species, historical, any of that exists somewhere else on that parcel of land should have no bearing on a decision to put solar on that roof. And the cost of those studies just diminish a project's viability and run counter to the state's goals of lowest cost outcomes.
Thank you for that testimony. I am hoping that you might be able to answer one more unrelated question to what you've testified sort of on so far, but in alignment with your support of 5361. You mentioned that in the farm community that there was negative impact on land utilization, but it's my understanding that you're familiar with places where the large amounts of sited grid scale solar have negatively impacted capacity for projects for businesses in town. Is that something you'd feel comfortable speaking to?
Yeah, sure. A project in particular is the largest dairy farm in the state, which I believe a few other people have testified on. They were talking more specifically, I believe, about impacts on whether or not there'd be enough fields for them to get food for the cows. They also have a 7-acre building with a large energy use, and we've been working with them to do a solar project on that roof. And we've been forced to shrink the size of the system down substantially, way beneath what they need, because of the town and the surrounding towns having already overtaxed the feeders and the substations in that area. So they've got a building that's operating 24/7. You have load right there. You're going to do solar right there with the load. It's the perfect opportunity for it. And they can't do what they need because that grid is overtaxed.
And I'll just reiterate that the grid is overtaxed with projects that are fueling energy for outside of the municipality's use. So thank you very much for your testimony. I appreciate you being here today and sharing your expertise with us, Eric. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you again for your time. And I do think that Wes Haynes is back online.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Wes Haynes. I'm from Stamford, Connecticut. I'm the executive director of the Merritt Parkway Conservancy. I'm not here representing the Conservancy today, but I will bring that into the conversation a little bit. I'm here to support very strongly House Bill 5359, and I'll submit my written testimony, but in the interest of time, I'll just summarize it very quickly. I was recently hired by the town of Fairfield to represent to review the cultural resource materials submitted with the UI project that went through Southport and Bridgeport proposed for there, and I have some suggestions to add to the suggestions in the new legislation that. The cultural resource analysis needs to be taken a little bit more seriously than it has been. The whole process was it was new to me. It was very, very frustrating to work with. there was the cultural resource analysis was filled with errors and omissions. It's supposed to inform the siting council to make an informed decision on it, but there are no standards for performing such work for the council. So I would certainly recommend that, like other agencies such as CONDOT, that specific guidelines be established. So the consultant can't answer a question under oath saying, well, there are no guidelines for this kind of assessment. The cultural resource analysis was filled with miscounts and mischaracterizations of resources. Also, I think that Section 106 review should be front-ended in the process for the siting council. Right now, it's at the end of the process, so it goes through all the state review, and then it goes to 106, which is the process that determines mitigation. As I understand, in the Milford section of this project, the town, for the mitigation of running the power line over an historic cemetery in the center of downtown Milford, an historic district, was to put up an interpretive panel in an area that was outside the central business district, nowhere near the power line, instead of what the community wanted, which was some funding to repair some of the buildings that were in the historic district in downtown Milford. It's a very lame process and very indirect. And just to end on the big picture, we've been living with overhead transmission of utilities for 180 years. It's been kind of polluting our view for that time. At some point in time, we put our public transportation overhead in cities, but the decision was made quite early to bury them. And I think that the only mitigation when going through neighborhoods where we have low-income people and neighborhoods that are historic is to really do the right thing and bury transmission lines. And I would hope that expertise is baked into reform of the siting council composition. Thank you.
I'm so sorry. Thank you so much, Wes. Senator Fazio.
Mr. Haynes, I just wanted to commend you. Being from my neck of the woods, I want to commend you on your work on the Merritt Parkway Conservancy. It's very important work and a very important asset, and keeping it beautified and safe and as it is a very important contribution to the public. And also want to thank you for the testimony, which is valuable. We have to do a better job with the siting council protecting all interests, especially of the community. So thank you for the contribution, and thank you for the time, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Seeing no one else, really appreciate your testimony. I think up next is Kendall Keelan, followed by Elisa Charman.
Good afternoon, co-chairs, vice chairs, ranking members, and members of the Energy and Technology Committee. My name is Kendall Keelan, and I'm an attorney speaking on behalf of the Conservation Law Foundation. CLF is a regional environmental nonprofit with offices in all 6 New England states. CLF strongly opposes Senate Bill 300, and we provided written testimony as well. Senate Bill 300 directs Deeps Commissioner to conduct a study of natural gas capacity and expansion in Connecticut. And CLF is concerned that Senate Bill 300 will lead to further investments in natural gas that are inconsistent with the state's binding climate targets under the Global Warming Solutions Act. Natural gas is a major contributor to greenhouse gas emissions in Connecticut. It accounts for 40% of residential emissions and 75% of commercial emissions. And these emissions have increased over the past several decades. DEEP has found that sharp emissions reductions are necessary to meet the state's 2030 and 2050 climate targets. CLF is also concerned that costs associated with further expansion of natural gas will fall on Connecticut ratepayers. Gas prices, particularly in New England, trend upwards exponentially and remain extremely volatile. regional price hikes directly harm Connecticut residents. For example, Eversource Energy effectively doubled its residential electric supply rate in January 2023 compared to the previous month, citing increases in regional gas prices. Continuing to build new gas infrastructure creates a substantial risk that the cost of paying for these assets will be passed on to gas ratepayers, which raises serious equity concerns that customers that can least afford to pay more for energy, like renters and low-income residents, are likely to be saddled with the cost of maintaining the gas system and paying for stranded assets. Lastly, natural gas facilities pose substantial health risks to communities located near the sites. Nearly 60% of natural gas facilities in the Northeast are sited near low-income populations and communities of color. Connecticut residents also strongly oppose natural gas expansion, citing health and safety risks. Citizens of Brookfield Township, for example, are mobilizing against the proposed expansion of their nearby compressor station. The proposed expansion effectively doubles the station's capacity, which sits less than 2,000 feet away from the local middle school. The committee must reject Senate Bill 300 to avoid putting the state on a pathway to making further investments in gas, which would put Connecticut's residents' health and safety at risk and be contrary to the state's climate commitments. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you so much, Kendall. I appreciate it. I don't see anybody with any questions. We're going to circle back before we go. Charles Rothenberger, who was out of the room before, we're going to let him go now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the indulgence. A busy time for everybody around the building, so thank you very much. My name is Charles Rothenberger. I'm a climate and energy attorney with Save the Sound. And within the limits of the 3 minutes, I'd like to talk on a couple bills. I think first start with the bills that we are speaking in opposition to, 5356 and 5361, each of which would make changes to the existing renewable portfolio standard in the state, as well as SB 300, the Act concerning natural gas capacity. With respect to 5356 and 5361 and proposed changes to the RPS, we really feel that this is an issue that would be best directed to DEEP to evaluate and make recommendations to the General Assembly for proposed changes. I believe we heard testimony this morning from the commissioner that they're evaluating the role that the RPS can ideally play with respect to achieving our clean energy and climate goals, particularly as it complements other policies such as long-term power purchase agreements. I know annually there are always proposals from various interests to expand the Class 1 definition, include other technologies in the Class 1 definition. And without taking a position on any specific technology, I think taking a step back and really evaluating the role that the RPS should be playing and what changes will best complement our long-term policy goals would be important. I will note just specifically with the proposed change that appears to be designed to include millstone as a Class 1 resource. Last year we testified, and I believe Dominion testified to the same effect, that Massachusetts actually has a much better model when it comes to supporting and encouraging nuclear resources in the state. They actually have a complementary policy, the Clean Energy Standard E, which does support nuclear resources in that state, importantly without eroding the value of RECs for new innovative technologies such as solar and wind. And they sit quite nicely together in Massachusetts and seems to be a model that works. We are here to testify in support of the study for data centers, and you've heard a lot of testimony about the energy consumption of data centers. They seem to be proliferating, and having a long-term plan about how best to accommodate them within the electrical distribution system is prudent. We also support the study about combining energy storage system deployment with new residential solar, and believe that anything that we can do to advance that solution on top of our existing energy storage system program is appropriate. And then finally, very supportive of studying ways to expand community geothermal energy deployment in the state of Connecticut. So thank you very much. And again, thank you for your indulgence.
Thank you, Charles. Couple of things. One is, I don't think Massachusetts has any nuclear at the present time. We do. The other thing is, well, the data center bill, to be clear, did not allow or disallow data centers. Data centers are allowed to be, constructed in the state of Connecticut. They were before the bill. They are now. The issue came down to some tax incentives that were offered, but anybody could come in before or after we passed that bill and propose a data center. And as long as they negotiated a place to do it, and as long as they negotiated with the utility in their area, they could build a data center. The tax incentives were an attempt to sort of sweeten the pie to attract, as somebody said, the potential to attract business from New Jersey is always appealing for numerous reasons. So I want to be clear. I think that people do not understand necessarily that data centers are not the issue. Anybody can build a data center, right? The one that's being proposed right now may be a little different because it's a behind the meter data center for a very large amount of power. And I'm not sure that the bill contemplated that for the same level of tax incentives. So again, I, as having been the person who brought that bill out, I do remember why we did it and what the impetus was at the time. So I'm not sure that the negative connotations of data centers when they are popping up all over Massachusetts, but in front of the meter, are necessarily something that we would need to. I don't think we have that much say over it. We can not offer the tax incentives that we offered in that particular package, but and that's all I got. I mean, I always appreciate your testimony. I think Save the Sound is one of the better organizations, in terms of protecting the environment. I think they're all good, but I think Save the Sound is really a great organization.
Well, I certainly appreciate that, Senator.
Friend of mine chaired the board for a long time, so I do know the organization when it was CFE.
Yep. Nope. Definitely appreciate that. Just a couple points of clarification. As you all know, RPS and other renewable incentive programs also apply to out-of-state resources. So the Massachusetts CSE program does support nuclear resources. It's one of the resources that's identified within the scope of that program. Notwithstanding, they may not have local generation. And I certainly didn't mean to create a negative connotation on data centers in our testimony. I think the point I was really trying to make, and I think this is just factual, is that they do consume tremendous amounts of energy. And there's a lot of discussion about the expanded load on our system and how we're going to invest in the distribution system moving forward to meet increased load. So data centers are certainly prime for that discussion.
I don't disagree. And I think the commissioner had numbers where she talked about the total percent of the total load that data right now consumes. And I would argue that it's going to be exponentially higher over time because we all use data all the time and it's just a part of life. So
I suspect you are correct.
Senator Fazio.
To Senator Needleman's earlier point, certainly we want to attract business from New Jersey, but not all the times we want to attract people from New Jersey. So we've got to be very careful about that. No.
Refrain from comment.
No. I don't represent New Jersey, so it's okay. So to the point about the CES in Massachusetts, and you'd mentioned maybe it'd be better to have a set aside RPS type category mandate for nuclear, compete against wind and solar. But then why not just have why wind and solar together? I mean, if they're zero carbon energy, why not silo all of them? I mean, I asked that question kind of reducto ad absurdum, because if they're zero carbon, why not, have them competing against one another? There might be some time 30, 40, 50 years in the future where we have such great battery technology that, we're doing all intermittent resources and battery, so wind, solar, battery, et cetera, and nuclear isn't working out as well. But then we're going to be hung up on an individual mandate that we can't meet for nuclear. My instinct is to put all the zero carbon together and have them compete against one another, so we can have, competition, drive down costs, but also, promote that kind of zero carbon pro-environmental, progress in the grid. So I just want to kind of hear your take on that rather than siloing everything.
Sure. I think there's a couple answers, and it's similar, although maybe a little bit different, depending upon whether we're talking about the development of new zero carbon resources, or, as I read at least one of the bills, grandfathering in existing legacy resources. With respect to the new resources, I just think that the scale is such that it has the potential to really crowd out, just in terms of the available capacity, investments in new solar and other clean renewable technologies. And I think we have an independent interest in promoting the development of those clean renewable resources. So setting aside the nuclear resources, which can scale up quite quickly, helps to preserve a competitive marketplace for those resources. With respect to the legacy resources, and I'll take Millstone as an example, it doesn't promote one of the goals of the RPS, which is developing new, clean, zero carbon resources. Its scale would definitely swamp the RPS requirements, crowding out those resources. So it really, really hollows out the program, which is not an argument against supporting that as a resource. But I would just, point you to Massachusetts as a model that maybe can split the difference and achieve the best of both worlds.
Yeah, no, I hear your points. I get probably some disagreement. I am, whatever the details are, my bias is more towards having them compete against each other. If we figure out advanced nuclear in 20 years and it could be 100%, of the grid, then we're 100% reliable and zero carbon, and that's great. If battery comes and is able to allow those intermittent resources to overtake nuclear, then that's great. But I also hear what you're saying, and I know it's well considered. So I do appreciate your testimony, and I appreciate the time, Mr. Chairman.
Great. Thank you, Senator Fazio.
Thank you. Would it matter if it was new nuclear?
As I mentioned, I think that's new zero carbon resources do at least preserve the incentive of the RPS to develop new technologies. And my understanding is that that is a change that was made last year to the RPS, so those new resources would at least be eligible. I still think, given the potential scaling issues, it might be more prudent to have it in its own separate category, but that is a slightly different consideration.
Thanks, Shawsman. Appreciate it. Now I'm going to try to go back to the Alicia Charman. Sorry about all this.
Good evening, folks. Yep, it's evening. Alicia Sharmat, I am the Executive Director of Rivers Alliance of Connecticut. Thank you very much for allowing me to testify today. I am here to testify in opposition specifically of Section 2 of SB 300. Hydropower, while a carbon-free energy, has a significant impact on our rivers and streams. And the reason for the guardrails around hydropower in our renewable portfolio standards are to be able to source hydropower that has the attributes that minimize the impact on our our rivers throughout New England. And so by removing all of these guardrails around this, we will be sourcing, because there are good hydropower, better hydropower projects, but there are some very bad hydropower projects that we should not be including or incentivizing. And so we cannot remove these guardrails. And we can't also, it is clear in my testimony, I give data on how hydropower is regulated, which dams are run of river. And we can't rely on the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission to ensure that all of the environmental mitigation measures are there. As you can see from my testimony, not all dams have everything that we need to make sure they're going to keep our rivers healthy. And earlier, there was discussion about balance between energy and the environment. That this language and this guardrails keeps that balance. We have to maintain that to maintain the integrity of the renewable energy or renewable portfolio standards and the renewable energy credits. So earlier, Representative Steinberg asked that we give you guys an idea how to make a bill better. Remove Section 2 from this bill. Thank you. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Senator Fazio, or
Does your organization, or maybe you personally, maybe you're not speaking for anyone else, but yourself, but is there a concern, for instance, other forms of energy could disrupt wildlife and ecology, onshore wind in particular, disrupts bird life and kills a lot of birds every year. Is there a sense that having onshore wind as part of Class 1 is hurting wildlife and ecology that way, in the same way that certain dams could disrupt ecology as well?
So there is a list of environmental impacts in my testimony. I am a water person.
Okay.
And it's not only does it impact wildlife, but it impacts sediment transport. With what we're seeing with the increased high precipitation storms and the warmer weather, some of these impoundments we're finding harmful algal blooms, which is a public health hazard. And there's sediment transport. There are so many impacts that if we just allow every project to be included in the renewable portfolio standards, we are, like I said, we are missing that balance. And these are impacts that have been, documented for decades since we started putting up dams for hydropower. And I have read DEP's report that they referenced this morning. And I encourage you to take a look at that, because hydropower isn't necessarily going to get us completely where we need to go, even if we incentivize the bad stuff. Let DEP make that procurement outside of the RPS if hydropower is needed to meet our clean energy goals.
Yeah, no, I hear what you mean, and my perspective is this: we're up against a lot of challenges, and we've set certain emissions reduction goals for ourselves. We don't want to continue to be the second highest cost state for electricity in the country, and so on. And there are other forms of energy that have ecological negative ecological implications, including onshore wind. There isn't, I believe, I don't know if there's any onshore wind in Connecticut, but there is in surrounding states, and the RPS does affect surrounding states as well. And so, if that kills a lot of birds, then, you worry about that. And there's a lot of, I think, onshore wind in Maine too. It's just like we're constantly dealing. There's no perfect answers here. It's all these environmental and energy considerations are very difficult, and I don't want to let perfect be the enemy of the good. So that's just the context with which I asked the question. And so listen, you might be right that there's certain dams that need to go, or there's certain dams that shouldn't be built because of ecological concerns. And I do, I am totally open to that possibility. But I asked my question solely so, we think about we don't want to let perfect be the enemy of the good, especially when we're concerned about emissions, concerned about ecology, and concerned about electricity rates, concerned about reliability. And I just ask in that context, but I do appreciate, your testimony. I'll let you have a final word and turn it over to the chairman.
Sure. I'm all for not letting the perfect be the enemy of the good or progress. However, in any large scale implementation of a solution, it has to be done thoughtfully to avoid either known or unintended consequences. We know what the consequences are of incentivizing hydropower, carte blanche, and what is in the RPS right now allows us to do it thoughtfully. So this is what's stopping us from killing the earth to save the planet, implementing these things thoughtfully, right? So there's got to be, that's the place to me in between, letting the enemy or letting the perfect be the enemy of the good or progress, and killing the earth to save the planet, right?
Thank you. Representative Eckert.
Thank you. Thank you for being here, and thank you for the work that you do. I'm probably on the other side of this. I'm not about killing the planet though, but I am. So, but I am, for localized power that doesn't have to be transmitted, from another country, or, or be, drilled into the, and developed, from the ground, in terms of gas. So what is the balance then? When I've toured some of these very functioning local community plants that can't survive because we've choked them off because they're not perfect. How do we help them get closer to that and then be also productive? And we're paying them, they can't even operate as to what they're getting reimbursed right now, which is essentially choking them off. And due to that fact, we are ruining them by not in a manner providing their sustainability and to improve and make the good, make the good adjustments to the hydro plants that would be better for the environment. What is your thoughts on that?
So I have been very involved in the work of the hydropower task force that's going on right now.
Thank you.
And there are some, and it has been a very collaborative effort, and there are some ideas that are coming out and recommendations to this committee. I personally, I prefer I prefer that DEP create a procurement process for in-state hydro, right? Because we can try to put that into statute, but there are so many factors and nuances as far as what hydropower projects would be best to incentivize, because what we don't want to incentivize is projects that are failing. And not necessarily because hydropower itself, especially small hydro, there's a balance there, right? You could incentivize it, but you could also be propping up something that couldn't survive if it wasn't propped up. And do we want to do that at the expense of ratepayers or the taxpayers? So we have to look at it, right? There are some dams, and I said this last year, that aren't coming out. Colebrook Dam, the U.S. Army Corps Flood Control Dam, did have a hydropower production on it. It was not cost effective. So the hydropower producer took their stuff and left. That's the kind of thing we should be incentivizing, but not necessarily hydropower projects that have probably reached the end of their usable life, especially because dams are very expensive to maintain.
Yeah, and if you let them sit longer and not fix them because you don't have the money, they even get more expensive, like not fixing something small in the car.
Then we take them out.
Yeah, but I mean, but they haven't been reimbursed to the level of the generation that they make. We subsidize, in some cases, some of our alternative energies 4 to 5 times the same kilowatt as we do hydro. And so it's not even fair. It's not about incentivizing, it's just reimbursing them for the energy that they produce at a fair price. There's a difference, I think, and I'm glad you were worked on that committee and look forward to the results and where we can maybe find some balance and put some good localized hydro plants, but with the environment in its planning. So
Well, that's something that everyone on the committee has agreed on, that we need to have those guidelines.
thank
regardless.
you again. Thank you for being.
Thank you, Representative, and thank you so much. I do represent, I think like 11 of the towns that I represent are on the Connecticut River, or 10 of them. I mean, so I appreciate it. And I also am the first selectman of a town that built its whole base of industrial operation on the Falls River at different points with different dams. It is an enormously complicated issue. Some of the dams, if they get removed, would take areas that are large developed ponds and turn them back into narrow rivers, which all those people would be very unhappy about. But on the other hand, we had a massive flood in 1982 where several dams burst and half of the areas in Ivoryton ended up in the Connecticut River, and we didn't want that to happen. So I think DEEP has been very thoughtful about what they want to say, what they're going to continue to permit. And I agree that I think that where the power is viable and not overly expensive, we should think about it. But where these dams are not viable anymore, we should probably look to get rid of a lot of them. And we have, I know that. So thank you. It's complicated.
It is.
So next up is Branch Sinkule from Kimberly Clark, and coming up with Susan Bruce.
Good evening, co-chairs Needleman and Steinberg, members of the committee. My name is Branch Sinkule. I'm with Kimberly Clark Corporation. I want to thank the committee's attention tonight to allow us to share our perspective on the committee's raised House Bill 5356 that in part would remove the December 31st sunset on the current 5% demand structure, Class 3 renewable energy credits from combined heat and power operations. Kimberly Clark supports the bill's continuation of the 5% requirement to help ensure a robust market for RECs beyond 2024. And my colleague, Susan Bruce, will cover this further in her remarks to follow shortly. Class 3 RECs remain a vital incentive for Kimberly Clark's New Milford manufacturing facility to continue to operate its combined heat and power operation that ensures a reliable and cost-effective supply of power and steam is necessary for the 24/7, 365 operation and the microgrid support we provide from that location. Kimberly Clark New Milford employs approximately 375 highly skilled workers who produce 60,000 metric tons annually of Kleenex facial tissue, an essential everyday product. And that's destined for Connecticut residents and 40% of the U.S. market. Since the New Milford facility opened in 1958, it's weathered a great deal of adversity, from reductions in emission during the 90s to significant power supply reliability issues in Southwest Connecticut in the early 2000s. So the 2006 startup of our combined heat and power plant in New Milford has been a stabilizing force for the operation, and the state's establishment of the Class 3 REC program has been vital to offsetting some of the operating cost for our energy self-reliance and the microgrid support that we provide. High efficiency combined heat and power is well suited for hard to decarbonize high thermal load processes, operating 24/7 like making tissue. And New Milford Facilities combined heat and power importantly ensures an annual net reduction of 8,500 metric tons of greenhouse gases, which helps reduce or helps facilitate the state's progress towards its zero carbon goals. In summary, ensuring a healthy rec market for Class 3 resources helps maintain the resiliency of Connecticut's manufacturing base and also sustainable reductions in greenhouse gas emissions. Therefore, on behalf of our Kimberly-Clark New Milford facility team, we request the committee's support of your raised HB 5356. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you so much for your testimony, and given that Representative Buckby, who represents clearly the second best town in Connecticut, cannot be here, I know how much your business means to the northwestern part of the state. And I believe that we've received testimony from Deep supporting the idea to extend the timing on this rec. I have one question. I don't know if either of you guys know. Is there PFAS in tissue?
Mr. Chairman, happy to answer that question. So, a lawsuit was filed recently making some allegations. We are going to defend that suit. Regarding PFAS in tissue, PFAS is not an ingredient in the products we produce.
That's great. Not a byproduct or any of that. I mean, we're not polluting anything in the production up there. PFAS is going to be one of those things that we're going to deal with for a long time. But appreciate it.
Is she testifying too?
I do have some remarks, but if there's additional questions for Branch, I'm happy to defer and wait.
No, we got a twofer here. Go
Okay,
ahead.
very good. Thank you very much to co-chairs, vice chairs, ranking members, and esteemed members of the committee. With sincere thanks for this opportunity, I'd like to offer a technical perspective in support of Bill 5356. I am outside counsel for Kimberly-Clark, Susan Bruce, and also to supplement our written testimony that you've received. As Branch alluded to, the bill maintains in relevant part Connecticut's Class 3 RPS at 5% by eliminating the sunset provision that reverts the requirement back to 4% on January 1st, 2025. The factors that motivated the increase to 5% less than 3 years ago remain, and likewise 5% remains a prudent policy choice for Connecticut. Mr. Sinkule's testimony addressed Casey's significant efforts to reach its own GHG reduction goals, including use of combined heat and power at several manufacturing facilities, including in New Milford. Using the CHP to meet the New Milford facility's thermal energy requirements extracts the maximum efficiency from the natural gas fuel source, and excess electricity is actually sold back to the grid. These efficiencies support Connecticut's long-term decarbonization goal. The Class 3 RECs are critical to the New Milford facility, offsetting the CHP's operating costs, and in turn improves the competitiveness and continuing successful operation of the facility. When this committee considered the increase to 5% for Class 3 RECs in 2021, Casey testified to the then oversaturation in the Class 3 program and its impact. And in 2021, this legislature's commendable efforts to correct this imbalance were successful. The market did correct, and REC prices stabilized without creating price spikes to customers. And I know there was some discussion earlier today about the cost impact to ratepayers of this maintaining the 5%. It really does maintain the 5%. There's no additional costs that customers would see as a result. It's otherwise the requirement would slip back to 4%, and the prices would, for a Class 3 perspective, would really diminish greatly to the extent that it could be, the RECs could be sold at all. In fact, absent this change, the market is already anticipating a return to oversupply conditions, and this imbalance threatens the viability of CHP at manufacturing facilities like Casey's and other Connecticut businesses that have testified in support of this bill. When Public Act 21-118 was enacted, Casey understood the sunset provision was to afford time to explore other ways to support CHP resources. And for various reasons, that hasn't happened to date. And no other alternatives have emerged. Especially in the absence of that, we strongly support the bill, especially as it applies to the Class 3 components, and its passage will provide assurance of the vitality of the Class 3 program to CHP owners. Certainly happy to answer any questions that you might have for me. Thank you for the consideration.
Thank you very much. And I'm going to call on Representative Ackert.
Thank you. Thank you for being here and testifying and sticking it out. And I know you have a champion here in Representative Buckby, because he talked to me about it all. You got to come to the play. You got to come to the play. You got to come check it out. You got to come see me. And like, maybe sometime. But how does this help? And you don't have to give me, I'm asking for numbers, fiscal numbers that able to help you reinvest or stay competitive with the market. How does this help in terms of dollars and cents for the company, if you can share that?
Sure, and certainly can provide some more concrete information offline. I know that when we have had some conversations, we've had some good examples that we've provided. But operating a CHP is more expensive. In terms of the investment in the plan itself was a big investment, and it certainly was part of the Act 0501 legacy. I mean, this was an Act 0501 project. But in terms of the natural gas purchase that goes in to fuel the CHP is certainly a big operating cost. And then the cost of maintaining. Kimberly-Clark invests a lot of money to make sure that remains a reliable and productive resource. And it's what really makes it competitive vis-a-vis the other mills in the family care network for Kimberly-Clark. And, I think the Class 3 revenues that come in are an offset to the operating costs for the operating costs, including the maintenance, including the input fuel costs, et cetera. So it just goes in as an offset. It's not really, it's certainly not a profit center. It's a way of sort of overall managing the energy spend for the mill.
And keeping it cleaner.
And keeping it cleaner, because otherwise, what you would be doing is you'd be having a very large electrical load on the grid, as well as the gas load. And here the electricity is a byproduct of the process, and pulls out all of the efficiencies from that natural gas. From a fuel conversion perspective, it's in the 70% range.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you again for being here.
Sure. Thanks for the question.
Thank you very much, Representative Ackert. I am not seeing any additional questions from the committee, but I'm sure we can pass on a thank you on behalf of Representative Buckby. I'm sure he's very happy to have had you here today. Thank you for coming and joining us.
Thank you, Chair, members.
Next, I believe, unless I'm out of turn, is Chris Phelps. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you, Representative and members of the committee. I'm Chris Phelps. I'm State Director of Environment Connecticut. We're a nonprofit environmental advocacy organization, and we've submitted testimony on, I think, 3 or 4 of the bills before you today, and I'll quickly run through briefly. We've submitted testimony in opposition to Senate Bill 300, House Bill 5356, and 5357 as well. I think you've heard a lot about those, and there's been a lot of back and forth about them. I don't know that I have anything new to add to the conversation about those bills. I will just maybe reinforce something. I think an answer my colleague from Save the Sound, Charles Rothberg, gave to you, Senator Fazio, a little while ago. You asked a question about what the distinction in Senate Bill 300 between in the RPS, and I think you said something along the lines of why not put them all together, the technologies, existing nuclear, new nuclear, existing renewables, new renewables. And I think the answer, part of the answer Charles gave you is exactly right. And it speaks to the point of an RPS policy, which is to incentivize new generation resources rather than subsidize existing legacy resources. And that's why states such as Massachusetts, again, as you guys spoke about, have chosen to take a similar policy, but alongside and outside that RPS policy when they've wanted to support existing generation resources, such as existing nuclear power plants. I can't help but note that, of course, this legislature has already provided entirely separate policy supports for our existing nuclear reactor, for example, from ratepayers. But I want to switch to, in the little bit of time I have left, to Senate Bill 301. This is an issue that, excuse me, my organization has worked on and advocated for before this committee for literally 2 decades now. I believe this in energy efficiency product standards was the first issue I testified on before this committee in 2003. And it's because they are a win-win solution for our economy, for consumers, for our environment. The product standards that would be updated and expanded in this bill will provide direct environmental benefits to to people of Connecticut through reduced energy consumption and therefore reduced demand for generation, but also will put money back in the pockets of families and businesses in our state through significantly reduced energy bills, water consumption, and et cetera. We quantify and quote some of the numbers on that from the Appliance Standards Awareness Project. We're talking about saving 66 gigawatt hours of electricity annually by 2030 through this bill, cutting 39 metric tons of carbon dioxide annually, conserving 1 billion gallons of water annually by 2030, just from the provisions in this one piece of proposed legislation, and reducing utility bills to put $39 million back into consumers' pockets annually. There's a lot of talk about reducing energy costs for consumers in the state, and rightly so. This bill, if adopted, is part of doing that. It can be part of doing that. And it's frankly comes without any pain to Connecticut. There's no downside to doing this. And that's why we've been frustrated that it hasn't happened in recent years. But we're very hopeful that the committee will support this bill and move forward. I think I've gone over 3 minutes, so I will stop there since it's quite late. But
We
thank
would
you.
certainly stop you if you went over 3 minutes, but we thank you for being really judicious with your time at this time of the evening. So
Absolutely.
I thank you very much. And I am a little sorry to say that this has been something you've been working on for so long. But I'm grateful to hear your testimony and support. I'm going to pass the baton to my colleague, Representative D'Amico.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Thank you, Chris, for coming and testifying. I know that your organization submitted testimony on several bills, as you noted. So, and if I remember right in reading the testimony, that your organization is opposed to House Bill 5356?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to just read a couple of lines from someone else's testimony with regards to 5356. Fuel cell power plants should not be included as Class 1 renewables because most hydrogen used as feedstock for fuel cells is produced using fossil fuels and is not renewable. And then it goes on further to say that it does not make sense to include electricity derived from fuel cell power plants as Class 1 renewables because hydrogen fuel cells will use hydrogen produced from fossil fuels, which produces emissions and is not renewable. So could you explain to a layperson like me how to, what sense to make of all this?
Boy, that could be a loaded question if I let it be. But I mean, the simple answer is really what that testimony said, that there's a distinction between fuel cells and similar technologies that utilize feedstocks, fuel feedstocks derived from renewable technologies that don't result in emissions of pollutants, including carbon dioxide, and those that do. And our current RPS statute, which is, I think, I'm going to get in trouble here if I'm wrong, but I think is somewhat unique amongst RPS statutes around the country. Ours in Connecticut doesn't make that distinction. And that is, I think, what that testimony, and actually what our testimony speaks to here. And we make a specific recommendation in our testimony that if the committee moves forward with this bill and this concept, that inclusion of language to explicitly clarify that the technologies to be supported in that class 1 definition should also be zero emitting versions of those technologies that should not use, in the example you used, natural gas as a feedstock, because that inherently will result in pollutant emissions, carbon dioxide and more. And that undermines our zero carbon electricity goals in the long term for the state.
So if that modification were made, first of all, is that possible? And second of all, if that modification were made, would you be satisfied?
To my knowledge, that's possible. And yes, in a nutshell.
Let me ask you one further question. What is the likelihood that that will all happen the way you just described?
Well, I think that's up to you guys, with all due respect. But I think it's to be clear, just to reiterate a point I touched on a moment ago. I believe that a definitional change such as that in our existing RPS statute, treating fuel cells and related technologies, would make our RPS definitions more consistent, as it were, with the similar statutes in neighboring states. And that kind of consistency, especially when we're part of a regional energy grid and regional energy markets, is usually a pretty good thing for our energy system and consumers, et cetera, and the environment.
So we have some work to do in regard to that.
I would say so.
Okay.
But it's also, maybe a sentence worth of change. So.
Okay, great. Thank you, Chris. I appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I'd like now to call on Ranking Member Fazio.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Thank you for your testimony, sir. I get just 2 questions on while we're on the academic exercise of debating the proper design of an RPS. I guess so. You have solar arrays, you have wind turbines. They obviously we want more deployment of those, and that's why they're in class 1. But they have a lifespan of 20, 25, whatever years. Does your testimony suggest that we should sunset when they get, RPS benefits, because there are old solar arrays still getting RPS and they're already well established. They're built, they're running, they've been running for over a decade, maybe more. So
Right.
just wondering how you would square that with existing assets that have, pretty long lived.
It's a good question, Senator. And no, I mean, our testimony does not touch on that, frankly. And it's a policy debate that I haven't seen happen as of yet. I think this might be the first time I've heard someone bring it up, but it's an obvious question to ask. I mean, our RPS policy was initiated roughly 20, 25 years ago, and was conceived to provide support for the transition to newer renewable technologies, as we all know. And sitting here right now, I can't give you an answer that says at what point does a solar array that came online 10, 15 years ago, at what point does it logically, or should it, as a matter of policy, transition out of the RPS? Frankly, that's a debate that I don't think has been had to a great extent at this point.
Yeah,
So,
and we want new deployment of low carbon production, and that's why I was enthusiastic for the new nuclear addition to class 1 last year, for instance. At the same time, I would just add to the discussion today that it's also important, as we're looking for a more reliable but also greener grid, that we keep online things that are low carbon, reliable, affordable. The retirement of 5 different northeastern nuclear facilities in the last 10 years from New York to New Jersey to Massachusetts and Vermont is, an enormous, probably in hindsight looks like an enormous mistake. And a kilowatt saved is the same thing as a kilowatt deployed. And I know certainly Germany is probably regretting some decisions of retiring clean energy assets as well. So we do want to see more deployment, but I do think it's important, and I think that this body has in the past recognized in its statute that keeping existing clean energy assets online is also very important, and sometimes it's even more important than deploying new ones. So I just want to add that. I'm happy to hear you respond, and then I'll yield the floor.
Yeah, well, I think, Senator, I respect that thought, and I think again, kind of repeating something from earlier, I think to the extent that the committee and the legislature want to provide that backstop, that support for existing legacy resources, nuclear, just to continue using that example, I think the policy structure that can be considered to do that without disrupting the existing policy structure of the RPS and the focus of the RPS on new renewable generation resources could be, for example, a system structure like you see in Massachusetts, where they do exist together but without conflict. And again, I will just also repeat that, again, speaking just to the nuclear technology question, this legislature has adopted, and we have in statute, existing statute that is frankly, providing direct ratepayer support for that existing legacy resource. That doesn't speak to the question of whether, as policymakers, you'll determine that additional support is needed or not, but yeah.
I thank you very much for your testimony today. Seeing no further questions, I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next, we'd like to call on Lynn Moore. Seeing no one making any movement. Next, we call on Christine Brown, number 46.
Thank you. Good evening, distinguished members of the committee. My name is Christine Brown, and I'm Chief of Staff to the First Selectman of Fairfield. I speak today in strong support of HB 5359 concerning the composition and expertise of the Connecticut Siting Council. The town of Fairfield has had recent and direct interaction with the Siting Council as an intervener in docket 516 regarding United Illuminating's Fairfield to Congress transmission line project. This project, as originally proposed, would have devastated our community in many respects. It could still be devastating as modified, and the reforms proposed in this bill are necessary to help prevent this kind of environmental degradation and negative economic impact for us and other communities in Connecticut in the future. UI's original proposal to the Siting Council was to install monopoles towering as high as 145 feet and running throughout town from our western to our eastern border. They would have run directly through the center of Southport, one of the most historic villages in Connecticut, through parking lots and buildings in our downtown business district, and through the backyards and homes of Grassmere, a section of town where homes are modest and many are rentals. The negative consequences are many: visual blight, infrastructure pollution, economic loss to small businesses, and the unnecessary taking of private land, to name a few. On February 15th, the council voted for a different solution, one that moves the poles to the north side of the railroad tracks, but that just shifts the problem from one section of town to another. We understand the Siting Council's mission to balance the need for adequate and reliable public utility services at a reasonable cost with the need to protect the environment and the ecology of the state. Populating the council with ex-utility employees is an inherent conflict of interest that knocks this harmony out of balance. The focus shifts heavily towards solutions that purport to be the lowest cost despite the environmental and ecological impact on residents. In our case specifically, we believe the best way to achieve the necessary upgrades is through an underground solution. Yet the council rejected an undergrounding alternative based solely on UI's inflated cost projections, which were developed internally and never shared with the public. I support this proposed change in this bill, requiring the council to employ independent consultants with expertise in electric transmission infrastructure. These independent third parties can provide analyses and cost estimates of all alternatives and make them available to the public, which could eventually restore trust in the process. When we fill the Siting Council with ex-industry executives and staffers, they're naturally inclined to look to solutions that replicate what they've done in the past and what they're familiar with. But what's being proposed in Fairfield is a 19th century solution to a 21st century problem. We continue to believe that undergrounding is the future in Connecticut. Bringing those with expertise onto the council from outside, whether as members or consultants, can only serve to benefit the state, our residents, and our ratepayers. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Christine. Anybody have any questions? Really appreciate your waiting around all day today for this. Next up is Karen
Thank
Wackham,
you.
followed by Brian Faddy. Karen still here? No? Brian Faddy, followed by Diane Keefe.
Yes, thank you and good evening. I'm Brian Fady, State Policy Manager with the Appliance Standards Awareness Project. We're a nonprofit organization that works to advance appliance efficiency standards at the state and federal level. I'm speaking in support of Senate Bill 301, which of course regards appliance efficiency standards. And I won't repeat our written testimony or ideas that were already covered earlier in the hearing. I just wanted to note, in light of much of the discussion today about siting of new energy infrastructure, at its heart, appliance efficiency standards are an energy efficiency policy. And just like other energy efficiency policies, they create the benefit of reducing statewide energy demand and therefore reducing the need for new energy infrastructure. And appliance standards are able to do this while also saving consumers money. And I believe, in fact, the Consumer Federation of America submitted a letter supporting SB 301 because of the ability of standards to save consumers money. I'd also quickly note, in one of the opposition letters to the bill, it was argued that unless surrounding states adopted these appliance standards, then businesses or housing could somehow be harmed in Connecticut. First, we of course would disagree with that premise, but also, in fact, the surrounding states have adopted the proposed standards in the bill. So this includes New York, Massachusetts, and Rhode Island, as well as New Jersey, Vermont, Maine, and Maryland. And in total, 13 states have adopted these standards in recent years. And hopefully Connecticut can be next. So thank you for your time and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Brian. Sorry for mispronouncing your name. Anybody have any comments or questions? No, really appreciate your patience today. Next up is Diane Keefe, followed by Mike Trahan.
Good afternoon. I will try to be brief. I support SB 301 for the efficiency of supporting efficient appliances, but I also encourage the committee to consider more grants than 20 million to encourage more low-income households to benefit from energy efficiency programs, more in proportion to the low-income population in the state. I also support SB 298 to expand deployment of batteries with new residential solar for the benefits to reliability on the grid. And I support 5358 with changes that I would much rather see more funding of geothermal pilots in multifamily buildings, as Deep has already testified to. More study at this point is not needed. It's a proven technology. And then I also support 5360 for municipal and community choice aggregation because it enables more renewable focused supply procurement and demand management for low and moderate income people and businesses. We need to scale renewables more effectively than our current system has thus far enabled in Connecticut. I also support the reform of the 5359 Siting Council in line with what Save the Sound recommended, with 3 environmental justice community representatives on the council. And to give you an example of how little local input there was, I live in Norwalk, but I attend and am very active in the Wilton Quaker meeting, and the town of Wilton recently approved and implemented an expansion of natural gas delivery lines for Eversource from Wilton to New Canaan Center, in the process bypassing the Wilton Quaker Meeting House on Route 106. And this is exactly in opposition to our clean energy targets. No one at the meeting house found any notice that that was happening in advance. And so we had no effective way to protest it. And so the suggestion from the Southport folks that abutters would become automatic interveners would have been helpful to us. Instead, the project was completed without any local input. The $16 million of ratepayer money that the pipeline used is going to be deployed for natural gas, which is 90% methane and has 86 times the global warming capacity of carbon dioxide, and it is front-loaded. That effect for climate change is exactly when we have little technology solutions to fix it. So the Eversource shareholders have every incentive to keep natural gas at 50% of the grid supply. So their interests are not in consistent with our climate goals. I oppose SB 300. DEEP's limited resources should not be used on looking at expanding natural gas for the aforementioned reasons that natural gas is negative for the climate. Also, nuclear has negative life cycle risks and costs, which set it apart.
Summarize the rest of your testimony.
Sure. I have submitted written testimony opposing 5357, also because advanced nuclear reactors that are at too early of a stage to be economically viable, and 5356. I actually have changed my view as a result of listening to other people's testimony. I support combined heat and power provisions for their high energy efficiency, but love the idea of only allowing linear generators when they have a clean and renewable energy source and not when they're fueled by fossil fuel. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your patience. Not seeing anybody wanting to say anything. Mike Trahan, followed by Kyle Thompson.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Mike Trahan with Connecticut Solar and Storage Association. You heard a few speakers earlier. One of our members, Eric Berkler from Earthlake Technology, spoke about the Connecticut Siting Council relief sections of House Bill 5361. And I just wanted to endorse the things that Eric had mentioned. Our members are strongly in support of that. I did submit 5 pages of testimony. Most of that was focused on Senate Bill 297, which was the Consumer Protection Bill, which I understand might be headed towards a task force. And we certainly support that. And our only request would be representation on the task force. I think you find our members would be very much interested in serving. I did want to say too that and just recognize that the industry is well aware of the level of complaints that have increased from 2020 to 2023. I've been in touch with the Department of Consumer Protection. I've been in touch with PURA to understand both the level of complaints and the types of complaints that they've been receiving to try to get a better understanding, see how we can work together to avert those for next year. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mike. Not seeing anybody with their hand raised. Appreciate the testimony. Kyle Thompson, followed by Sharab Vaida, I think. I don't know.
Thank you. My name is Kyle Thompson. I'm the technical director at the Plumbing Manufacturers International, PMI. And PMI is a US-based trade association, represents manufacturers that provide 90% of the plumbing fixture and fittings that are sold in the United States. You might recognize our brands like Glacier Bay, American Standard, Kohler, and others that are sold at the big box stores. PMI supports the provisions in the SB 301 that are in line with the WaterSense flow rates. However, we have some comments or suggested revisions, amendments for the bill that's being proposed. I'll start with the items that we have of most importance and go down the list to the items of least importance to us. So in the bill from lines 644 to 653, regarding the requirements for manufacturers to submit documentation to the commissioner to demonstrate product certification. We noticed that the existing text in the bill right now would possibly require the Connecticut Department of Energy and Environmental Protection, DEEP, or the commissioner to regulate and monitor product compliance in an ongoing basis in perpetuity, which would effectively establish a new product listing database in the state. And our suggestion is to instead revise the bill or amend the bill to provide clear direction for manufacturers in order to demonstrate product certification and compliance, utilizing the existing product listing databases. And in our written comments, we provide a suggested text amendment to the bill, which will reference the California Energy Commission's MADAB site, Northeast Energy Efficiency Partners, SASD site, as well as the US EPA WaterSense program and other third-party certification agencies that currently have product listing directories that could be utilized by Connecticut DEP to recognize product certification. The second item that we have a comment and concerns with is the definition of new producer or new product, forgive me, on lines 27 to 29, and a similar related issue with lines 458 to 462, which calls out the timeline that the effective date for the flow rate requirements to go into effect. And in short, the definition of new product currently in the bill suggests that
Apologize, but your 3 minutes are up. Please summarize the rest of your testimony.
Thank you. It goes by quickly. In summary, we have submitted comments in written form, and it covers the concepts and the suggestions that we have. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Kyle. And, Representative Acker.
Is Kyle still there? Kyle, a question regarding production. In terms of these regulations, in a manufacturing component, do you 13 states have these requirements. So we kind of that's our focus of what we develop and sell and give to your suppliers, or do you still make, this state needs this product, but I could still sell this product in, Alabama or something? How does that work?
Yes, that is a good question. There are some variations by state by state, with because there's the EPAC federal requirements that have currently higher flow rates than the WaterSense requirements, and a lot of the states are now adopting the WaterSense flow rates, and a lot of the manufacturers, I'd say 80% of the product on the market is currently compliant with the WaterSense specifications. But there are still some states that allow the federal flow rates, like for water closets of 1.6, which manufacturers are fulfilling the desire of the consumers.
Okay.
I think, does that answer your question? So yes, there are some specific states.
And do you earlier comments were made that New England is kind of all on board with the same regulation. So, if I have a major supplier in Springfield, Massachusetts, that I buy from in Connecticut, I'm going to be in compliance. Does that sound right?
It sounds right. Like I said, we're in support of the concepts of the bill, and mainly because the flow rate specified in this bill is in line with the water sense specifications, and our members are largely in compliance with those water sense specifications. They want to save water. We want to support, ongoing water savings and water for the future.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks for the questions.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Representative Eckert. Seeing no one else, I don't know how to pronounce this. Suruba. Nope. Carrie Lynch, I can do that one. Or David Jarvis, I don't know. Gary, okay.
Hi, thank you, Co-Chair Senator Needleman, Representative Steinberg, Vice Chairs, Ranking Members, and honorable members of the Energy and Technology Committee for this opportunity to testify. I'm Carrie Lynch, Climate and Energy Policy Manager for the Nature Conservancy in Connecticut. We submitted testimony, written testimony on 6 bills today, but I'm using this occasion to discuss the 3 bills we support, or at least 3 of the bills we support. House Bills 5357, 5358, and Senate Bill 301. First off, we support House Bill 5357. The Nature Conservancy has long supported nuclear retainment and research. Given the state's future emission targets, there's an urgent need to secure large amounts behind the meter and grid scale solar as well as offshore wind. However, there's also a need for substantial quantities of clean dispatchable energy like nuclear. We support efforts to research pathways forward utilizing nuclear energy in various types of reactors. For examples of repurposing existing nuclear sites for advanced nuclear reactors, we can follow the progress of Point Lepreau, nuclear site in New Brunswick, Canada, which may be providing energy to ISO New England by 2029. More importantly, Connecticut has a long and rich history of nuclear research and production and is uniquely suited to utilize nuclear advancements now and in the future. There's a clear and important role for nuclear energy in Connecticut. We support HB 5358. The Nature Conservancy supports policies that work towards decarbonization of the thermal sector while also providing long-term economic benefits. In Connecticut, fossil fuel emissions from heating residential, industrial, and commercial buildings are over 15 million metric tons of CO2 equivalent per year, which represents about 35% of overall state emissions. The state must examine all possible avenues of emission reductions in the thermal sector. The geothermal is one of those options. Geothermal energy technology is renewable, constant, and clean. We recommend that instead of a study, the state should move forward with more investment in pilot projects. Additionally, there are several geothermal systems in the state already. We need to move beyond reports and towards implementation. We also support SB 301. The Nature Conservancy supports policies that can significantly reduce energy waste and harmful climate pollution. In 2021, SB 863 was a similar bill that, had it passed, would have saved Connecticut residents over $59 million in energy costs per year. Despite all the advantages of passing that bill, it never made it out of committee. Product efficiency standards represent one of the most impactful, cost-beneficial policy solutions available that guarantees direct energy savings for the purchasers of more efficient appliances and products, and bill savings for all ratepayers associated with avoiding the cost of an expanded electric grid that uses less efficient products and appliances. We believe this bill is necessary to reduce costs for Connecticut ratepayers, and the benefits energy efficiency provides to the grid are well documented and essential. And with that, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to present testimony today.
Thank you so much, Carrie. Anybody have any questions? Really appreciate you taking the time and staying around this long. Next up is Shannon Lawn, followed by Nathan Furling.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Shannon Lawn, and I'm an attorney and vice president at Conservation Law Foundation. CLF supports House Bill 5358, an act concerning a study of geothermal energy with changes. The raised bill would require DEEP to study the feasibility of establishing a community geothermal pilot program and report on that study by January 1st, 2025. Community geothermal is an exciting technology that can support Connecticut's clean energy transition in alignment with our state climate goals. It also provides a promising workforce transition opportunity for workers in the gas industry. CLF believes that a feasibility study is not necessary and would needlessly delay deployment of community geothermal in Connecticut. Instead of requiring a study, we urge the committee to amend the bill to direct PURA to open a docket on community geothermal and require the utilities to develop pilot projects. Community geothermal projects are already being implemented in our neighboring states. There's also a pilot underway in Wallingford, and DEEP included community geothermal in the state's Priority Climate Action Plan in the recent application for federal climate funding. Existing community geothermal projects include an Eversource project in Massachusetts and several projects that Avangrid affiliates have proposed in New York. This institutional expertise could be leveraged by the company's Connecticut affiliates when they move forward with community geothermal. I've met several times with staff at Eversource and at Avangrid to discuss the company's projects in neighboring states and the potential for similar projects in Connecticut. Both utilities said that they're interested in developing community geothermal in Connecticut, but they are unlikely to move forward in the absence of a statewide regulatory framework. Directing PURA to establish such a framework would allow Connecticut to move forward with community geothermal and avoid unnecessary delays. This would help us deploy federal funding and realize the substantial public health and climate benefits of community geothermal. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Shannon. Anybody have any? Yeah, Representative Foster.
Thank you. And
You
I
guys
just,
fight it out.
I just wanted to comment on the wonderful background and the beautiful shirt that was almost like camouflage. So we were looking for adorable little animals jumping in the background. That would have made it perfect. And I really appreciate sticking around and hearing the testimony.
Thank you.
I have just a quick question. I'm wondering if you sort of cited that network geothermal, which I think is a really exciting emerging technology, is something that we should be able to move more swiftly to piloting without having to require study. And there are a variety of different projects in the area. I know in my inbox, I can find examples of ones that have been conducted in the region, but I'm wondering if you have examples you can share off the top of your head of that can sort of demonstrate that we're ready to go straight to this pilot versus study. I appreciate the mechanism that you gave us as suggestion, but I'm wondering if, it would help with our sidebar conversations that we're having to just sort of know what's in the pipeline already. The natural gas pipeline.
Yeah, absolutely. So the Wallingford project in Connecticut is, I think, the best example to look to within the state. Within the region, the Eversource project that they're deploying in Framingham is already underway. They've already done their test boreholes and are doing construction there. Also, National Grid in their service territory in Massachusetts has several pilot projects that have been approved by the Massachusetts DPU, and those are all moving forward as well. The New York projects were just proposed in December, so those ones are not quite as far along. So I think I would really look to the projects in Massachusetts, which are well underway, as examples that, pardon me, that we can emulate here in Connecticut.
And you don't by any chance have examples of shared cost for them to do the transition, do you? That's not something you.
So I could get back to you on that. In Massachusetts, these projects were approved by the Massachusetts Department of Public Utilities. I know Eversource had initially proposed several projects and they were approved for one, which is now being cited in Framingham. I know that those regulatory filings do have estimates of the cost. And that is one of the things that the company is evaluating as they're actually deploying this project. And I believe that costs are also included in the filings for National Grid in Massachusetts.
I appreciate that. Well, we can certainly look to our neighbors for lessons learned. Thanks for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shannon. Up next is Nathan Froling, followed by Regis Matzi.
Good evening, Chair Needleman and members of the committee. Good to be here. And and thank you very much for this opportunity to testify in support of Senate Bill 298, an act concerning a study of combining energy storage system deployment with new residential solar installations. My colleague Carrie Lynch just testified a couple minutes ago on several other bills before you. I'm Nathan Froling, Director of External Affairs for the Nature Conservancy in Connecticut. We support policies that move the U.S. towards a robust clean energy economy, and greater deployment of energy storage will help achieve that goal. This bill directs PURA to conduct a study about combining residential battery storage with residential solar installations. We believe such a study will showcase several benefits to combining solar and storage for both the resident and the grid. Number one, reduced energy costs. By storing energy at times where the demand is low and releasing it when demand and costs are high, residents can reduce system load and cost. This will help bring down rates as the savings are then passed on to consumers. Reduction in grid curtailment, congestion, and maintenance are also effects of load shifting that will reduce costs for ratepayers. Second one is energy monitoring. A solar plus storage system can help residents track when and how energy is used at their residence. Increased monitoring capabilities provide an enhanced level of transparency and precision that can help residents reduce their energy consumption and make better decisions on home energy efficiency. Thirdly, increased reliability and security. Extreme weather events often disrupt power supply, as we know, and many residents have purchased backup generators which use fossil fuels. Solar plus storage not only creates a situation where power can be generated on the premises and excess reserve can be stored and used later, enhancing household energy reliability and security, but it also has the added benefit of reducing potential emissions from a generator. Despite all the benefits associated with the solar plus storage residential system, upfront costs for such a system can be high. But currently, there are both federal and state incentives to promote battery storage deployment to help defray these capital costs, and also lithium battery prices continue to decline, giving hope to storage affordability with substantial long-term cost benefits for residents across the state. So in summary, I just want to say that we support state efforts to better understand the ways in which storage can benefit individuals as well as the system as a whole. We believe that a PURA-led study will enhance state efforts to increase storage deployment at all levels. And thank you for this opportunity to comment on Senate Bill 298.
Thank you, Nathan. I don't think I see anybody with their hand up.
All right. Well, thanks for staying up late yourselves tonight, and hopefully you'll get out of here at a reasonable time. Thanks again.
Well, that ship has sailed.
Yeah.
Regis Matzi, followed by Diane Lauricella.
Co-chairs and members of the Energy and Technology Committee. My name is Dr. Regis Matzi, and I'm a member of the Connecticut Academy of Science and Engineering, henceforth referred to as CASE. I have spent my entire working career in nuclear power, first as an officer in the nuclear Navy and subsequently in commercial nuclear power industry. I retired from Westinghouse Electric Company as Senior Vice President and Chief Technology Officer. CASE is in support of House Bill 5357, an act concerning a study of nuclear power generating facilities. CASE was chartered by special act of the General Assembly to advise the state on issues of science and technology for the economic and social well-being of the people and state of Connecticut. CASE has served the state in the past on issues related to nuclear power, with the most recent study conducted in 2011. In preparing this testimony, CASE reviewed a recently released DEEP report in response to Public Act 23-102. This report includes an evaluation on advances in nuclear reactors. We found the report to be well-written and up-to-date on nuclear energy developments in the United States. As Connecticut considers the possibility of new nuclear generation, an important first step would be to change the current policy that established a moratorium on nuclear expansion. If the state wants to move toward nuclear, this step should be initiated as soon as possible. The following are areas that the proposed study should cover: 1, initiate activities as reasonable to prepare for the possibility of nuclear energy for part of the solution to a carbon-free economy, including the planning process, timeline, and cost. Communication should be ongoing with Dominion Energy to understand their position and the steps needed to evaluate the current facility at the Millstone site in Waterford for the addition of advanced nuclear reactor technologies. The political and regulatory process can be long and presents a potential challenge for Dominion's continuing engagement. 2, monitor and report on the progress of new advanced reactor technologies, including U.S. Department of Energy sponsored studies and private industry initiatives. Inform the committee through presentations on advanced nuclear reactor technologies. 3, help develop the cost benefit of new technologies, including the contribution to the state's zero carbon 2040 goal. 4, seek periodic updates from knowledgeable sources and federal assistance for risk assessment. CASE is prepared to assist the state on some or all of the above areas
3 minutes are
if
up.
called upon to serve. Thank
Testimony.
you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Regis. I appreciate it. Anybody have any questions? Always appreciate the offer of help. Diane Lauricella, followed by Brian Kelleher.
Good evening, Senator Needleman, Representative Steinberg, ranking members, and esteemed committee members. You have your work cut out for you. I am awaiting to get into a class, so I'm in my car. I hope you can hear me. Okay. I'm going to try to rapidly go through about 4 or 5 of these bills. You have many terrific bills. There's been great discussion all day. I've heard much of it. First, I'd like to start with House Bill 5358. Related to the geothermal, the study of network geothermal. I agree with fellow folks giving testimony. There is no need for a study. We need to get this underway now or last year, quite frankly. Geothermal, there used to be a company in Connecticut called GeoMint, and it was a wonderful name. I don't know what happened to the company. That's when the state was not supporting people that did geothermal. The time has come for this esteemed committee to move forward immediately. And so please, no need for a feasibility study. Let's move on this. Our neighbors are doing it, and it is going to save money. Number 2, House Bills 5359 about reforming the Siting Council. I did listen to the very interesting testimony by several people from Fairfield with Senator Huang and Representative Leeper. All I wanted to say about that is I support what they were saying. There's a need for reform, and just wanted to bring your attention to something coming up in about 10 days, National Sunshine Week, which is an annual observance sponsored by the National Freedom of Information Commission to promote awareness of our right to know. And that appears what is broken on this Siting Council. And I agree with everything that has been said, and I'm so pleased that this is on your list. House Bill 536 relating to siting of renewable energy sources. Where to put all this cool new tech? I just want to make you all understand so that people in the rural areas will not fear this. We first need to look at brownfields and surface parking lots to place many of our renewables. Let's do that first and maybe make the wording such. Senate Bill 298, I don't believe we need a study. I do feel it just delays the inevitable, and combining energy with storage systems is not new. So please consider deployment of new residential solar installations with storage and incentivize them just like we used to incentivize fossil fuels decades ago. We need it now to save money. Lastly, Senate Bill 301. I applaud this. I wanted to say I love the definitions in the immediate, the early lines. Those definitions are a wonderful tour for laymen, both in the legislature as well as the public to understand all of the very interesting ways you could save money. On line 706, there's a discussion about a pilot program for multifamily retrofits. I wanted to see if you could tweak this and maybe give a special dispensation.
3 minutes are up. Please summarize the rest of your testimony.
I will. Thank you so much. If we could give special dispensation to environmental justice communities and low wealth communities. Lastly, line 714, there is a discussion about windows and doors. The proviso is with my background taking a Building Performance Institute or BPI class on doing home energy assessments, do not incentivize windows and doors. First, look at insulation and make sure that is somehow on this. Use of weatherization goes first. Windows and doors, if nothing else, can assist. So thank you so much. Please have a wonderful evening, and I appreciate the time that you're giving me in hybrid.
Thank you, Diane. I don't see any questions. Next up is Brian Kelleher. Brian, are you there? No. Next up is Christopher Reagan.
Thank you, Chair Needleman and Chair Steinberg and members of the Energy and Technology Committee for the opportunity to testify before you. I'm Chris Reagan, resident of Stonington, with strong ties in the business community throughout my family's history of owning Almost Stick Village and the Groton Shopping Plaza, which I've been in business for 50 years and 70 years respectfully in the state of Connecticut. For full disclosure, I've been working to bring data center industry to Connecticut for over 5 years. I oppose and urge all the legislators to oppose Senate Bill SB 299, which will be a hopefully to prevent a potential roadblock to data center development in Connecticut. The waterfront project's economic development benefit to the state of Connecticut and host town are as follows. 1, lower electric rates by providing over $1 billion in new metered charges. 2, the largest private contributor to the renewable programs for the state of Connecticut. 3, the largest contributor to the state's energy assistance program, projected over $63 million. 4, the host fee to the town is $231 million. 5 is the union labor that's going to be provided for the construction with the PLA. 6, there's no diesel generators, closed loop system, minimal water, abundant fiber in place, clean environmental reports, and retained storm water. In regards to Massachusetts, here's a list of Massachusetts with 5 million square feet of data centers currently in operation, which is not a AI-based development. I'd like to read 2 comments. One is from the governor's press release statement. Data centers are the backbone of the digital age, and with this growing need, we are witnessing a significant period of national growth to build these infrastructures and create corresponding jobs with the supported operations. Connecticut needs to get in the game and bring this industry to our state. This is once in a generation opportunity to show the technology industry that Connecticut supports the sector and welcome their development in our state. Also, Senior Vice President of CBRE, Rob Myers, the Waterford project will be the highest high-performance compute AI data center of its kind in Connecticut and all of New England. In conclusion, the state of Connecticut and the host town will see a combined economic benefit of approximately $45 million a year for 30 years off this one particular project. We all should want the state of Connecticut to be the leader in technology industry, as the state has been the leader in the defense industry. The state of Connecticut's new slogan is "Make it here," which is great, but we should all want to make it here and keep it here. Thank you. Awesome.
Sorry about that. I appreciate that, Chris. Obviously, you know that I'm the guy who passed the bill to do this
Yes,
last
correct.
time. The only question I would ask you is, of all those data centers that you showed up on your list, are any of them behind the meter at a power plant?
I don't know officially if they are or not.
I do not believe that they are. And although I do appreciate no one wants this to happen more than me. I just, as the chair of the Energy and Technology Committee, have a responsibility to make sure that we don't impact the grid in a negative way. And as I said when someone else testified, who was not necessarily in favor of data centers, we do not have the power to deny or approve a data center, and that's not what we do in this committee. But what we do is make sure that the grid is appropriate and adequate, and the bill that we passed several years ago incentivized data centers by offering tax incentives. So personally, and I think the folks that you have here with you, who I obviously met with, understand that my concern is not with having a data center, it's with having a very significant sized data center behind the meter at a nuclear power plant backed up by the grid, and what that potential impact is if something else could happen. So appreciate your testimony and very passionate, and I love Old Mystic Village. I used to live in Mystic. It's a great
I'm
spot.
very passionate about the state of Connecticut, and, I want to see us diversify from the defense industry.
So
and
absolutely.
By
Yeah.
bringing technology,
No.
that's going to keep the state on the cutting edge.
We've heard more
with other
criticism about
states.
the fact that we pushed that bill through because we're big supporters of it.
Yep.
But there are some concerns that we just I need to have alleviated. I can't speak for us, but I think that it's important, and I do not want that to be a holdup for the project. But I think that we need to know that at a time, one of the lead articles today in Washington Post was the absolute drain on the grid and the inability to supply enough power. I don't know if it was today's article, because of all the data centers that are coming on. They're a huge draw. And I think the commissioner's estimate of 5% of total output is actually going to be low 5 or 10 years from now. We just have to make sure we get enough capacity online to handle the data that we're all demanding from technology, because it's a lot of data crunching that's going to be happening. And we just have to make sure that we're not impacting your ability when you flip the light switch on in your business to have light. So, thank you. Representative Acker.
Thank you,
the
Mr. Chairman.
Resident expert in electricity here.
Well, so I guess on that point is I'll ask a question regarding, you said there's 5 data centers in Massachusetts?
No, 5 million square feet of data centers.
Okay, so 5 million square feet, is that just number of buildings and number of facilities?
That's the square footage of the buildings.
That's a building?
No,
Oh,
collectively, in total,
Okay,
in
that-
Massachusetts, there's
okay.
5 million. They're not hyperscale data centers. They're co-locations or they're for particular businesses within their buildings.
Okay, okay. So I was trying to think, of, so what is the point of how much do you think we need in terms of, is this just an ever growing, need that, you said 5 million in Massachusetts, how many does Connecticut, need to, get the market share or?
Well, that's not my expertise in regards to determining what the size or how many buildings we could have. But in regards to the future, you're going to need to have this AI compute. You're going to have self-driving vehicles. That's everybody's future is that they want it to be. You're going to have these buildings within your region. And if you don't, you won't have it.
So your expertise is in the requirement of what they need for power?
My expertise is facilitating the deals to happen.
Oh, okay, okay,
So-
all right. Do you know what power draw a 5 million square foot facility draws?
I don't, it all depends on what they're computing inside the building.
Okay.
If it's a co-location, they'd have different lanes in there, so it wouldn't be filled up with servers in the entire building.
Okay,
So
all
it
right,
depends on what capacities is filled inside the building.
okay, all right. So I won't get my answer from you, but maybe something I'll look into. I'm just thinking
Yep.
of what the overall draw is, and then I know, because I've talked to a couple, individuals involved with this, and they're looking at other plants to be nearby, you know, the old peaker plants or something like that, where they're right near the power production. We have some great some individuals here earlier that talk about power generation, right on site power generation for backup, things like that. So I appreciate your advocacy for what you need to do.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chair.
All set.
Thank you so much.
All right.
And the answer to your question, Representative, is 300 megawatts. For
that's-
this
that's
particular
for this plan.
proposal behind the meter.
Oh, sorry about
So-
that. I thought you were just
Yeah,
talking
no,
about
no, no.
generalities in
Which-
regards to that.
yeah,
I don't know if it was that for,
Not that
Yeah.
I want to speak for you, but as I've been told, it's not the largest type of data center, but it's big. And it's probably bigger than anything else that's existing in New England right now. And again, this is a piece of business. This is a piece of a business that I think is good for us as long as we have the generating capability. And Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island, New Hampshire, they're all one grid. So you drop the nameplate capacity at a time when other resources are scheduled to come off the grid. And the big concern that I've had personally is that we anticipated that the first 1,000 megawatts of wind deployment was going to come on, you know, sooner than it appears that it's going to come on. So losing capacity on the grid and due to retirement of old fossil fuel plants, and at the same time, a delay in the wind. ISO's come out with reports. I think that ultimately, if this deal goes through, it's really going to be Dominion has to reach out to ISO and talk about what it means to reduce the nameplate capacity by 300 megawatts. So, and the developers have to reach out to Eversource and say, what does it mean to not have backup generation on site, but back it up with 300 megawatts from the grid? That's a substation. So anyway, it's complicated. Big fan of Connecticut. As was explained to me earlier on, we are right on the pipeline for a major data fiber connection that comes into Boston and goes down to New York. And there are no off ramps in Connecticut, and we want off ramps. So it's an opportunity here that we don't want to lose, but we want to be careful and thoughtful about what we do. So thank you.
thank you.
So next up is Jason Velasquez. I'm sorry, I'm losing my mind. Jason, are we there? Jason going once, twice? Okay. Not there. Bessie Turner. Bessie there. Bessie going once, twice, 3 times. Tom Quinn, the man who can answer all the questions.
I was going to open with this good morning, but that's changed.
If you talk long enough, Tom, it could be.
Yeah, so I'm here to talk about solar. Okay, good evening. I'm Thomas Quinn, developer partner with the proposed high-performance compute AI data center at the Dominion site in Waterford, and I oppose Senate Bill 299. The data center incentive was voted into law by 86% of the Senate and 91% of the House. Under the new law, the town of Waterford RTM and selectmen voted unanimously to locate the project in their town, and Dominion Energy agreed to host the data center project there with full cooperation. This will be the only high-performance compute AI purposely built data center of its kind in New England. Massachusetts, for example, hosts 29 public or co-location data centers and has a 10x, 10 times the compute capacity of Connecticut today, using exactly the same ISO grid. And those data centers use gas or diesel generators for backup. At Waterford, there are no diesels or gas generators, minimal water use with a closed loop system, green and quiet building must be by contract with the town, the very highest rated efficiencies. It would be the most efficient building in the entire state, bar none. There are two buildings totaling 1,200,000 square feet within 55 acres of the 528-foot parcel. And for those of you who don't know, it's north of the railroad tracks, away from the actual generating facility. The merchant plant may sell electricity to any off-taker in the marketplace without permission. To answer some of the chairman's questions, and we can talk about exempt generator status later, without any permission from state agencies. And currently, much of Connecticut's green, clean energy is sold out of state. This is critically important. Large out-of-state data centers include 3.152 million square feet, bigger than what we're planning. One of them is Summer Street in Boston. Many over 200,000 square feet, many others over 100,000 square feet. I have a list, and we have packets so we can offer you on the way out the door here before we leave. All of these co-location facilities, none of them AI facilities, and there are other large proprietary data centers. You may not realize CVS in Rhode Island, 150,000 square feet. UBS in Connecticut here, 250,000 square feet. And hundreds of smaller applications, including 17 public data centers in Connecticut and hundreds more. Think applications for the insurance industry, hospitals and healthcare. They all have their own smaller data centers. Insurance, financial, government. Also, Yale, Harvard, and MIT also have supercomputer programs, all using the same grid. By purchasing the energy on contract behind the meter. And why behind the meter? Because we have the highest cost of electricity in the United States. We can't make this work. We can't bring the infrastructure to the state because our electricity costs are through the roof. It gives us a tremendous economic multiplier. For every megawatt you have, you can create an awful lot of jobs and you can collect charges against it. It's not just about the taxes. The taxes qualify us with 34 other states, but it's about the other parts of this, which has to do with the leverage of economic development. Over the life of the contract, these
I
financial...
apologize, but your 3 minutes are up. Please summarize your testimony.
Thank you. It's going to take me one more minute. Over the life of the contract, the financial benefits include PBC FMC charges metered, totaling over $1 billion, lowering electric rates in the state. By paying these charges at 12.08% against electricity that is otherwise being sold out of the state without benefiting Connecticut. Without question, this is a new 30-year stream of income to the state. Plus, $231 million in host fees paid to the municipality, $63 million contributed separately and directly to the Energy Assistance Fund. Please ask me about that. This project becomes the largest private contributor to the state's multiple renewable programs and the Energy Assistance Fund, and the project just by itself contributes more than 1/3 of the state's clean energy contract. I want to make sure you understand that. One private company is lowering the electric rates by adding 1/3 in otherwise uncollectible public benefit charges to the clean energy contract that the state currently has. Over 3 million union jobs per building. I'm sorry, 3 million hours of union jobs, hours per building, not jobs. That would be a lot. Then 200 full-time, I've been here since noon, and you have too. Then 200 full-time high-paying tech jobs and 300 jobs for 12 months every 3 years for full refits, according to our consultants at CBRE for this exact application. 10,000 jobs over the life of the project. Couple more things you need to know. There's absolutely no shortage, in our opinion, of grid assets within the ISO New England grid system to meet the demand. Energy chairs are well aware of the fact I provided them with the 2024 ISO reports. 52% of the grid is available at highest peak capacity. In fact, in the last snowstorm, in the middle of the snowstorm, we had 15,000 megawatts available for sale, and 25% at peak for the summer. PURA certainly knows this. No business has ever been singled out and denied electricity, including any other large data centers within the grid. In addition, on January 29th, if you're not fully advised, of 2024, FERC approved a brand new ISO New England DAISY, day-ahead ancillary services market that's guaranteed to keep the lights on always. Guaranteed. Please ask me about this. The state of Connecticut may also take advantage of substantial offers discounts for its own data needs. I was asked to provide that too, saving millions of dollars. We believe it's a waste of taxpayer time and especially the money to commission a completely unnecessary opinion study designed using ISO New England facts, all of which currently are free and available to everybody here online. Should either the Energy Committee or PURA have a better way to provide 1.6 billion in bonded, this project is bonded, financing and development, and over 1 billion in brand new PBC FMC charges, millions of hours of union jobs, $231 million in municipal benefits, and 63 million contribution to the Energy Assistance Program separate from those benefits, please let us know what else we can do. If the bill is voted out of committee, Connecticut loses, ratepayers lose, unions lose, and an economic tremendous development. It's a tremendous development.
Please summarize the rest of your testimony.
Okay, I'm done. Any questions?
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you,
Anybody?
Chairman.
You guys choose. I'm only here as an appendage.
I wouldn't be here without the chairman.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm not gonna touch that. Thank you, Mr. Quinn, for your testimony. Some people would raise the concern maybe that the data center, as you mentioned in your testimony, is behind the meter. Theoretically, there are certain costs that are associated with the grid, including the public policy charges, which is, as you reference, public benefits charge and FMCC. But I know that there's discussions that your development has had about paying those anyway. I think you said that this would lower the overall cost, compared to what another data center might do, because you'll be reimbursing the state for the public benefits charges and the FMCC that ratepayers have to bear as a consumer of energy. Can you just explain that a little bit more to us? I think that would be helpful.
Sure. So combined public benefit charges is something that we're agreeing to pay. It's not required behind the meter. The initial thought process was, let's do it behind the meter so we could get our rates down low enough so we could attract the industry to the state of Connecticut, period. We also needed to have and still need to have a data center incentive tax because the other states have it. Ours is a little bit better, but it's offset by a higher cost of utility. So yes, we would pay those charges. Those charges are calculated under rate 58, Eversource's rate 58, at a combined benefit for a combined charge between the combined public benefit and FMCC charges of 12.08%, meaning we put a meter on for the data center and everything that flows through the meter has a premium paid to the state at 12, it's tens of millions of dollars a year being paid to the state. And the CBC charges include the public assistance charge. So we're actually covering that twice in our proposed proposal. Conservation and load management charge, renewable charges for growth, development, sale of renewable energy. Those are the public benefit charges. FMCC charges pay for the Millstone contract. First one on the list, if you look it up, we're paying a third of that. Other generation programs, other long-term energy contracts, long-term renewable energy contracts, low emission renewable energy credit, solar home renewable energy certificate program, and passive demand response programs. At the first rate level, I think it's approximately 14% that homeowners are paying for these on their electric bill, 14% of the bill. Representative Fazio, did I answer your question?
Yes. We want to make sure that there's, in any, final development that happens, that there's fairness and there's reimbursement to the general public, to the ratepayers. And, having a data center pay for the public benefits charge is part of that, certainly. Is there potentially any other cost from being behind the meter that would be socialized on the grid, not paid by the data center, that we should be awares of or be concerned with as well?
No, the plant is a merchant plant, and by definition, a merchant plant can delist energy. They're not, they can do as they wish to do with that energy. That's the kind of the definition. They can also sell to anybody they want to sell to. They could sell to these same data centers, but we all need to realize we can't overlook the fact that there could be a 20-acre campus coming outside of Boston somewhere with high-rise buildings and so forth that's going to take not 300 megawatts, but a substantial amount of energy. It's the aggregate of the energy. There is no logical way to do a study to see how the data center in and of itself affects the rest of the grid. It doesn't occur. ISO has never, ever, ever refused the business energy. When data centers in that region, I've been to a lot of them, have an interest in getting more energy, they're only restrained by the wires that come in. What's the transmission load available at that exact location? That's the only way they're constrained. Otherwise, they shovel it over. We've had conversations with Eversource. We've had at high level, and more than conversations. We're working with Eversource for easements through particular areas. For example, the ISO New England isn't going to take this on. It's not in their purview. They're not going to do this study. So who's going to do the study? PURA? We already think we know what the PURA might say about this huge economic development program, but it will also slow us down. So Senator Needleman, Chairman, you're absolutely right. It was one article that came out today. Elon Musk said a couple of weeks ago, oh, this whole thing is going to blow up and the United States is going to need more energy. Here's a fact. The United States is going to need a whole lot more energy for everything that we're doing going forward. I don't hear a big talk right in this room about electric vehicles taking multiples of that. Meanwhile, the data centers just in Massachusetts are burning many hundreds of megawatts. They are all going to upgrade at some point. I just want to tell you this last piece. Building what we're building is like building a skyscraper. The other data centers are co-location, like building a little single family home. Here's why. It's all about watts per foot. You don't lease space or sell space in a data center. You rent it by this watts per foot formula. So old data centers were 70 watts per foot. The new data centers start at 340 watts per foot. That's why we need the energy. Also, congestion on the grid. Millstone is by far the best place in the state. I have personally been with this guy to every industrial site in the state. We know every power line. We know every intersection of fiber in the entire state. Millstone is the very best place for this reason. We'll be happy to provide the fiber maps. It is the richest area that we can, not even the city, has a multitude of providers. Here's why. All of the fiber in this state goes through the train line, except the newer fiber, which is in Route 95. Guess what we have at Millstone? We have a connection. There were already 2 fiber companies doing it, running right up that pathway, right into 95. We have overseas connectivity where the easternmost data center, I know I'm going on, Mr. Chairman, I'll stop if you want me to. The easternmost data center to Europe. We're going to have probably the fastest latency, which is round trip delay. We're going to have financials come as part of this. I just want to say the last thing. This is an AI data center. On the front page of the Hartford Courant, they're talking about AI in healthcare. The governor just met with the Lord Mayor of London. They want to bring 5 tech firms here. Insurance companies use AI extensively now. They're trying to get in as fast as we can. Why aren't we taking advantage? This electricity is being sent out of state, and guess what they're doing? They're putting their $1 billion worth of public benefit charges on it. So let's get with this program. Let's get this thing built. There's millions of hours of union jobs. We need support from the Energy Committee. This just slows us down for absolutely no reason. ISO is not going to respond to any kind of a report, we know. So eventually we have to file. By the way, we have a tremendous document set already put together on this deal with Dominion Energy and so forth, all in process. but we're way deep in, a year and a half into the process here. So if you could help us get through this process, we'll bring you a nice big economic development.
Just one
project.
last quick
We can go.
question. So,
Anytime.
and if tax credit didn't exist in Connecticut or wasn't as big in Connecticut, would the result most likely be the data centers would still be developed here, or your data center might still be developed here, but you'd charge higher price for the data that you're
So-
selling?
So good question.
Because
Here's the
there's
fact.
so much demand for data.
Here's the fact. At some point, when everybody else has built out, there may be an opportunity. We'll call it the desperate opportunity to build here because they have to. Okay? There might be that. But guess what? It won't be what we can have now. It won't be the sizable, profitable, AI hyperscale data center. It'll be just what we have now. Connecticut's had this policy. I know all of the data centers, there's 17 of them in the state. Some are switching stations, 17.
Susan or Sue help him.
They're all small. In Massachusetts, what do they have up there? A massive education technology base. Google is on 128, Microsoft's on 128. They're all moving in. They moved in before data center tax incentives really got going. They were there first, and they're stuck there and they're doing it. And now they have these compute facilities that are being built out. Digital is there for a reason. Every major city needs to have compute. So digital's there with a total 3 buildings, 450,000 square feet. Just one company, Equinix, Evoke, Colocation America, 200,000 square feet. They're all there. What are we fooling around with over the megawatts? They're burning multiples of the megawatts that we're asking for here, and we're going to build the state of the art. Also, we're going to get some migration of this site because this site will be, we have a top five worldwide partner that will do it, and we will have Turner Construction, the biggest data center developer in the country, build it.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you. Appreciate your very, very your patience with me.
Representative Acker. has-
Tom, I'm
Sorry.
apprehensive to ask the question because you lay it on. But I appreciate the knowledge that you're providing us. Minus this bill, so forget this bill right now. What was your time frame?
My timeframe would be finishing the approvals in Waterford. We would need permission from Siting Council that wants us to develop. They want conservation information, basically. Once we got before the town, we would probably have approximately 3 months to get that done. And simultaneously applying for state permits. We would have to go to deep for stormwater runoff, just so we all know. There will be no stormwater runoff. We're containing it, so that shouldn't be a long process. We have to go back to Siting Council. And PURA, it's behind the meter, so PURA wouldn't be involved in that.
Okay. And then the second question, you mentioned that you're not obligated to put in that approximate 14% that you were talking about for that'll come to the state because of what the ratepayers are paying. What obligation do you have after you start building or 5 years down the road? What is the
For
obligation? Who's
30
it with?
years, for 30 years,
It's contracted
it's contracted.
with,
Everything I've just told
With-
you about today is 30 years
contracted with,
with the state to pay the charges.
okay.
And
Thank
if they
you. Thank you.
change the charges, by the way, they have on the website that if the charges go to 0, we don't have to pay them. I just want you to know that. It has on the website, if FMC charges go to 0, you don't have to pay them. I thought
Does
that
it,
was
does it go to
nice.
20? Do you go to 20 or?
Listen, whatever everyone else is paying is what's going to have to be paid.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for your
Whatever it's-
testimony
whatever's-
and your knowledge.
Thank you
And,
for the time.
and next, Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you very much. Hi, good to see you, Tom, and for sticking around with all of us. So you mentioned the Siting Council. What is the state of play there now?
So what we asked the Siting Council to do is do a lot line delineation to take off the 55 acres because every site that you're going to put $1.6 billion into, you need to know where the lot lines are, where it starts and finishes. So we asked them for a lot line delineation. There have been 30 5 declaratory rulings previously allowed by Siting Council at Dominion Site, 11 for buildings. And they denied it, but they never gave us a reason why we couldn't have a lot line to it. We weren't asking for anything to do with energy, just a lot line delineation. So we're going to be going back and chatting with them about this, but we have to get past it. So they denied a declaratory ruling 6 months after 60 days when they're supposed to. And instead they went through and said without prejudice. So we can come back to see them again. We're going to have to do that. It's going to be a little process, but that's really the thing that's going to be the primary. If we don't have a study here and we don't have to dig in and dig our heels into that with the House and Senate, and we can focus on getting the Siting Council issues resolved, we'll be in good shape.
Where do things stand with the town of Waterford?
100% supportive, and Dominion's, I have I have a packet. If you didn't get a packet, I'd like to leave one for you. It's just 7 pages, but it has quotes in there, and you'll see that Dominion is incredibly supportive. They've been wonderful to deal with, and the town of Waterford could not be unanimous support in the town of Waterford on the RTM, still continuous support. And the first selectman just came up to the governor's office about a week ago, approximately a week ago.
And you mentioned some benefits to the state in terms of access to the data center.
Right. Thank you for reminding me that. So I was asked by Commissioner Dan O'Keefe, who also does not, I guess he sent a letter and I'm told, I haven't seen it, does not support this 299 bill. Dan O'Keefe told me that he'd like to see something for the state. They have sent me basically a very rudimentary takeoff without giving away a lot of their information, and we'll be able to save the state over the period of the contract millions of dollars on their data. They would have a clean energy, which they don't have now, data center at 27.5% off. I had to go to our finance side and get all that done, and compliance and lawyers, but we'll be able to do that for the state for the life of the data center.
And final question, I know certainly there have been a lot of local concern from residents who are nearby, concerns about noise and other issues that have risen in other data centers. What would you say to that?
Okay, so data centers in the past haven't had to be quiet. I think that's what we're getting to right away is the quietness, okay? They haven't had to be quiet because they have in North Virginia a decibel level, state level of 74. Ours is 54 in Connecticut. We're going to be very quiet because of the following things. First of all, it's going to be a tilt-up concrete building, so any noise from in the building is not getting out. Second of all, there's going to be a 15-foot insulated wall. Computational fluid dynamic studies, air studies flowing over the building are done then with environmental sound monitors. Then the town of Waterford signs off on the process in our contract. So then they look at that. Then we take it to the next level. We box CAD the building. We have a CAD designed environmental monitor system. We send it out to a company called Park Lane Industries that does enclosures for air conditioning systems. It's very expensive to do this, but what are we not paying for? Diesel engines, right? So there's money in the budget. We can figure that out. We've spent a year on this, trying to get all this done. I've just met them recently, Park Lane in Leesburg, Virginia. We've gone through some of these things. It's going to be an extremely quiet data center. They actually box, like this desk, over the top of a big air conditioning system and louver it, and they guarantee the decibel, the final decibel amount once you sign off on the CAD series. So the town should be very satisfied with that, and they're hiring their own expert as well to do that. They've been great.
Thank you. And I'm sure other people have questions, so I will leave it there. Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Meskos.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Tom, quick question. Economic spend in the first 3 to 5 years, what do you expect your contribution to the state in terms of economic activity? I'm trying to figure out both payroll, sales tax, and income tax will generate, but do you have any estimates what you're going to spend if this thing gets through?
Well, within 3 years, the building would be built. That is we have a construction budget of $1.6 billion to do that. As far as the payroll tax part of it, there's 1,500. We had a job study with the tri-authored some time back with Advanced CT, it was CERC, and Bloom Shapiro and Hartford Metro Alliance. There will be 1,500 jobs per building, which translate, if you do the math, into 3 million hours of labor per building. So there's that. On top of that, the town gets a big upfront check when we start the process, kind of to reimburse them for all of the work they had to do and legal fees and everything else throughout the process. There will be all the jobs are taxable throughout the
Right.
the life of the contract, and the state would get as soon as we turn on the power, the meter starts running. We are not taking, by the way, we never talked about this. We're not taking 300 megawatts at the flip of a switch. It's going to probably start the first year at 25 to 45, something like that. The second year, we may take another 70 or 80, and it ramps up over time. It's not a shock to the system. And over that time, the meter's running. Our agreement is to have our metered electricity on our substation. The state would certainly want to audit that because it's a very big number. It's no problem for the state to do that. They would have their own access to that electronically, or with AI, they'll have it, and we'll be able to figure that out. So,
and Tom, just quick on that. So the payroll is a significant number for the construction. And materials of the 1.7, you imagine, I mean, the servers, I'm sure we're not manufacturing. So I'm not sure what the spend's going to look like inside my state. I mean, this is just important from the point of economic activity, right?
okay, so if there's a 1-1 rule. If you build a data center for $1 billion, which is a real number these days, this would be 1.6.
Mm-hmm.
Takes about that same dollar number of servers to fit out the building, but it's not just servers. It's, DuPont and 1,000 miles of fiber, and it's racks that all have to be custom built, and heat has to be adjusted and so forth. So there is a tremendous amount of activity that first year. But at the end of 3 years, and you can check with CBRE because we have the senior vice president of New York for CBRE on our team. And what they'll do is they'll fit out the entire data center with as much that needs to be fitted out of the AI servers. And it may even be shorter than that with the development and the boom we're having right now in AI. And those servers get changed out. Now, what happens then? That's when the jobs start in. They start reconfiguring site. They rebuild the racks. They change the floor system. They may change the ductwork. We're going to call it ductwork. It's not really ductwork. It's a different process. But yes, we change out the HVAC systems or we tune them up. Okay. And this happens frequently. Look, there's a lot of energy being used. There's no question. So what they want to use is it as efficiently as possible. I've heard some people say, by the way, that, we should have solar panels on the roof. We can't have solar panels on the roof. The way to keep it quiet is to put the fan units on the roof. The air handlers in a closed loop system go inside of the building, right inside the building, not on the roof. So that's a quiet. There are no diesels, so that brings it quiet. But getting back to your question, at the end of the 3rd year, there's a bump. At the end of the 6th year, there's a bump. This is what the market is now, but we don't know what's going to happen to change that as we go forward. I can tell you that, if you're looking what the state gets, if you look at any model in the country, North Virginia, New Albany, Ohio, Phoenix, Dallas, Austin, I've been to all of these places, Sacramento even, Silicon Valley, Seattle. If you go to any of these places around these data center areas, and you probably know this, but the data center area is the wealthiest per capita area in the United States right now in Virginia. But you go to these areas and you find that the boom in economic development, there's going to be a tremendous take up on office space in surrounded towns. They may not even use the office space for a year, but they're going to be renting it. They're going to be grabbing industrial sites so they can set the servers up and keep a role and keep a staff there. So there's a lot going on. I'm sorry I belabored that question a little bit.
No, I think it's music to my ears in terms of economic development. This is what we're talking about in the way of more taxpayers and more economic activity. So I appreciate that message. I wasn't looking to give you that lead. I wanted to get the information. I really appreciate it. So thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for indulging me.
Thank you, Representative. And barring any other questions, thank you for staying around for so long. Appreciate it.
Thank you for all your help. Appreciate it and your time. And I wish I had coffee for you all.
That's all right. Next up is Andrea Ozick.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, and thank you for staying so late to give me the opportunity to participate. My name is Andrea Ozick, and I live in Southport, together with my husband, who testified to the committee earlier today. We established a nonprofit called Sasko Creek Neighbors Environmental Trust to oppose and intervene on Siting Council Docket 516. Consequently, I have personal experience with the Siting Council process and believe I can therefore offer valuable input into House Bill 5359. The main issue I'd like to bring attention to related to the composition and expertise of the Siting Council involves its ability to accurately assess the economic impact of utility project proposals on our communities. As you're aware, utility projects have far-reaching implications for the towns and cities where they're sited, both in the short term and the long term. While it's crucial to evaluate the upfront cost of these projects, it's equally important to consider their long-term economic impact. Without doing so, decisions are made based only on immediate costs without fully understanding the broader long-term economic ramifications. So what I'd like to propose to address this are two things. First, that the Siting Council contain at least one member, or that they have access to a third-party resource with economic expertise that would enable them to assess the economic impact of utility proposals on the affected towns, including factors such as real estate valuations, business development opportunities, and tax revenue. That stricter, and the second thing is that stricter requirements are implemented for any utility proposals that involve easements. Because utility easements are permanent and convey superior rights to the acquiring utility company, they carry the potential for profound consequences that leave property owners and communities vulnerable to significant economic harm. In the case of Docket 516, United Illuminating was able to dismiss undergrounding as a viable option based solely on a grossly inflated cost estimate that was prepared internally by a team with less than a half a mile of undergrounding experience. They did not consider the lifetime cost of undergrounding, nor did they conduct a thorough economic analysis of the proposal's impact on the affected towns. They were not required to assess the impact of the proposal on business development opportunities or the resulting decrease in the town's tax revenue. I think those types of assessments should be required. By ensuring that the Siting Council includes or has access to that type of economic expertise, we can better evaluate utility project proposals and make informed decisions that allow for a modern, resilient power grid delivering reliable electricity while also safeguarding the beauty and the prosperity of our state. Thank you very much for your time and for your consideration.
I apologize. I needed to get some caffeine.
Totally understand. I have a glass of wine waiting for me, so.
Oh, man. That's not nice. There are no further questions.
Thank you and have a good night.
Yeah, really appreciate you spending the time. Thank you.
You too.
Making us all feel bad. Up next is Samantha from the Sierra Club, followed by Peter Millman from Peace.
Thank you very much, Senator Needleman, Representative Steinberg, and members of the committee. I'm Sam Danowski. I'm the State Director of Sierra Club's Connecticut chapter. Thank you very much for staying to hear me give my testimony. It's a far cry from this morning when the room was packed. We submitted testimony on a number of bills. There was a lot we wanted to comment on the agenda today, but I'm going to limit the testimony before you to two bills, SB 300 and HB 5358. We strongly oppose SB 300, both sections, but I will specifically talk about section 1, which presumes that we want and need more frac gas, and that we need to expand it. I'll repeat, I'm not going to repeat too much what people said, but methane, which frac gas is primarily made of methane. It's a very powerful greenhouse gas. The life cycle accounting of emissions for frac gas make it as dirty as coal. And expanding it is really inconsistent with the Global Warming Solution Act and our efforts in Connecticut to have zero carbon electricity supply by 2040 and to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. It's also, expansion is incredibly costly, the cost of the pipelines. We'd be talking about billions of dollars. It prolongs our use of gas and locks us into volatile electricity rates for a long time to come, plus the climate and public health costs that come with it. And what we'd really like to see is a docket to study the future of gas and where we're going and how we're going to meet our climate goals and what that means for the gas system. Moving on to House Bill 5358, we support this bill to bring network community geothermal to our state in a bigger way. Like others testified, we also think that we're past needing a study. DEEP is working right now on that project that was spoken about in Wallingford. They have applied to the EPA for funding under the IRA, Climate Pollution Reduction Grants, to work on network geothermal. It's been studied. We're ready to go with it. So like others, we would recommend that you direct PURA to initiate a proceeding on it. And I will conclude there. And thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you, Samantha. Yeah, thank you, Representative Acker.
Thank you, Samantha, for being here. So I guess with the gas infrastructure component of it is because of our need to use more and more electricity, essentially, right? I mean, that's what we're getting at. I haven't really seen a forecast of how I'm not saying I'm pro anything here other than, making sure, pro efficiency to me would be the number one thing is how do we become more efficient when we hear about needing more and more power, right? For whatever reason, whether it's a data center or electrifying our homes and our cars, and that we can't keep up with the need that we have. How do you see us handling the need of in class 1 renewables to give us enough power? Have you guys looked into that?
Well, we've advocated and before this committee last week about the solar power potential that we have in the state. And we also, several other people have mentioned that ISO New England studies where we're at and how we're going to do and forecast out. And they have recently forecast a high electrification scenario, and they were not concerned that we weren't going to meet it. And so I think what we need to do is continue to work with DEEP and ISO as DEEP continually updates the IRP. They're forecasting how much energy we're going to need, but solar, wind, you nailed it with energy efficiency, and battery storage.
Yeah. So yeah, I've been ever since I've been on this committee, I've always heard caps and caps and caps. I'm like, can we get rid of the caps? Can we just get going on the solar caps? We need more installers. Unfortunately, that's an area that we have to really work in individuals putting in the solar. But no, I appreciate your thought and look forward to, is there a report you said that ISO did on that?
Well, so they have, like, if you go on their site, you'll see many, many, many reports, but
Okay.
I can,
Oh, no,
I can pull up
no,
that
I'll
high
go geek and
electrification
go
report.
check it
Yeah.
out. I got no problem with
I'd
doing
be
that.
happy to.
Yeah. No, I'll go look
send
it
it.
up. Yeah. Thank you very much for your testimony. Thanks for being
Yeah.
here.
You've been very patient today. Thank you, Sam.
Thank you very much.
And that ISO study, after the CEO of ISO was here when we had that special hearing talking about the flashing lights going off, doubling the demand and the reliability problems going from summer to winter, the maximum demand going from 28 gigawatts to 55 gigawatts between now and 2050 being a crisis. They bought a new computer and they suddenly are saying that it's not going to be a crisis. So I met with them and discussed it. What they did find, which is credit to all the public policy activities, are that a lot of behind the meter generation had not been accounted for. So I say it a little facetiously with the fact that they must have bought one that had the newest version of Windows. It was a little more than that, but the reality is, to circle back to this, as important as I believe it is, and I really do believe it's important that we do this, all of those public policy initiatives are supported by public policy initiatives. That they don't come for free. I believe that the world is on fire. I really do. I believe, I just started reading an article today saying that this planet has not experienced in its 4.5 billion year history what is happening right now within 100 years. It's amazing. And we don't know what the outcome will be. That said, we have to worry about these long-term major problems. And we also have to worry about people getting their bill once a month. So, you know, in my opinion, it's a very tangible thing that is happening planet-wide. But at the same time, people get their bill every month. And you hear the uproar with this RAM adjustment, which this RAM adjustment that is before PURA right now is specifically related 75% to the Millstone Power Purchase Agreement. And incentives matter because I believe that the public health effects and the climate effects of doing nothing are going to be much, much worse for our grandchildren and their grandchildren. But I also believe that the people that we represent are alive today and that we have to, you know, figure out a way to mitigate some of that impact. So it's complicated. There's no simple solutions here. And anyway, thank you. So up next, Peter Millman. Is Peter here?
Hi, yes, I am.
You
First
are.
of all,
how are you?
thanks. Good. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today, particularly at the end of this very long day of hearings. I'm a vice president at People's Action for Clean Energy. I'm here to strongly support HB 5358, the geothermal study. Like others, PACE would like to see the bill amended so that we do not do a study, that we move right to pilot projects developed through PURA. The multiple pilot projects underway in Massachusetts and soon in New York, as well as Minnesota and Colorado, give us a firm basis for moving ahead right away on pilot projects. I submitted testimony in which I described network geothermal and talked about its benefits and opportunities. So I'm going to leave that aside for now and focus on one other thing, which is that network geothermal really is very relevant to the discussion of whether Connecticut needs more gas or not. For those who believe that we need to bring in gas pipelines to deal with the winter reliability issue and for the high prices of electricity, network geothermal is part of the solution. You may wonder, you know, of course, network geothermal systems will operate using electricity. And of course, half of our electricity comes from natural gas. So the question is, which is more efficient, running a network geothermal system, partially using natural gas generated electricity, or just sending that electricity to a bunch of homes and letting them burn it in a furnace or boiler. And it turns out that if you wanted to, if you looked at heating 100,000 homes with natural gas directly, you could actually heat 200,000 homes using natural gas generated electricity and sending that electricity to running a network geothermal system. So if you care about winter reliability, if you care about the constraints on the natural gas pipeline system, you should be a strong proponent for network geothermal. And because of the issues around gas availability, we should be moving as quickly as possible. And I'd just like to say one other thing about network geothermal, which is that the technology is pretty well developed. I mean, it really has three components: ground source heat pumps. We know a lot about those.
I apologize, but your 3 minutes are up. Please summarize the rest of your testimony.
I would just say that the technology is pretty well understood. You know, as I understand it, the purpose of these pilot programs is really to dig in, understand the process more, and really to understand what the business model is that would best work for deploying a lot of network geothermal. It's not really the technology, it's more the business model. And again, thank you for the opportunity, particularly since it's so late. Happy to answer questions if you have the energy.
No, thank you, Peter. That was, I ran over to the resident experts from the Sierra Club to ask them how that would work. Because I am intrigued by the geothermal idea. I know that looking at it for my house, when I built it a few years ago, it was very costly to design the system for one house, but it was basically free to operate because really all you're operating is running the pumps pretty much continually and pulling out the 55-degree water. I just don't know how it would work at scale. And I think that we are beyond the point of studying it. I think that we probably should be doing something with geo on a broader scale because it is a very good technology. So thank you for your testimony. Next up is Stephen, also from the Sierra Club, double teaming us, but very patiently waiting around, Stephen.
Different bill. So thank you. Hi, everyone. Stephen Lewis. I'm a volunteer and chair of the Sierra Club Legislative Committee. I live in South Windsor. Thank you for staying here. I've been here the whole 8 hours and most of you have too, so thank you for that. I want to speak to the data center bill, Senate Bill 299. Sierra Club supports requiring the state to study the impact of the energy demands of data centers on our current and future grid and energy supply. We know the power needs of data centers are growing fast and will in fact speed up. And for example, according to an article from October 2023 in Utility Dive, there are forecasts that global AI power demand, excluding China, is estimated to reach between 13.5 and 20 gigawatts by 2028. Now, in today's Washington Post article, I think that pretty much shows that this is going to accelerate very, very quickly. So if you get a chance to read it, you should. Also, given Connecticut's renewable energy goals and the limits of our grid infrastructure to accommodate rapid growth of clean energy solutions in many locations, it will be imperative that any data centers do not slow down the pace of progress on deploying solar, wind, and storage for residents and businesses, and that ratepayers do not have to bear the cost of infrastructure updates to support the energy needs of data centers specifically. And so I was also going to speak on the network geothermal pilot, but I'll just say that we echo what has already been said in terms of making a modification to move away from a study and to just implement it. And I'll just stop there and ask if you have any questions.
Thank you, Stephen. I just again want to remind everybody that we are not here to regulate data centers, right? That they're a business like any other business. I do think that we did pass a law that incentivized them through different tax incentives. And when we passed that law, what was not contemplated was a large behind the meter data center. So the idea of wanting the free enterprise system to work here, because we all do want data. You just read your testimony from your iPhone. You didn't come with paper. You know? But I do think that having ISO, which I think is the appropriate organization, do some kind of a nameplate reduction study, which I think they're going to have to do. If this deal happens, I think the developers pen a deal eventually, and Dominion has to go to ISO to say, we're going to go from 2,300 megawatt nameplate to 2,000. And then because the grid is backing it up, which from an environmental point of view is a better option than big diesel generators. But then there's got to be a further negotiation with having that power available to backfeed into that data center. And that's a negotiation with Eversource. So, and then obviously the last question that comes up is, you know, Millstone has an extension on their federal permits for a while. And we're looking to extend our agreement with them, but 30 years may be beyond the life of that plant, may not. I just don't know. In which case, where does the power come from for that data center if Millstone shuts down? Then
Exactly.
Then it becomes fed directly from the grid with all of its incumbent costs. So I believe that data centers are proliferating no matter what we do. I don't believe we have the legal ability to ban them, nor would I ever recommend that. I'm very intrigued by the economic development aspect. I also think that the trades, you know, the building trades folks are really looking at this as an opportunity for their workers, and that's important to me. I think long-term, the day-to-day jobs there are not the big issue. I think that it's the people that are going to be involved in building these things that are going to be working the tradespeople a lot. So, but we'll see.
Well, thank you for those comments. And if I could just add one thing, I mean, I think you're absolutely right. You know, you can't ban data centers, and that's not what's intended here. And that's not what we're saying. We're saying we want, you know, it's just one more thing that you have to, as policymakers, you know, balance out in terms of how the grid is evolving and enabling all of our different needs, especially clean energy, as we talk about where's that power coming from, especially if we're not going to extend gas, and we shouldn't. You know, we need to have a grid that can enable all of those clean energy solutions, and that ratepayers are treated fairly, especially if, you know, data centers or other users come on the grid and have an impact potentially to ratepayers. And that's why the study is important.
I agree. And I've learned a lot in my 5 years here chairing this committee. And one of the things I've learned is that the states do not have a tremendous amount of standing with ISO New England. So in the governance structure of ISO, we can't really ask them to do anything. It's, as Tom did say, they're a merchant generator. Dominion owns a merchant generating plant, and I think it's really going to come down to them asking ISO more than us. But I personally have a concern about it. And as the person who championed the bill initially, much to a lot of people's consternation, I think that we need to make sure that our I's are dotted and our T's are crossed, and we should do whatever we can to make sure that this doesn't cause the lights to go out at somebody's nursing home. Right?
Sounds good.
Representative Acker.
Thank you, Stephen. Good to see
Hi.
you. And
Good to see you.
so you just had me when you started talking and we're talking about, the grid itself. And I know you're a huge proponent of heat pump systems.
Exactly.
And appreciate you being with me and going over that with me. Do you know if Eversource, because we got to do a comprehensive infrastructure study. They don't need us to tell them to do it. Someone's got a UI, whatever. In what we need to do to have the ability to have you go over to say heat pumps, go over to electric cars, whatever it may be. You aware of any groups doing that and saying, hey, this is what we need to do to meet our goals? Are you aware of anybody that has done that? Or
I've heard Eversource talking about, the need to upgrade the grid for a lot of demand, substations, et cetera, capacity. And so I think they're well aware, as all of our New England states are aware of, future forecasts and what needs to be done to accommodate that. It sounded like the testimony from Mr. Quinn that there's plenty of energy out there on the grid right now. And, at least for the foreseeable future, unless there's some bottlenecks in some, particular corners of our grid, it sounds like there should be not an issue in terms of the current rate of adoption of heat pumps. But as we all know, with the Inflation Reduction Act, people are probably going to want to take advantage of those federal dollars now and try to start moving this forward quickly. So if there's any question about what, capacity is needed, then hopefully we've got those answers at the ready.
yeah, that's my thought, is that I hope someone's looking into this, right? Hopefully that they're like, okay, here we're going to go, and all of a sudden, the town of, Wilton they're all going heat pumps or electric cars, and they're really electric. I've wired some homes that the homeowner, that's all they want. They want brand new, nice, big colonials all on heat pump systems.
That's me. That's me. I have 4 EVs, and I have a heat pump, and I have a heat pump water heater. So
So that's why I'm getting brownouts, is because of that house in South Windsor. Yeah.
Fortunately, I'm on that green part of the grid that can handle it.
That's good. Well, I appreciate your comments and your testimony. So thanks for being
Thank
here.
you. Have a good night.
Thanks, Stephen. I'm going to go down the list. Jack. Oh, I don't know. E-Jams? Is that an I? E-Jams? Jack on? No. Susan Eastwood.
Yes, hi. Hi. Yes, good evening. I was, I'm in the car, so it's going to be noisy. Sorry about that. Thanks for the opportunity to testify tonight in support of House Bill 5358 and in opposition to Senate Bill 300. Susan Eastwood from Ashford. I'm the chair of the Ashford Clean Energy Task Force and the chapter chair of Sierra Club, Connecticut. So I wanted to support the act studying geothermal energy with suggested changes. We have heat pumps and geothermal solar in our home. And like Steve, not as much as Steve, but, we really love it. And I think that homeowners really need education about this issue, because it's a really great way to save money and also be very energy efficient and responsible to the environment. So I think that community or networked geothermal, it turns out, is an even more efficient way to heat and cool a number of homes and buildings through connected underground water pipes. This bill would, as you know, would require a study, but I'd like to say that I think that there could be some improvements to the bill. Most of all, instead of a study, I think the committee should direct PURA to establish a network geothermal program, because, there have already been lots of studies done. They are being, pilots and programs for geothermal networking are actively going forward in Massachusetts and New York. And in fact, Commissioner Dkes just talked about one that's starting in Connecticut and Wallingford this morning. So that's really exciting. There's no more time to waste on these issues. Heating and cooling systems and water heaters contribute 30% of greenhouse gas emissions in Connecticut. So it's vitally important to decarbonize our buildings quickly. I also wanted to oppose SB 300, and there is more in my testimony, of course, but just trying to hurry. That's a bill that I think, you've probably heard a lot about by now, but Section 1 requiring the DEEP to engage in a study to evaluate gas supply and look for ways to increase gas capacity in our state. Well, to me, that is just absolutely against everything we have been working for, mandating state in a environment. It's the exact opposite, is looking for ways to cut gas in our state. So anyway, that's why I'm opposing the bill, as well as you know, gas was supposed to be a bridge fuel to renewables available. Way to go. So
Hi,
why would we
Susan.
want to
Susan,
put more
I don't know
bridges?
if, Susan, I don't know.
We're
if you-
already.
Susan, I don't know if you can hear me, but you're freezing.
Oh no, I'm so sorry.
That's a little bit now.
Okay.
One way to avoid that may be to turn the video off. I think you're almost out of time. But if you wanted to wrap it up, you could do that.
Oh, okay. Is that better?
Well,
Is
yeah,
that
the
better?
audio is better
sorry.
when the video is not on. Thank you.
Well, I have
30
submitted
seconds.
it in written testimony is submitted. So basically just, you know, gas was supposed to be a bridge fuel, but renewables are now here and they're cheaper. And so why build more bridges when we're on the other side of the ravine? Thank you. That's all. And have a good night.
Thank you so much, and be careful driving.
I'm riding, so.
Okay, good. Next up, Sean Kelly. Sean going once, twice. Last on our list is Leslie Yeasley. No, Leslie not. Oh, and then we have. And then last is Armand Carrera. I think that brings us to the end of the people that we have testifying. I'm going to ask my co-chair if he's if he would like to take us out tonight. But I want to thank all the committee members here for their endurance. Representative Steinberg, would you like to say a few words to close? I think that Representative Steinberg is otherwise indisposed. So, and the big news that just popped up for those of us that are of a certain age is Steve Lawrence died today. Steve Lawrence and Edie Gourmet. Yes, I thought he was dead already. Sorry. All I remember him is in that scene in the Blues Brothers. Great scene. Anyway, yeah, I know. Anyway, I don't know why that popped up on my feed. Do not ask me. Again, thank you all, and thanks to everyone who testified. A lot of really, really great information today. A lot to mull over and a lot to do. Thank you all. And motion to close. Do we need no close? We're out. Thank you. Good night.